downloading everybody's art right now for the art critique. Yeah. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Welcome in. Welcome in, everybody. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, yeah. I am Lord. There's some really cool art, guys. I cannot wait. So cute. Okay. Oh my god. I think you guys are gonna love it today. I think you guys are gonna love it. Welcome in, everybody. I'm almost done downloading stuff. Welcome in. Hell yeah. Hi, everybody. Oh my, hold on. My eye. My eye. There's something in my eye. Hello, welcome. I beat one campaign now. It's Virgil campaign and Son of Sparta difficulty. Hey, you know what? I watched the anime, which I know some people are like, yeah, that's not the best interpretation, but because I watched the anime, I actually know what you're talking about. I know very vaguely what you're talking about. That sounds pretty dope. Oh my gosh, I still have something in my eye. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome. Let me finish downloading. I only have, let's see. Oh yeah, I have two more to get downloaded, but welcome in, everybody. I hope you guys have had a fabulous day. Um Today we're going to be doing an art critique stream, and if you haven't seen one of these before, I am going to be looking at the art that people have submitted, um, and I will be giving constructive criticism, and it's going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome. One of the things that I like to do is um, teach people about how to give and take critique, and one of the things that is most important, and I love to say this every time, is if you leave this critique feeling worse than when you came in, that's my fault. I did a bad job critiquing. If anybody gives you critique, whether it's solicited or not, and it just doesn't feel good, that's a bad critique. So, cat girl bandy, not yet. I think I finally got whatever this is out of my eye. Oh my god. But welcome in, everybody. I've just got the last piece downloaded. We have an awesome lineup today, guys. There we go. Perfect. We have a wonderful lineup today. And of course, throughout the event, or throughout the stream, if you have anything you would like to submit as well for the next critique stream, we do these monthly. But how you guys been doing? Happy Sunday. Hi there. Welcome in. I went back to this outfit because this is the outfit that I have in the art critique promo. So I was like, you know what? I'll just wear this. Also, I found a new lo-fi video game playlist. It has like 55 hours worth of music, so it'll be really fun for us to like explore this one. Um, a couple things today, guys. We have um we have two things going on. First off, it's the final day for the Capco Fest promo code for my shop store. At least one day. Yeah, 55 hours and 5 minutes is at least a day. It's 1,260 songs. So I think we're gonna be pretty set with our video game lo-fi. So if you didn't have the opportunity yesterday to use the promo code, that promo code will be available all throughout today's stream. So yeah, so if there's anything that you've had your eye on, that promo code is up today. And also, I'm trying some new stuff out with our Discord. So a lot of folks that come to the art critique streams are specifically here to talk about art and to share art. So our Discord link is active today. So if anybody has been wanting to join the Discord and hasn't already, try that link. Make sure that that link works. Let me double check. This link should be perfectly fine. The invite's invalid. Let me get a new link for that then. Just kidding. But I wanted to make sure that that I give people an opportunity to join easily. And there's just multiple ways that you can have your Discord available. Hold on. Let me get a better link. Let me see. But I hope you guys have been doing well. I had such a fun time with our stream yesterday and on Friday. You guys took some really funny clips, and I would love to get them set up and posted. So if you made a clip during our Friday stream, I would love to. There we go. Let me copy this one. Can I copy this one? Hello? I would like I would like to use this. Hold on. It's cuz streamer mode is on. Hold on. There we go. Kind of disheveled, but I'm trying some different things, y'all. So, thanks for your patience. Can I not copy this? There we go. My goodness gracious. Is that will that work? We'll see. We'll see. There we go. I got unsettled by the long Furby. I was sick on Saturday. I'm sorry to hear that. Well, sorry to hear about both of those things. But I hope you feel a little bit better today. Yeah, no, I had a really good time with y'all. Let me go back to this link. I wonder if I canceled out that link when I was messing around. I'm just trying to find a way to so we can kind of monitor, what's going on and what's happening. There we go. Let's see if this is a little bit better. Perfect. Save. There we go. Okay, welcome in. Been trying to learn piano on my PC keyboard today. Ooh, that's a fun endeavor. What the heck? Let's see if that one works. Yes, that one works. Excellent. All right. So if you're not already a part of the Discord and you would like to be, our Discord link is active today. So this is just another thing that I'm testing out. Thanks so much for, by the way, for your patience while I'm testing out some different stuff. There's a lot of you that are already in the Discord and participating in it. And I'd love to see that. Just trying to see if there are other options so that we can kind of like filter um, how much traffic we get for folks that really want to participate and get the most out of the community. So yeah, I'm just trying to make sure that it's a really cool and fun space. I always wanted to play piano, but my hands are too small for actual pianos. That's very fair. Yeah, no, there's a lot of technique that goes into like learning how to play an instrument when your hands are a little bit smaller. Um, and I play bass, and I've been learning how to play bass for the past like few years, and I always feel like my hands are a little too small or that I can't press down as hard as I would want to. You know what I mean? Um, but, what is this? Oh, listen to this one. Yeah, there we go. Okay, alright, okay. So, without further ado, I think I'm gonna get right into it. I used to play violin, I'm trying to get back into it. That's exciting! Maybe we could all just make a jam, make an orchestra together. Every single one of us get together, put an orchestra, just kind of make interesting VTuber orchestra music. I can't say that I would be able to contribute anything, but who knows? Who knows? There we go. So everything should be all set. I've got everybody's submissions. Again, if at any time you want to submit during this critique, you can always do exclamation point critique. VTuber band, let's go. That would be a really cool group if the VTubers were in a band. So if you haven't already, let me see if I can spell, and you want to participate in the next critique, feel free to grab that link and fill out the form. Let me go to my there we go, sleeve. We're just kind of perfect. Good enough. Wonderful. All right. Let me get into that drawing screen. What chow? Wonderful. Welcome in, everyone. We're gonna start off with one that I've had on the back burner uh for a few sessions, a few of our critique streams. We're gonna start off with Rigatoni, who had a poster design. Um, and let me get that up for us. Work whip. There we go. There we go. One of the things I hate about Windows is that the delete and rename are right next to each other. I hate that shit. I hate that. I hate it with a fiery passion. Who thought that was a good idea? I don't know. I have no idea. Properties. Okay. Not my art. Art. Okay. Or just art critique for Rigatoni. Wonderful. There we go. All right, so this is our first critique today. This is a poster submitted by Rigatoni, and it is based off of Has Been Hotel. Yeah, let's go. Rigatoni Has Been fan, amazing. I can sing, I can't play an instrument because my hands are too big. Let's go. We have the two small hand club and the two big hand club, and then we have somebody in the middle who's got just like the middle-sized hands. So, let me get my little drawing glove on too. My little glove. Yeah, we're getting into it now. And unfortunately, Tony's not here at this moment in time. So, sometimes Tony does pop in though. So, why don't you know what? No, no. I'll send him the VOD. Okay, so here we're starting off. This is a mixture of graphic design and typography, which is a subset or a subgenre for illustration and for graphic design. And this is the entire poster. And one of the things that I like off the bat is the variety of style and texture. There's a lot of really interesting things happening here. So we have, we have lyrics. So this is a poster based off of some lyrics from a song from Hell of a Boss, or not, Has Been Hotel. I was going to say same difference, but they are very different. Um, and so one of the things that I really enjoy here is that we're getting a variety of textures, and our eye is kind of moving from one thing to the next. I think when you're using a variety of fonts and textures, it can get overwhelming very quickly. So one of the things that we are missing here is that we don't have a focal point. There are some really cool aspects that I really enjoy. So, for example, having this color bar bit is reminiscent of, television. Of course, we have a TV here. But I think one of the things that we could rely on is a couple of the foundational, like the groundwork of graphic design. So, some of those things, and let me darken this. Let me do let me do some text over here. So some of the things that are good to remember. Also, hold on. Let me make this not look like garbage. We're gonna do good old Arial font. Let's go. So some of the things that you want to keep an eye out for is having a focal point. Oop, wish I knew how to type. So we need a focal point in our piece, whether that is a piece of, some of our typography that is, more bold than the others. Maybe it's an illustration that our text is reliant upon for its composition. Hi, Jeannie, welcome in. Um, but we just want one thing to focus on, and our text can be grounded by it. Right here, as you can see behind here, it has a very nice stacked flow, but there's nothing that's bringing our eye anywhere in particular. It's spread out evenly. So at a glance, this poster almost seems to have an overall like pattern or a texture or a fill rather than the text supporting or being supported by something as its focal point. Another thing that is really good to remember with typography specifically is fewer fonts or few fonts. A lot of times I'll see they'll either have one or two fonts. One font that is a bold, big, and another font that is a small support font. Oops, super. So small support. Let me make this also slightly smaller. It is 200 points large. Let's make that smaller. There we go. So having fewer fonts, one that's very bold that can fill up a lot of weight and can anchor everything else, and then a small supporting font. Of course, these rules can always be broken, and I'm not a professional graphic designer. However, I do have experience making art for products and packaging. So if you want somebody to be able to read it, you're going to use some of that smaller supporting font that we make sure is legible. And then that big and bold font can have a bit more style. It can be very playful, and I recommend looking at logos and other posters. Obviously, too, this poster is meant to be very stylized, very style forward. So I would look at posters, especially from the 60s and 70s, where there was a lot of experimentation in printmaking and poster design, and even contemporary poster design. There's a lot to learn from that. So you know, the biggest thing here is making a focal point and making a flow as well. Flow slash movement. So having our eye go from one thing to the next, that kind of plays into that kind of plays into our focal point as well. And the fewer fonts is something that'll help us achieve that. So with that being said, how would I improve what we have here? I think having this TV, if we really wanted to focus around this television, maybe we could have all of the words on the TV. However, TVs tend to be a little bit of like a horizontal verticality rather, or horizontal more than vertical rather, in terms of composition. So here in a vertical composition, a television might not inherently be the first choice. Of course, let me pull up an example of a typography poster. Typography poster. I highly recommend if you're working on stuff like this, um, to pull up reference. So, um, this is, for example, something like this. Let me paste this here. This has very few colors, right? For something like Tony's poster, I like that there's a nice dark color grounding us, and then we have these lighter colors that are almost pulling to mind like illumination. We're getting neon, we're getting television, and radio. You know, we are getting a lot of these ideas just from the choices that Tony made for the color and the contrast, which are all really good choices. We can tell what this is meant to mean. But if we use a poster like this, for example, they have chosen to only use this stunning scarlet color, black and gray. And the gray is really just giving some dimension to this bold black diagonal line here. And our text is only being defined by these dark spaces. I feel like some of the reddish pinkish colors will blend in a little. Yeah, absolutely. So if we can reduce how many colors we're using, if we reduce how many fonts we're using, we can really hone in on what's important about our piece. This style isn't necessarily what would work best for what Tony is going for. However, there might be other things that are especially interesting. Here is a another example of a really awesome post. Hi Drake, how are you? And hi Ori. One of my favorite fonts is negative space or uses negative space. Yeah, negative space is super cool. There's a lot of really, really awesome, ways to make posters. I think, something like this, all of the shapes here are very organic. They play into each other, and we have a nice primary block of focal. And they even have this nice little wobbly border that kind of plays with this more printmaking kind of vibe here that we have. Everything's organic, it flows into one another. Work hard, dream big, something very it still has structure and quirkiness. But it's kind of there's very little space in between these words. And they're pushing and pulling in and out of each other. This is another example of a really solid design. It's simple too, even though it might look a little bit poster I hardly know her. Ah, who we posted and what she want us to post her. Yeah, this is very juicy. I like the little drops. So something that might be a little bit closer. Ew! Thanks for being only 14%. Oh my gosh. So some of the things, here's another awesome example of a poster that is all font based and it's keeping it simple. Our focal point is the text. It says pour this typo down and there's dripping. And also too, if this is a print based, if this is about a print related, subject matter, the CMYK is also in, it's we're getting ink through the color and through this little bit of illustration that's tying our text to some sort of subject matter. Very simple, but super effective. Is there texturing on the background? Yes. It's actually a bunch of type. It just says pour this type down over and over, over and over. See that? So now, by using very, very subtle contrast, very low contrast, and this continuous repeat, we've made a really interesting texture here. Yeah, it also does look like a watermark, but it's not pulling away from what the focus is. So yeah, so there's a lot of ways to make really interesting typography. Um, and so and you can definitely go very bold and very busy, but there needs to be some consistency with that busyness. So let me find something that's very busy, and kind of a little bit more similar to what Tony has, and see if I can't get a reference that points us in a different direction. So here's another example of lyrics on a poster. So this one has a very hand drawn effect here. It's all flowing into one another. This definitely isn't a font. This person took the time to plan and to draw all this together. And of course, they've continued some of the lyrics here at the bottom, but they've used flow and tucked it at the bottom. Yeah, the wavy S's. You can also see here that there's some bubbles happening here. I'm looking for a place that's going to animal my soul, commission me to sell my animal to the bird. I don't know what this quote is from, but we can follow it along. I'm looking for a place that's going to animal my soul, commission me to sell my animals to the bird, you know. And then here we have knit my return to clip and buy my bath and return me back to the cigarelles. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this quote is. Very confusing to read, but we can still follow because of these bands of color. We can follow, basically what the intention is here. But this is an example of a busy poster. Is it cigarettes? Oh, it is. See how faint? So see, here's something where if we wanted to read this, obviously, the quality of the image is a little bit lower, but this font might not have been the best choice if we wanted this to be legible. So here's an example of a choice that could have been made better, but for all intents and purposes, this is a good example of something similar to what Tony's going for. And those principles that we had here, focus, first off, we have focus. Oh my God, focal point. The focal point of this piece, let me make this smaller. Eh, The focal point of this piece is this very big block of text. It's limited to a column here, so we have space on the left and right that really keep our eye here on the middle. It's just a black background and a limited color palette. We have flow and movement here, very organic font, but also the colors kind of pull us back and forth while we're reading. We have bold and big here in the center and small support text down here in the bottom. So this Bob Dylan, I see, so it's a Bob Dylan quote. Let's see. I'm looking for a place that's going to animal my soul, knit my return, bathe my foot, and collect my dog. Commission me to sell my animals to the bird, to clip and buy my bath, and return me to the cigarettes. That is Bob Dylan. Are you okay? So anyway, this is a good example, or pretty good example of something that's similar to what Tony. It looks like Tony was going for, and it follows these things that we have established here: a focal point, flow and movement, fewer fonts, one that's bold and big, and one that's small and supports. So, if I were Tony, what things could I do? So, I really like the idea of having a TV or some sort of imagery. Um, and we saw a really interesting drip effect on that CMYK poster. Let me actually copy these and let me get back that CMYK poster. It is a very odd quote. Also, if I wanted somebody to read my quote, I would probably have chosen one that's not as difficult to understand. But if you know, you know. You know what I mean? So here we have this really interesting dripping, and what this dripping makes me think of is these color bars that Tony established here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to choose a limited color palette based off of these color bars, and I'm gonna try to do a drip effect from the TV where we can put our text. Let me see, and this is, of course, this is, something that will require a little bit more planning. Typography is something that really requires a lot of energy and planning. For some people, it'll be easier than others, and typography is definitely not my strong suit. But there are things that we can do to make this I'll take these ideas that Tony put together and make them way stronger and way easier to read. And when you make a poster, you want it to not only be legible, but stylistically grounded and bold. And so this is something that I think follows through with what Tony's intentions are from what I can glean from this poster. I'm a typography person. Fuck yeah. Hell yeah. So one of my ideas here is to make a color palette based off of these bars here. It's a little busy, but if we reduce it to just these colors, we can set the standard for the rest. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this, and I am going to just take, like a cyan. It's almost like a CMYK. Why are you do this to me? There we go. We have a cyan. We have a yellow. We have this magenta. We have this bright green. So already we have a really striking neon palette. We'll do black, white, and this electric blue. Already our color palette is going to be a lot more reserved. But we're taking something that's very recognizable, this color bar situation, and we're now going to expand upon that. I also really like the inclusion of a television. So let me see what I can do about that. So first off, I'm going to just take black, bold black background. Done. Second, let me group together what Tony had here. And I'm going to name this layer my swatches. And I think it could be really cool to have our color bars pouring out of the TV, almost like it's just dripping down and infecting everything underneath of it. Uh, kind of using the ink one as our example. This one had a lot less text, so I might try doing something where the color bars go around, or where the color bars use that negative space to make some text. So let me just make a very simple rudimentary television. I'm going to use something maybe that's a little lower in contrast, something like this, and I'm just going to rotate it and make it a little smaller. So now we have a focal point. Immediately, this here will influence everything underneath. Hi there, Arya. How are you? Are you ready? Are you ready? I'm a little butterfly. Hi. Welcome in. Yeah, yeah. Hi there. Welcome in. Sorry, I went a little longer. Just got here. Did I miss my submission? No, no. We've just started. This is our very first submission. I'm gonna go in here and just really quickly make a little bit more of a classic TV shape. Kind of like round off these edges here. Kind of gives it a little bit more interest. And there we go. There. Something like that. Something a little bit simple. Nothing too crazy. I don't want to pull away from this nice graphic shape. But as long as it reads as a TV, now we have the idea of this TV kind of in the dark, which is really interesting. So maybe I could make like a little bit of a let's do this. Bring it inward. Make it a little lighter. I'm not trying to introduce way too more colors. I'm just trying to make sure that I've got a that I have something that is recognizable as a TV. And now I've separated the screen from the rim so I can do some painting underneath of it. Okay. So I'm going to save. Let me save this. Wonderful. Okay. Make sure I don't lose any of my progress. So now here we have a dark silhouette and we have a simple television. I might even darken these so that it's way, way less contrast. I want our focus to be, I want the TV to still be recognizable, but I want our focus to be on our text. So let me get that a little bit darker. And now I'm gonna start taking our color bar colors, and I'm gonna have them pour down here. And let me get this quote as well, so I have that on deck. Well, let's see. Hi there, Resident Evil, welcome in. It's Leon Kennedy. Oh my gosh, welcome, Leon. Oh my gosh, Leon, I'm a big fan. Hold on. Okay. So now let me get the I'm gonna find this quote. I'm trying to remember. Does anybody remember what this song is called from from Has Been? Um, let's see. Uh, Stayed Gone, is that what it's called? Yes, that's what it's called. Stayed Gone lyrics. So, it might also mean that we can, um, reduce how many lyrics. The Leon, let's go, yeah. So, it might be that we reduce some of the lyrics, but this is really just one area here. Let me grab these. There we go. I'm gonna grab these, put them in another layer here. I'm gonna use white. Donk. Okay, so these are the lyrics that were chosen. So maybe it's you're gonna wish that you'd stayed gone, you know? Or if we want to include the text about TV, we could also. But here we have a pretty large block of text. And obviously too, like from our other poster examples, they have a bunch of text here. There's a ton of it. But it really just depends on how we pose our text. So some of this is going to need to be very large and have more emphasis, and some of it's going to need to be smaller. So this is what we have. And let me just turn that off. Let me put back what we had. And I'm going to roughly pose some of this. Oops, just put it like around here. Obviously, our text will not stay this way, but this is about where I'm going to put it. This is where my rough plan is. And of course, I don't want to go too hard on, on this. I'm just trying to get a vibe across. And I'm going to start with our color bars, and I'm going to start you know, maybe doing oh, here we go. We're going to start pouring this out of the, maybe it pours out here to the side and pools at the bottom. We could do something a lot more straight, and put together. So maybe it's just, very graphic. It's just straight down, which is also something that's very striking. Mandy dropping bars? No, no. No, no. So something like this, maybe it's, we're really just trying to emphasize this very graphic. We're pulling down with this color, and maybe we keep it very, geometric here at the top. Wow, thanks for being a super shopper. You're huge. There we go. Something like this. I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel. Welcome in. How are you? Okay. So here's our basic shape. Thanks for being super shopper. So now you can see here that we have an interesting draw. This verticality is being used. Here, I might move this up a little bit. There we go. We have this very interesting center. We've centered it. And we could always have it be, maybe it bows out towards the bottom, and comes toward the viewer. Um, Kind of like we are being impacted by what's coming out of this television. Thanks for reading Super Shopper, you're huge. And I'm gonna just go in and I'm gonna make these random color bars. I'm just gonna choose colors that kind of, and of course, now that we have all of this bright color, using the black background as a negative space kind of thing will work in our favor. It will make, you know, it'll kind of make that bold black background and also make it easier to read with all of this color in the background. Hi there, welcome in, y'all. Welcome. This is our first entry. This is from Rigatoni. This was a poster design that Tony submitted. And I'm just doing a really quick mock-up of these color bars.
Remember to drink some water,
Thank
Mandy.
you. Thank you. Hi there. How are you, Mary Berry? I'm your little butterfly. Hi. Welcome in. Yeah, yeah.
Time to stop shrimping.
I will stop shrimping. Okay. Thank you. So let me get this, turn this text black. So now here you can see that this is kind of the idea. We have a bold focus. We've got the TV up here and we've got these color bars. Oh my gosh. Okay, we're stretching, we're stretching. Oh my god, doing good. I'm gonna lurk here and get some cleaning done. Hell yeah. Good luck with your cleaning. Everybody get up, stretch. Ooh. Ba-da-da-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-bow. Yeah. Ba-ba-bow. Ba-ba-ba-bow. Yeah. 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 Thank you. All right. Okay. So, I'm going to take the color bars. I might make them a little bit bigger. Maybe they fill out the whole entire screen. You know, there's obviously more that we could do to make this a little bit more nuanced, a little bit more interesting. For now, this is all we have. You know, there we could incorporate the static in the TV. You know, maybe let's see. Maybe this is like almost like it's dripping, you know, it's emptying out of the TV. And we have something like I'm just going to do some scratchy. One of the things that I would avoid, oops, and something that Tony included in the original poster. Oh boy. One of the things that I would avoid would be using the default textures from Photoshop, like noise. So if I go back real quick and show you, oops, down here, this grain and noise is a default filter in Photoshop. So I would recommend avoiding those. They aren't meant to be used on their own. They're meant to be used with subtlety as like a tool to help you, not, you know, the not the it by itself, if that makes sense. And if anybody has any questions while I'm doing this, let me know. I'm just going a mile a minute. So maybe we have some sort of static there. You know, and we have our colors pouring out of it. As long as it's recognizable as a TV, maybe we do the little antenna bits. Hello? Oh, let me group. We have that little recognizable antennae from what's his face? Vox is his name or whatever. I was going to put in an art for art critique, but I'll do it next time. Completely forgot. No, not a problem. If at any time you want to submit for the next critique, you can use the art critique. I'm doing well. How about yourself? So now the last thing, but the most important thing is our text. And of course, I'm not going to do a wonderful job, but I'm going to just try to do this is more of like a proof of concept than anything else. So now you can see here our composition is a lot more reserved. We have a focal point right down the middle. We have some space on either sides, and we have this really bright, bold area. Doing good, just gaming? Hell yeah. What are you playing? So one of the things I want to see is what words do I want to emphasize? The quote is, "Welcome home. I'm going to make you wish that you'd stayed gone. Say hello to a new status quo. Everyone knows that there's a brand new dawn. Turn the TV on." So we have a TV, it's turned on. Yippee, we've solved that problem. So maybe we want stayed gone to be, let's do bold. So we want stayed gone. We want turn the TV on, perhaps. And yeah, welcome in everybody. So for those of you that are coming in here for the first time, welcome in. We're doing an art critique stream. You can submit at any time, but any entries submitted today will be done in next month. Also, our Discord link is active today. So I'm testing out some new things to help make our Discord community really strong. So if you like sharing your art, discussing art, and amongst other things, and getting a lot out of the community, the Discord link is active today. Um, do you think it would be cool to pour the colors of colors glow? Hold on. Do you think it'd look cool if the pour of colors glowed? Yeah, I think it definitely could. Right now, I'm just gonna focus on getting the text when we add effects like that for typography and graphic design specifically, sometimes simple is more effective. And since this isn't meant to be fully illustrative or illustrated, the glow might take away from this bold bar of color. Could you warp the text to conform to the organic flow? Absolutely. Right now, my current step that I'm doing here is I'm choosing which text we want to emphasize in this quote, so that when we go to the next step, we can make certain things larger and more emphasized and other things smaller. So stayed gone, turn the TV on. It also helps that they rhyme. Um, and so if those are the only things that we want to emphasize, then we can go forward with more intention. So, we can have the text fit to this, and of course, if we wanted this flow to be very graphic, we could use something like Adobe Illustrator to make sure that it's very crisp and very clean. Our stripes would be, exact. There's a lot of things if you go for edgy and textural and kind of cut paper, you want to make sure that you lean into it um, instead of just leaving one instance of it. So what I'm meaning here is like if our color bars were kind of wobbly, we would want to make sure that it looks intentional rather than a mistake. And if the same quote mistake repeats often, it's a motif, it's intentional. Um, Thanks so much for joining. I hope you enjoy yourself. It is 18 plus stream, 18 plus server. So if you are not 18 plus, please kindly remove yourself. What if the O is on logo? You'd see the TV itself on a TV remote. 21 years? No, you're good. You don't have to share your age as long as you're 18 plus. You don't owe me any personal details. Let's see. The O in on. Okay. Is the on logo on a remote. I see, I see. You definitely can do that. Right now, we're just mapping out the text, where it's gonna go. The biggest thing of typography is your layout, and all of the style and flair can come after. So here, let's just say that stayed gone and turn the TV on. Hello. So let's just say that stayed gone and turn the TV on are what we want to emphasize. Then I'm going to now intentionally separate those things out of we don't want them all to be in the same text block. If it's in the same text block, it's going to make it way harder to work with. So I'm just going to separate those things.
Jasmine or
Because
they didn't have
I'll do the Thai tea. Thank you. My wife got me some boba. Let's go. Let's freaking go. All right. Hi, wife. Uli says hello. Hello, Starshine. The world says hello. Oh, and she says also goodbye. She's leaving. Oh, she's playing Baldur's Gate. So she's still here, but she's playing Baldur's Gate. All right. So I'm going to separate the areas that I want to be their own thing. I'm going to do this, this. Hi, how are you? Welcome in. Hi, hi, hi. I can't keep up with that. We're going to be doing a lot of yapping today. Yeah, yeah. Welcome in. Okay. So last thing, I'm going to grab this. Obviously, this is just a crash course. I don't necessarily have the time to do everything. And also too, it's not the intention to remake something. We're just doing examples. So now you can see here that I have this block separated, this block separated, this block separated, and this block separated. So let me just choose. We're gonna have a primary font and a secondary font. The primary will be bold and easy to read and very large, and then the small will maybe be a more stylized. Yap sesh, yes. So let me find something that maybe is more thematic, something that is a little bit closer to the maybe some of the characterization of this subject matter. So I might be looking for something that's a little bit either a little bit futuristic or a little bit classic. So let's just see if I can't find something. So here is where was that? So this font has a very almost like a static, an electric. It's very textural, but it might be a little bit too rustic. Instead, it looks more like a paper than it would like a TV static. But it's a good idea. Most of the time, playing around with what you have available, this one has a little bit more of like a futuristic, but it might not be what we're looking for. I have a ton I have a ton of fonts here. So I want to maintain some of the character that Tony originally had, but we're just reducing it and making it a little bit more simple. Um, let's see. Yeah, again, this looks a little bit more like textured paper rather than a textured like from TV static. Thanks for lurking. Let's see here. Let me see if I have anything. It could also just be good to do a simple, bold, easy to read, big old font. Um, but having a little bit of variety um between your simple and your bold will look nice without being super distracting. Let me see here. I'm going to choose something quick. I don't want to. That's kind of fun. That's kind of cool. It's probably a little too busy. Let me see what other styles this font has. This is striped solid. Okay, well it's literally just okay. It's literally just a bland little font. Let me see. I don't want to waste too much time. We're just going to choose something trusty. That's kind of cool. We'll just do this one. We'll do this. It's a pretty this is a pretty standard font, but it lets those colors show through, which might be a little bit harder to read, but yeah. Oh, that might be a little hard to read. We want to make sure that it's easy enough to read because one of the biggest things is like there's style and substance. And sometimes depending on, if you're really, 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 really competent and really if you really know your craft, doing style over substance might not be a problem. However, for our purposes, we want to make sure that our style doesn't distract from our substance and vice versa. I also don't want it to be an ugly font, so I'm trying my best to make it not look like scrungly and awful. Um, but I do want something bold and it's slightly on theme. I might not have anything that's super on theme.
You should hydrate.
I should hydrate. Thank you. Let me grab. You know what? We're just gonna use this because it's nice and it's big. It's a little boring, but she's nice, she's big, so done. And we're gonna take the same font. What's this one? Impact. Oh, good. There's a bit of a joke about impact at work. I work in games, and our graphic designer, the impact is something that's used a lot in our field, and she gets kind of, oops, she gets kind of peeved when people just use impact. Hello. Okay, 160. What Photoshop? Hello. Yeah, just Photoshop's misbehaving. There we go. Comic Sans has to be somewhere. You need to drink a lot. Your vocal cords need the drink. Thank you. Let me take a sip of my boba. Impact's the default meme font. Yeah, Impact, Comic Sans, Papyrus. But honestly, the reason that Impact is used so much is because it's effective. It's big and it's easy to read. And posters that are very information heavy, so posters that are meant to convey, like a tour date or something. Most of the time you'll have this very stylistic and very interesting like graphic package, but then you'll have the important information legible and clear to read. Hi Bird, how are you? Oh, yeah, took a sip of that tea. Alright, so we've got our text that's bolded. Now we're gonna find an accessory font that looks good, but is still relevant and easy enough to read. How about this pixel font? How about that? So now I'm gonna try to space it out a little bit. That, obviously too, we could like, mix this around and make it look a little bit nicer. We could have things flow over and under each other, but for now, I mean, I'm not too focused on doing going into the weeds too much. I just wanna make sure, let's see, with it 71 points, Unibody 8 Pro. Okay. Unibody 8 Pro. What's the styles for this? Oh, they have ooh. No, we don't want it to be too bold. I'll just keep it regular. And we'll do 70, was it 71? Again, not trying to suck the life out of it either. But trying to make it legible, trying to make it read. Of course, playing with things like the kerning, right? How far letters are apart from each other, how far lines are apart from each other, is also very important. Um, so I'm just trying to get it separated out here. And let's see if we can't, get this kind of, and maybe two, if we need to fill up more space, maybe stayed gone is stacked like this, you know? We're creating a little bit of space. We're letting our color come through. There we go. I do voice acting to myself as a hobby, and I feel like I constantly need to drink when I talk too much. No, that's slay. Slay. Maybe we do something like this. Wonderful. So now we're kind of playing with this space. I don't want them to be so far apart from each other, so I am going to go to the character tab, and I am going to find, let's see, is this, yes, this is it. I'm going to move these letters a little bit closer to each other. Perfect. It's 203 points. Wonderful. And then I'm going to take oop oop oop, put that there, and I take this and see how much easier it is now that these are separated from one another. Maybe I can slant this over a little bit. You can also distort stuff too, but just trying to play along with this feeling that it's being poured out. Obviously, there's a lot more that we could do. Um, However, for now, we are just doing this is almost like a concept piece. So let's do this. Oh, she's got some extra space up there, doesn't she? Get out of it. Wonderful. I'm also gonna go back here, do 203. Maybe a little more, actually. Just kidding. Bump, 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 bump. There we go. Perfect. So yeah, this is more of a concept than anything. Gonna put this here, and I'm gonna make it a little larger. Obviously, too, we can do things like um we can distort. So I'm gonna go back to my layers here. My goodness. I'm just gonna rasterize this text so it's easier. And I'm gonna go back down here and I'm gonna distort. I'm gonna make it like this, something like this, kind of morphs to the shape of our pore. Gonna make sure that I actually kind of like that it's being cut off by the bottom. It makes it look a little bit more like it's being poured, which is interesting. So let me go back here and I'll distort, squish it in a little bit, kind of get it looking like it's following the flow. I'll also use the warp, something like that. But it's still legible. We can still read it. Again, with our distort here, it's not as severe as the bottom, but it's still kind of following that vibe here. And this one up top, we'll do the same thing. Maybe we tuck it in a little bit more up there, get it a little bit closer to where we want it to be, and do a little bit of a warp to kind of make it match the flow, but still have, there. All right, so this is just a concept. Um, I kind of like that it's being cut off the bottom. Could be that this whole, let me group these together. Let me group this together. Maybe this whole thing is a little bit more pushed back in space. What's this? There we go. Okay, let's group everything together. And maybe I take that, do this. Maybe we just really push into this sharp, like, pour, this almost a triangular situation here. A faux perspective is very interesting. Something like this where it's flowing, obviously too, there's a lot more that we could do to make this more stylistically interesting. Somebody mentioned a glow. We want to be very intentional, but with where we put stuff. So maybe we put the glow behind, you know. So let me grab like a really deep navy, and I'm gonna grab a soft brush, and I'm gonna just start it behind. Maybe we want the silhouette of this TV to come out a little bit more. But the thing with gradients is that they can very quickly cheapen the way that something looks. If it's more graphic, it feels more confident. But again, it really just depends on your comfort with your type. There's obviously a lot more flavor we could put into these things. But we just want to make sure that we have. Let me snooze my ads real quick. We just want to make sure that we're following those initial goals that we set for ourselves. So let's go back to our initial goals from the beginning. We have, let me put this in the corner. There. Okay. So from our initial goals, we have a focal point, which is this TV. And let me zoom out a little bit too. We have this television here, and we have the bars from the television pouring out of it. That's our focal point. We have a flow and movement. The flow of these TV bars, and the text is, very clumsily, from just being an example, clumsily following the flow of those stripes of the bars. We have few fonts. So we have a big bold, and we have a small supporting font. And now we have stayed gone, turn the TV on. And those things, are the quintessential. That's what we've boiled down this song to be. I'm the TV. I want the radio to go away. You should have stayed gone. And that if we only read those two things, we would kind of understand the intent behind this song, the lyrics. It kind of just sums it all up. Um, is this a little boring? A little bit. But it's got an interesting vibe, and I think it holds up to some of the intention behind Tony's. So here's what we had before, and here's what we have after. It's very graphic. It's got a very different vibe, but there's a little bit more for us to focus on. And if Tony took some of these interesting ideas, so the glitch texture is something that could be introduced, but again, it takes a lot of skill and understanding to make those more like typical like textures really make them more nuanced. However, there are a lot of ways that you can make really impressive graphic design in a way that feels a little bit more, like, I'll say clumsy, or makes it feel a little bit more, amateur, quote, quote, but it's all done with intention. You're intentionally making it look like that, like it was cut out of paper or it was glued down. It's okay to include, rough edges, and it doesn't have to be perfect, it doesn't have to be clean, as long as you make sure that it's your intention to include those things and it reads like that, which is a very hard thing to do. So I like what Tony had here. I think the contrast is nice. You can read all of the words. Some of these gradients get a little bit more difficult to read, but I think Tony really captured the energy, not only of the show that the quote is from, but the characters that are saying them. I mean, there is a character saying it to another character. But I think Tony did a really good job of capturing the vibe. This is just another way that Tony could have done it. So it's not that Tony did a bad job. It's just a different way. Um, and I really like what Tony provided here. I think it's a really good start, especially too. We can see Tony's exploring all these different ideas and different vibes. We just took some of like a few of the things that Tony did and made a new thing out of it. So very fun, very cool. Let me put them together. Let me put them together side by side so it's a little bit easier to see what we got. And there we go. And I'll put a just a dark background here so it doesn't. Wonderful. So yeah, two very different approaches to the same quote. Um, but I like what Tony provided. And I think obviously too, like if we had more time, I would go in crazier than I did here. Um, but I really enjoy this work. So all overall, uh, hell yeah. Hell yeah to Tony. Alright. So, I'm gonna run the ads, we're gonna get our next participant up, okay? So, don't go anywhere. Get a snack. Do what you gotta do. And let me get our next submission. Let's see. Oh, okay. Hmm. Okay, we have a character design by Crayon, which I think is very cute. So, and it's also a clown design, which I love. So let me get this changed over, and I'm gonna take a sippy of my drink. Properties. There we go. There we go. I believe the character's name is Crayon. I'm not sure if their handle is Crayon, but Crayon was what was provided. Yeah, the hat does look like Crayon. It's so cute. I love this hat. So creative. I'll get into that in a second. But let me take a sip of my drink. For you guys that are out there, what are you eating? What are you drinking? I want to know. What are you sipping on? I want to change this song too. There we go. Quavers and cola, the usual. Pepsi in a Coca-Cola glass. I don't give a damn. Chai mint. Ooh, that sounds delicious. I had too many boba in the straw at the same time. From a large bar. Let's go. The tears of imperialists. Oh, is that good or do you recommend that or I've never had that before. I ain't never had that before. Also, y'all, the pixel art from last night, I think I really improved. I think I really improved between the two of them. I mean, look at those. Oddish was first. Oddish was first. Victini was second. I think I did a good job. Went to sleep cackling at Victini. You're being so mean to him. He's doing his best, okay? He's doing his best. He didn't do anything. Grapefruit seltzer. Ooh. Not piss weedy again. Listen, you're being so fucking mean to him. He's just a little guy. He's just a little baby, and he doesn't deserve your criticism. Okay, he doesn't deserve your criticism, your skepticism, your cynicism, all of your isms. See, yeah, you're being tooty. You're being a tooty fruity right now. You need to watch it. I want to flatten him. How could you guys be so mean to him? He's just a little baby. You're being so rude. You guys hate him. Why do you hate him so? You said he'd be happier with the propeller hat and the lollipop, and I listened to you. You guys are so mean to this Victini. He's just a little baby. He's a little He's like a Victini weenie, and you're being mean to him. Hope you're happy. Hope you're happy.
Have you taken a sip of your water
I hope you're
lately?
happy that you're being mean to a child. Hi there, Squid. How are you? Whoa, did you see my screen flicker? That's funny. He looks like the type of child to scream on Skibbity every time he's lying. I swear to Skibbity that I'm telling the truth. Oh, oh, we were zoomed in a little too close. My goodness gracious, I'm sorry about that. All right, so today, this is a character design, for Crayon. I'm chilling. How are you? I'm doing great. I'm so excited for the art that people posted. And I'm such a lucky ducky that people that ooh, oh, how big this pen was. I'm just super excited that people have been sending in their stuff for critique. I'm mean to the child. Why do you think I have a similar name to Springtrap? Well, I mean, you don't have to be mean to kids. There's like at least one kid that Springtrap likes. At least one. Okay, so this is Crayon. First off, we have a clown character, which I love. I mean, if you've been here for any amount of time, you know that I really enjoy clown characters. Um, and we can tell by the name Crayon that art supplies are pretty much a given. But already here we have some really easy identifying features that make this character read as a crayon or coloring or art themed clown. First off, this crown shape and the ruffle is giving the little cone shaped hats from clowns. So we're getting a lot of really interesting um, iconography here. the very recognizable Crayola, that band that other brands of crayons kind of mimic because Crayola was so successful. And then even smaller here, we have this little halo on this headband on this little ruff here of smaller crayon tips. And then we have this inner band here, which is also very reminiscent. And what this is giving, the black and the vibrant underneath, is making me think of those scratch card illustrations. If only I waited, I could submit it would have full body stuff drawn. Hey, you know what? That's all right. There's always next month. We do every month. Scratch board art. So if you've ever colored on Scratchboard, or if you've ever had those like felt drawings where it's like a printed felt, um yeah, here we go. So what that little headband is making me think of is these, where you had a black material over top of a colorful base, and then you use a piece of wood or a pen to scratch the black layer off and reveal the color underneath. So, and this is a very classic, um, you know, 90s, 2000s like coloring tool that was, either on TV or something that you could get, like coloring books and stuff like this. So, that's really, really cool. I love that we're kind of seeing that color underneath, and then also too, we can tell that it's not part of the hair, one, because of the color, and two, because we have the hair peeking out here. So there's a lot of really interesting layers, and that's literally just the headband. So we're getting a really cool look into this character, and vibe, and we haven't even gotten past the head and shoulders. We can also see here that there's stuff like candy and buttons and stickers and things that this character might enjoy. So we have like Minecraft, we have like this big smiley sticker, and we have some brushes. And we also have remnants of like a rainbow pattern here with these big baubles on the cardigan. And they also appear here on the socks. The socks almost make me think of those candy dots. If you ever had those where it's candy dots on paper, my grandma used to bring those to us all the time. I don't know what it was about my mom or my grandma bringing those, but it was like penny candy where like you could get them really cheap. These guys. But because there's a mixture of candy and art supplies. And one of the things that I think could make this stronger is if we stuck to just art supplies. Because there's a lot of candy clowns. I think candy and clowns are very synonymous with one another. But we have this really strong and interesting headpiece that's very clearly I am about coloring, I am about art supplies. So something that these socks could also look like is a paint palette, um, which would mean that we aren't changing the design very much, if at all. It might be that these dots don't come out as far. Maybe they're a pattern rather than a 3D element. Um, Let me find a good example of a paint palette. Is a good enough example of a paint palette. So here is an example of what we could go for. See, we have a white background and we have circular shapes full of paint. I think that'd be super recognizable and would go super well with the fact that this headpiece, which is our strongest piece, is crayons and other art supplies. Um, Also down here, the shoes having these red, white, and blue stripes are very reminiscent of something like a bomb pop, which is a popsicle. Some older like bubblegum has this classic kind of vibe. It is also giving Big Top and popcorn and Cracker Jacks. But if we could make this entire design read unanimously as art supplies, I think we'd have a really interesting and compelling design. It's cool and awesome to mix up a bunch of different elements. This is just one way. This is just one way that you can to change and make you're making a motif. So it's very obvious what this character is about, what their vibe is. We also have a lot of conflicting color palettes happening, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. You can look at anybody and see colors that conflict. But I really enjoy what we have here. I think the headpiece and the face are probably our strongest design elements here. This is the strongest part, and I think that we can have this follow through everywhere else. So we have almost like these pastel or neon colors, which are different from the colors that are being used in this crown. So if all of our colors are condensed right here into this headpiece and dispersed throughout the rest of the design, we'll have a much more unified looking design without compromising using a bunch of color. That or we incorporate a little bit more white as a foundation and put these bright, vibrant colors on top. Another thing that I'm missing is the quintessential red nose or like a colored nose for a clown. So I have a duplicate of Crayon's design underneath, so you know that we have the original. And I'm gonna start just doing my suggestions over top. But a big caveat is these aren't things to like fix, quote, quote. These are just things that I would do, which isn't always right and isn't best for everybody. I feel like the blue gloves throw it off a little. Yeah, the blue gloves, that color blue isn't used anywhere else. So we're really going to just start by making our color palette a little bit more consistent. So I'm going to focus here on the crown, and we will only use colors from this crown or this headpiece to make the rest of our colors. And this is the entire gamut. One of the reasons that my illustrations are purple, I've noticed that a lot of illustrations are purple. I incorporate tons of purple and dark blue into my illustrations, and that's because purple, navy, and dark blue are awesome anchor colors that offer contrast to the rest of a rainbow. And Crayon's character has a deeper complexion, darker hair, darker features, which often will be an awesome like starting point to contrast all of our really bright colors. If you've ever seen somebody with darker complexion with rainbow makeup that's really heavily pigmented, you can see that it stands out awesome against a darker skin tone. It looks beautiful, really bright colors. There's a lot of African fabric that is really incredibly vibrant. I'm trying to remember the name of it. Hold on. Let's see. With really vibrant patterns as well. Let me see what it's called because I want to make sure that I'm because obviously there are a lot of different names for it. Let's see. Ankara is African print fabrics. That's just one of the other options. But let me pull up and obviously too, this character might have nothing to do with African patterns. But that is one of the things that I think of when I think of a darker complexion and bright colors. So this is not a generalization of the character or the person that created it. It's just an example of something that we can pull from real life to help influence, some of our design choices. So look at some of this fabric, really bold, bright colors, and they have either a dark purple or a blue to anchor some of it. And you can see here that it's colors of wash underneath, and then they have a print that's printed on top. You can kind of see where that color blends over top. And these colors stand out, are super bold, and they just look beautiful on darker complexions. So we have a really awesome base of a dark base and really bright colors. So we can use that to our advantage, and so yeah, I use a lot of purples and a lot of dark navies to let the rainbow not look so overwhelming. It's super easy to let rainbow color as a palette, like rainbow as a palette, just absolutely suck everybody's focus. Like it's so hard to have a focal point. But here's an example. Here's with Miku. So I've used instead of black, I've used dark purple and all of the rainbow in the background, these rainbow elements here of like the metal, are given a dark background to stand off on. Another example is bup, 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 bup. Here's our rainbow palette. I have this dark, my line art is dark navy instead of black. Um, and behind Garfield, I intentionally put our darkest color of this purple right behind our bright orange and yellow Garfield. So if you put the color in very intentional places, it looks a little less overwhelming, but this is still a lot. So that's not to say that this is the only option, but if you notice that I use a lot of purple, that's why. So I want to make sure that this headpiece is what I'm focusing on because I think it's my favorite. It's my favorite piece of this design, and I think it can help us inform the rest of our design. So I'm gonna go through and I'm gonna start getting some of the colors that Crayon used. Of course, it is rainbow colors, but I'm using these mostly to make sure that I am using and utilizing the same colors throughout my entire design. And I'm going to make sure that I have this same blue here, this darker blue, and this purple. So these are the main colors that I've pulled out, and these are the colors I'll use. And of course, I'm going to make sure that I maintain the color that they've used for their skin tone. Why is my flow so low? There we go. So this is the skin tone color, and then they have this really pretty darker brown as like an accessory. It's, and you can see here, this almost looks like a burgundy, which is also a really pretty color. So here's our color palette. I'm gonna avoid using black, especially too, all of the line art here is in this really beautiful shade of like plum burgundy. So I'm just gonna use a deeper shade of that plum. Here's that versus the black. You can really tell the difference, but as long as we have enough contrast, we'll be able to use this for line art, and still give the impression that it's black without actually using the color black. So now we have a really bright and vibrant color palette. We're not compromising, and we can of course do tints and shades of this. You know, make lighter or darker versions of this, but we want to make sure that we're continuously going back to these colors. So one of the things that I want to do is I want to say, you know what? Let's make sure that I'm only referencing like crafting products. So we have our crayons here, we have candy. So instead of candy, you know, what are some of the options here that we could, that we could use? We have these big bubbly bits here on the cardigan, and we can see here that there are some paint brushes that are indicated. So maybe we could do something with the idea of including pencils, paint brushes, stuff like that. Um, so first off, I love the idea of having a big old pencil, right? Of the character having just a massive pencil. So let me kind of put the arm up in a pose that would support a pencil. Oops. Ah, escape. Stop. I hate when I forget that I have the lasso tool turned to, all right. Oh, no, vertical. There we go. So I'm going to put the arm something like this. Obviously, this is very icky to look at. Sorry about that. But we're going to just kind of pose this arm and hand as if it's holding a pencil of some sort. Also brings the arm away from the body a little bit, breaks it up a little smidge. I'm going to make sure that I'm getting the rotation at the shoulder. There we go. Pulling this in here. So I'm going to do something like a large pencil. I think that could be really fun. I'm going to use this yellow here. I'm just going to make a big, there we go. And we'll do a lighter color for the, again, these are all just suggestions. This doesn't mean that it's any better or any worse. These are just things. These are ideas. I love getting to see what character design choices people have made, because it just gives me so many ideas, right? That's why it's so important to look at references. Um, I'm gonna actually carve in one to make a really interesting shape, but two, a lot of artists, traditional artists, will actually use an X-Acto knife or some sort of blade to sharpen their pencil. So by cutting it in like this, it kind of harkens back to it. One makes it a little bit more interesting, a little bit more quirky, but also references real life art materials and how artists sharpen their pencils. Um, I had to use a blade to sharpen my pencils in school. Um, Not everybody does it anymore, but is what it is. Let me also use instead of silver, I'm gonna use like a purple. I'm gonna lighten up the same purple. So I've color blotched this purple here, and I'm just gonna use that as an example. If you have a silver, if you're not using a limited color palette of like black, white, and red, using purples or blues in your silver is just a really good way to make your silver look a little less um dull. And also too, I'm gonna take you know, maybe the eraser has been heavily used, and if anybody's used one of these pencils, you know that it's usually a sharp angle that you've used. So now we have a little bit more personality, a little bit more quirkiness to our pencil, and we have a big prop for our character. Something that maybe that's laying on the floor, something like that. Cool. So now we have a really interesting prop. It could obviously be a pen or a paintbrush or something else, but we've given our character a really interesting um, new thing, you know, to play with the design. And also, too, if we wanted to, we could play with the posture of our character. So maybe there's a little bit more weight on one foot than the other, because this is an exploratory drawing. You know, we're having fun. So let me show you an easy way to change the posture of our character. One thing is you want to make sure that there is weight that's being centered. So I'm going to shift the legs over to the side, trying to maintain a center of gravity. Hi, Neo. How are you? Welcome in. So here's my center of gravity. And see how the heel of this foot is based in our center of gravity. So now, when we bend out the other leg, we know that this leg can support the weight of our character. Unless they are flying or floating, which might be the case for your character, and I am going to send this leg out a little bit, and I'm going to take a warp, and I might bend the leg in, you know, kind of make it look like we've got like the knee inward, but we've got this outward. Obviously, our one thing to remember is that the tip of your toes should be in the same direction as your knee. A lot of people will forget that. It's very difficult for you to bend your foot out of alignment with your knee. So if we did this, our foot would probably have the toes like touching the ground. The heel would probably be up a little bit. We wouldn't want our toes to be facing outward because our knee is facing inward. So maybe I bend this out a little bit, have a little bit of a little S pose. And what I'm going to do down here real quick is I'm just actually going to flip our shoe and unskew. Something like this. This adds just a little bit more interest and personality to our character. And now our knee and our toes are facing about the same way. Get rid of that center of gravity. So, you know, here, sorry, Mandy is standing right in the way. Neo, how are you? Welcome in. And also too, I might even copy paste. Whoops. Copy paste. Flip. Put this here this way. And have the foot facing more like forward. Have the toes face a little bit more forward here. And just make sure that I'm there we go. Something a little bit less, you know, there. So now we have a little bit of interest. I like the style of this character. Me too. Here's the original. Oh my god. Here's the original. And our focus is introducing, I'm holding up my fingers like you can see. Introducing more art supplies instead of candy, just to really hammer home because the character's name is Crayon, and I really love this headpiece. It's very strong. And two is to iron out our color palette. Those are the only two concerns that I'm working with now. So we've also added this really interesting prop and changed up our character's pose a little bit. Um, just to make a little bit more interest. So now I'm gonna grab this again, and I can still see that the weight is off. So let me go back to distort. I'm gonna make sure that I am keeping the center of gravity, but it didn't need to be over that far. So now we have here is our before and our after. We have a little bit more interest, and our character is very playful. So I think that's just, you know, par for the course. So we have our color palette here. What I would do immediately is start using what we have already. So we have a little bit of like a bodysuit underneath, and then we have this big old chunky cardigan. Let me turn off this pencil. So the cardigan I think is a really fun idea, and with cardigans, I think it's an opportunity for us to play with a really interesting silhouette. So instead of these two colors, let me choose from one of my original colors up here, and I'm gonna start playing with a silhouette. Let me turn on my symmetry tool. I love that I would also go art teacher style and fashion. Yes. Yes. All right, let me get this about center. Okay, so for the silhouette, let's just say let's imagine this character is silhouetted. Again, the headpiece is so strong, we might need something down here to counteract how much is happening here. Or we need to find ways to bring that further down and have more interest up top and then have it taper down into a sharp, you know. So let me do an example of a another silhouette. So let me just use black. So maybe we have something like this. We have our crayon, something, you know, something out like this. And then our hair comes a little bit further down. And maybe we have something here to like pull our interest. Maybe our sleeves are super puffy. Our arms are out like this. And we have our legs down here. And maybe we have a big shoe or something like that. And already we have such an interesting, and adding this little flare at the bottom helps balance out what we have here. Or, you know, let's say we want to maintain the legs here, the same legs pretty much as our silhouette. Yeah, obviously it's using we're using symmetry, so it's not going to be exact. But if we have something like this, maybe our sleeves are a lot bigger, much bigger sleeves. Small hands, big sleeves, and then we have this big top here. Maybe we introduce some of the hair back into this character. And we still have this very recognizable crown shape and a tapered bottom. I think this is also a super interesting silhouette. Um, and it's based off of an already interesting design. So with that in mind, let me go in here and start playing with something like the hairstyle. So I'm gonna go and I am going to clean up some of these little strays. I don't want to get rid of the curliness that we have, these really interesting curls. I want to maintain those. So let me bring them away from our crown and put those curls someplace else. So let me go 50. There we go. So maybe our hair billows out a little bit more down here. And maybe let's do some really exaggerated curls here at the bottom. Now we're kind of adding some interest to our silhouette without getting rid of the personality of this character. That's the last thing I want to do when I get a character design. I don't want to get rid of any of the very intentional uh personality of this character. I want to make sure that I'm doing the best I can to maintain all of the awesome personality that people have put into their characters, and also too the integrity of, you know, so this character has curly hair. I The last thing I want to do is get rid of that curly hair. And now we have more of it. We have these really cute bangs up here. So let me even further like emphasize that we have like a little curl here. um I really love the hair on this character. That's not something I have a problem with at all. I'm just seeing more of it here, and now we have a lot of really interesting stuff happening with our silhouette, and I'm gonna bring it down even farther. If it looks like a mess, don't worry about it. We're gonna go over it. Of course, we're using symmetry tools, so it is what it is. Let me get the There we go. And of course, this isn't the only type of hair curl. This is just the hair curl that I thought of. But I definitely recommend, if you're interested in doing like textured hairstyles or curly hairstyles, take a look. There's a bunch of different hairstyles. There's a bunch of different textures, and this is a shape that I'm just kind of playing around with. Yeah, Elizabethan curls. Whoa!
You got mail.
Hi there, Raiders. Welcome in. Oh, I'm gonna save. I'm gonna save. Ah, oh, hold on, I need to save. I'm gonna save this file. Welcome, Raiders. How are you? Physical violence. Oh no. Uh-oh. Physical violence on me? Mannequin Mall Mannequin? Illustrator Animator Professional Goober? Oh my gosh. Welcome in, Omega. How are you? Welcome in, Raiders. Oh my gosh. Okay, alright, alright, alright. You guys are getting out of hand. You guys are getting out of hand. But welcome, Raiders. How are you? What were you doing today? Hi. Hi, Star Praiser. Oh my goodness. Hello. Welcome in. Hi there. Welcome, guys. Oh my gosh. Hold on. I'm trying to open your Twitch. Ow. Too much gamma, welcome in. Thank you so much. Hold on, I'm trying to open your Twitch. What were you doing today? Welcome in, everybody. Sorry, the energy's crazy today. Oh, cute. Oh, my guy. Sorry, I just like to I just like to look. I'm just nosy. I'm just nosy.
Sip sip.
Oh, you started talking. Oh my goodness. Sorry. A clip came on and you started talking. I got scared. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. I'm Mandy Quinn Mall Mannequin. I'm an illustrator, animator, professional goober. And today, we're doing art critiques. This is art made by Crayon. This is currently a character design critique. But if you don't already know me, like I said, I'm Mandy Quinn Mall Mannequin, and I draw stuff like this. Welcome in. How are you, Magus? Is it Magus? Magus? Welcome in. I'm trying to make sure that I pronounce things right. What were you up to today? I'm so excited to meet you. Welcome. And if you guys are interested, all of this art that you see up here, let me turn that off. All of these are available as prints and stickers. Magus? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hey yeah. Hey yeah. Oh my god, y'all. One, I don't know how to read. Two, don't know how to pronounce things. Welcome in. Your design is super cute. I hope you had a fabulous stream. I'm so excited to see you. Welcome in, Raiders. I animated a bunch. I guess I would love to see art tax. I'm holding out my hand and snapping my little fingers. I am just holding out my hand. Gimme. I would love to see. Welcome in. Oh hell yeah, you already had it ready. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, oh, you're kicking the door in. What the fuck? Physical violence. I love that. Oh my gosh. It's from yesterday. Oh, hell yeah. How long is this animation gonna be? Oh, that's cool. Hold on. Let me see if I can't put a, let me see if I can't do a window capture, huh? Let me see if I can't do a little window capture as a treat. A little, a little tiny window capture as a treat. Ignore my Chrome window, everybody. A little bit of a window capture as a treat. Me with a scuffed stream. It's a little treat, guys. It's a treat. Look how sick that is. Oh my god. You fucking kicking that door down. Damn. Damn. Oops, that's my chat. Okay, well, hold on. Can I make a new open in new window? Yeah, nice. Okay, perfect. So I can still see what your chat is. There we go. Amount a minute. Oh my gosh. That's so much commitment. That's crazy. This looks great. Thank you so much for sharing this with me. I love it. Oh my god. Yeah, no, it definitely reads. You are absolutely killing it. I love that. And there's not very often that I get animation as an art tax. So I love this. Thank you so much for sharing this with me. Oh, hell yeah. If you guys don't already follow, please do. Give them all your love, okay? Or else, right? And thank you so much for the raid. If you need to go take care of yourself, please do. Gotta get something good to eat, something good to drink. But if you'd like to stay, we're currently doing an art critique. And we're on our second one. It's a character design. I'm super excited about it. Hi, Dragons. How are you? Welcome in. And welcome, Raiders. Today, I actually have a promo code for 10% off of things in my shop because I've been participating in a raid train with the Capsule Collective. So if you're interested in getting any of my art here, or taking a look at my shop, there is a promo code for 10% off. And I'm gonna go rest, gonna lurk. Thank you so much. Thank you for the raid and welcome, raiders. Also, if you just like to look, that's also fine too. Let me get this back up. All right. So to bring you guys up to speed, we have this submission of a character design by Crayon. Eats the promo code. Thank you so much for eating that promo code. I hope it's delicious. So we have this really interesting and really awesome, very cute design for Crayon. And so far, we're focusing on altering our silhouette a little bit. So here's the before, here's the after. And I'm starting here with the hair. I actually might bring the hair out a little bit more, but here's a test silhouette that I made. Um, and I'm thinking I'm gonna bring the hair out here and make these sleeves really puffy. Yeah, so you can see here I brought the hair. Let me actually make this a little bit. Are they a streamer? I'm not sure. I can imagine so. This looks a lot like a VTuber design, so I would imagine that they are. Let me double check too. Another thing too is I'm gonna make these crayons a little bit larger. I also like the idea of making it look like these crayons and things have been used. It's a little bit less expected. Thanks for lurking, Rainbow Sheep. How are you? Well, I mean, you don't have to answer if you're lurking, but you don't have to answer if you're lurking. Okay, so here's the hair. Me. Thanks for lurking. Also me, ask them a question. Hi, Ra, how are you? I'm your little butterfly. I'm gonna need to follow any here. Let me see if I can't find in their in the submission. The name that was provided was Crayon, but let me make sure that they have a if they have a Twitch. Please. I do them out of order too, just kind of whatever order. Okay, hold on. I'm looking. We have a Puka submission. We love a Puka submission. We have a lot of really awesome. Okay, Crayon. Let's see. Blue Sky. They have I Draw Tunes at Blue Sky. It doesn't look like they've provided a Twitch at all, but let me check their Blue Sky real quick. Just drank some of my tea and it felt like rivers from hell. Was it too hot? Oh my god, take care of yourself. Jeepers creepers. Okay, let me see. Let me see. I Draw Tunes. Oh, super cute. Super cute. If you guys want to follow Crayon, here is Crayon's Blue Sky. Um, looks like they work in animation and they have a really vibrant color palette. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Boiling hot. Oh god, please take care of yourself. Jeepers creepers. All right, so I'm going to go more with my sketch here that I did. I'm going to keep this like bubbly thing here. Do these fun curls, these like big sausage curls, these Elizabethan curls. How many malls have you dummied? You don't ask a lady how many malls they've dummied, you know what I mean? But I am a dummy from a mall. I'm a mannequin. I'm a male. I'm a man. Miss me with that mentally ill shit. Sorry. Anybody also love, absolutely adore stupid shit on TikTok? Just me? Okay. All right. So I have the hair down here as well, just because I want to see a little bit more of it. But if it conflicts with our sleeves, I'll get rid of it. So now we have this really fabulous, oh, me. Hell yeah. TikTok brain rot. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. So obviously this looks like a mess. This looks like a hot mess. I'm so sorry, but it's going to get there. Before, after. Obviously the arm is in a position. I kind of went crazy with it. I feel like I'm gonna just do symmetry because I kinda like this idea. So let me put this silhouette up here. So here we have this hair that we've added. And now I'm gonna focus on the cardigan. I think the cardigan is gonna be an excellent way for us to not only use remember how we talked about contrast earlier? Well, this hair and the skin tone are gonna be excellent contrast for this big puffy cardigan. So even though our silhouette, might conflict or bleed into these really big sleeves, the color is going to be another way for us to sorry, I'm only turning on streamer mode again on my got so distracted. How do you voluntarily turn on streamer mode? I forgot because I turned it off because I couldn't make my Discord invite. Streamer mode. There we go. Enable. Perfect. My grandma is calling. Oh my god. Hold on. Hold on. I can't ignore my grandma. Oh, I just missed the fucking call. Okay, hold on. I'll be right back, y'all. I'll be when my mom is calling, she can understand. My grandma calling, she won't. So I'm gonna have to call her back. Always says I'm gonna submit something for critique and consistently forget. No, that's so fair. Hold on. If you'd like to submit for the art critique next month, here's the link. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Piss. Let me mute myself. Oh my gosh. Hello. Gets kind of wait, what's happening? What's going on? What are we talking about down here? Goes everywhere, cut through multiple places at once. What the hell is happening down there? Twerks to this calm beat. Yeah, you guys are doing it. You guys are cutting it up. My goodness. Good gracious. My grandma called me because my grandma still keeps a checkbook and she was very kind to send me a little bit of money for my birthday. And she called. She's like, "Mandy, I want to make sure that you cashed my check." I was like, "Yes, grandma, I did. I'm so sorry." But she called me at work last time and I was like, I forgot to call back. So she's like, "Well, it's not your fault you didn't call back because I didn't leave a call back. I didn't ask you to return my call." I was like, "Oh, well, I still wanted to I still wanted to call back." And she's like, "No, no, it's fine." I was like, "Okay, okay, all right." Okay. All right, grandmama. Anyway, I love my family. I love my grandma. Yeah, my grandma's cool. Cool grandma. I told her, I was like, "Hey, how you doing?" And she's like, "Well, I got my aches and pains, but I learned to live with them." I was like, "Okay." That makes me think of a time when I worked at a dollar store in college. Makes me fucking think of a time when this older woman came in. She was probably in her, like, 70s or 80s. It's like, "Hey there, ma'am, did you find everything you were looking for?" She's like, "Yeah, I did." And I said, how you doing?" And she's like, "Oh, just waiting for the good Lord to take me." And I was like, "What? Ma'am? Ma'am, what the miss? Are you okay? Just waiting for the good Lord to take me." And I was like, "Ma'am, you're gonna fucking calm down, please. Let's go, take me too." Yeah, no, unhinged grandmama. Goddamn. Streams made me do the impulsive decision to improve elements of my own design of my Sona. That's super exciting. The one of the things too, again, these are all just suggestions. None of this is stuff that I think that Crayon should and has to do to their design. You know what I mean? These are all just suggestions, and part of a critique is showing you the possibility and giving ideas. But nothing I say is law. Nothing I do is the best way to do it. It's just different people with different ideas. And I think if you go into a critique um thinking, "Oh, you know what? Like, I didn't really care for a lot of the suggestions that Mandy made." That is okay. I will not take it personally. In fact, you can completely ignore everything I say about, let's say a character design or just any kind of suggestion. That is also okay. You know what I mean? Like this is all just for fun, and the fact that you guys have submitted your work to be talked about is a huge step in the process. It's huge. Um, and I'm really thankful that you guys trust me to give critique. Uh, Fix me, Mandy. Make my clown better. I love your design. I love your design already. Actually, we did do, I think you did submit to an art critique once of your character design, and all I did was just add little baubles. I saw a TikTok a while back of a 100-year-old woman who was like, "Check out my urn. I can't wait to get in it. Grandma, please calm down with the like." Oh my god, grandma. Alright, so here we have a slightly different shape, and you might be saying, "And Mandy, that is a blobby mess." Don't worry. I'm fixing it. I'm working on it. I love the idea of having this contrast of big, bulky versus like itty bitty. So here I'm gonna go and I'm gonna start. I'm gonna use that color. So that same green. I'm gonna use this vibrant green and go. Tsu. This makes me think of like a watermelon candy. The energy I need at the end of midlife. Okay, so here is that newish silhouette. Let me actually go back here. And I know that I posed this arm to, like, sit, behind that pencil, but I'm just gonna remove that because I like this little wrist up kinda nerd candy Wonka coated. Let's go. Let's go. If I become a granny, I'm just gonna say, "I always come back, mark my words, sonny." "Grandmama, you okay?" A sucker for neon pink and green, yeah, and these are the colors that this obviously are already here, but I've used colors that are directly from these crayons. Um of course, too, it might be helpful to have, um, something like, an orange blue, but this is a really fun combination, and the contrast against the skin tone and the stuff happening underneath of it is still present. So now I'm gonna go back in. make sure that I am on another layer, and I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna put the wrists out here, make sure that I have the right color here. Little tiny little wrists, and maybe the hands out here. We have our little, our little thumb, our little delicate little hand out. A lot of people do little fun poses for their hands. These hands are a little bit exaggerated, a little bit large, but they're gonna have gloves on them. Hi, Tenchi, how are you? I think a classic white glove will help anchor us a little bit. We have a white frill here, which is reminiscent of lace, almost like a maid kind of lace, but it's giving more clown than maid. And then we have these high stockings that are also white. So a white glove not only is super classic, but will also anchor the character. So I don't want to lose the. Did you pray to Miku? I did pray to Miku. So let me make sure that I'm keeping the silhouette, and let me grab, like, this color, and I'm gonna just kinda we have our little hand here. I'm gonna do a very exaggerated, like, big Mario glove kinda. And 'cause Crayon is an animator, I'm gonna do three fingers, just to harken back to animation. Big old puffy sleeve there. Obviously, the hands are bent in a strange way, but you know what I mean. "Ah, hail the slab, Miku." Actually, you know what? Maybe I should have them more out to the side, kinda dramatic. Hold on, let me just go something like, something like oh my gosh, something like this. Ugh, hello? There we go. Something very classic. A lot of VTubers you'll see will have, like, the hands out to the side. It's just a fun way to get the hands to look a little less static than, being closed to the side. Something like that. I'm keeping the 3 fingers just because I think it'd be fun. Is that Maple Story I hear? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Hell yeah. Alright, so here we go. We have just, like, these little hands out here. I'm also gonna go back in here and, define a little bit of what we have going here with the cardigan. I'm just using the same outline color that we've been using just for brevity's sake. Thanks for co-working. So I want to make sure that I am maintaining the features that I almost said carrot that crayon has put into their design. I'm just going to make sure that I'm getting things about in the same proportion. I don't want to like completely ruin what the work that they've already put into this. There we go. We have like the little center here. And then, maybe we have it pop out here, or if we want our sleeve in front, we can also do that, have our sleeve in front. But I think it might be nice for us to bring out some shape in the silhouette here. Of course, we could always make this longer or shorter. Let me see what kind of silhouette here. Oh, I see. Here's the waist right here. I'm putting my finger on the screen so I can. That's about where the waist was. Okay, there we go. So we have a little bit of an exaggerated waistline here. Boop. Something like this. Very vibrant, very bright colors. I wanna draw them so badly, they're so cute. Yeah, hell yeah. I went to Wendy's, the price was 28 bucks. What'd you get? What'd you get? Okay, we'll just also do this. Alright, just trying to make sure that I maintain some of the line art. I don't wanna get rid of any of it here. Um, okay, so we've got, a good start here. Let me put a little bit of a there we go. I had Wendy's breakfast food for the first time in, like, 2 years. Shit slaps so hard. Let's go. What'd y'all get? I want Wendy's.
Oh, I want Wendy's.
Okay, so we still have this little cardigan, almost like a hoodie, but obviously if you put a little bit of texture on it, it would look a little bit more like a cardigan instead. Something like this. There we go. And one of the things that I think could be really fun is if we inverted. So maybe we have like Let me turn the symmetry off. Maybe we had the pink here on this sleeve, and we have the green on the other one. That's classic. I mean, that's a classic. Just kinda adds a little bit of interest to the sides. Nothing too crazy. And it could be fun to add a little bit more of a cardigan texture. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take overlay, or I'm gonna have white, and I'm gonna set it overlay maybe at like 30%. And I'm just gonna do like maybe a 50%. Uh, I probably haven't had Wendy's in that long, not gonna lie. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Oh my gosh, I miss Wendy's. If you insist, I got a double bacon burger, large fries, strawberry lemonade. Oh damn, that sounds delicious. First Wendy's in my city just opened, and I haven't had the chance to try it. Well, you should. It's pretty good. The chicken sandwiches are pretty good. Got a sausage, egg, and Swiss croissant God damn. With breakfast potatoes and a tangerine lemonade? God da French toast. I had Waffle House for breakfast slash lunch. Breakfast slash lunch, let's go. So I'm gonna do like a bit of like a knit texture here. I'm just using overlay. Actually, it does not look like anything. So let me try and use like a different. I'm trying to use a okay. That's kind of all right. We'll just use light in color, and I'll like knock it down a little bit. So here we have like a bit of like a knit texture if we really want to play into it being like a knit cardigan. And this will separate the solidness from everything else. So we're playing around with introducing new textures, we're adding interest to this design, and we're also filling up spaces that would otherwise just be really big and empty. This is just an example of some sort of texture that we can include here. Um, so yeah, there's a little bit of texture, a little bit of interest, and it also makes me think of yarn, which is another crafting supply, another art supply. So we're kind of coming back into um the art supply business. We have now a reference to yarn. We have the headpiece, which is very clearly made of a bunch of crayons. This like either the felt art or the scratchboard art. And these could very easily be stickers. So we're already, you know, still, bringing back make the hair yarn? Oh, that is a good idea. Hmm. Wondering if the yarn would conflict with the cardigan's yarn? So let me turn this off, and let me go over the hair with let's choose this color. And let's see if I could do like a bit of like a yarn texture. This more kind of looks like highlights than anything else. Let me see if I can't try to get a yarn vibe. I do like that a lot. There a lot of doll wigs will be made out of yarn, but they actually like brush it so it's like it makes wefts. Does that read? Does that read at all? Might be too complex. Might be too complex, but I love the idea of having yarn hair. I feel like I would honestly, if the braids if the braids were, like, tighter, um, smaller, tighter braids, having them be made into, like, chunky little yarn pieces would be so cute. Yeah, you brush it out and make it fluffy. What if you had colorful stripes near the tips of the fingers? That could also be really cool. Ooh, it could look like they've been finger painting. So let me do that. So maybe that's where we introduce some other colors from here. They had a lot of rainbow dots and bits all over the sleeves. So maybe we add in our rainbow by making the tips of the fingers different colors. Obviously the thumb is in a different place here. And maybe also too, it's another way that they use to, like, count. Maybe they count on their fingers, make it if they are going for, like, more of a teacher kind of vibe. There we go, purple, and I'm gonna take, like, a like this pink color. Make it a little lighter, put it here on the finger. There. So now we have a really interesting I love that idea. Throw the paint on them, it's messy. Love clown creating so much. Yes. It's there's I mean, there's literally you can literally do anything, right? The possibilities are endless, and the only thing is how can I help make your vision stronger? How can I help you make your vision stronger? That's what these critiques are for. You know why this looks odd? It's because the perspective's strange. Let me just oops. There we go. Perspective was a little off. Doop, doop, doop. Go back here, take my green, do this. Guys, unrelated, completely unrelated. I got a haircut today and I desperately needed one. I haven't gotten a haircut since like October. Ah, yuck. And I have short hair, so anybody that has short hair knows that that's literally eons. So, anyway, so that looks better. Now the arms look like they're going in the right direction. Another thing that I would like to do now is I don't want to lose the fact that they're wearing a bodysuit. I don't want my edits to change that they're wearing a bodysuit. So let me come in here and make sure. Oops, let me turn this back on. I have short hair. My hair grows very quickly. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it's just how it is. So let me have this pop up over top, so we're not missing that bodysuit. And I might have it come a little bit further down here on the hips, just so and I build the hip out a little bit more, just so I don't lose it. And it looks like they also incorporated lace, some sort of lace. So what I want to do is I want to make sure that I'm not getting rid of some of these little flavor details that they very intentionally put in here. Um, but how can I make it look a little bit more like a craft supply? Um, so we could go with the crayon shapes that they've already established. So they have, you know, like the little triangular bit. Or it also could be reminiscent of when people use those crimped scissors to cut stuff. I don't know if you guys remember those scissors, where you would cut and it would make like a little wavy edge or something. That's also a really pretty texture here. It also makes me think of like lace and stuff like that. Let me snooze these ads. So yeah, we could go with that. It's, crimped with crimping scissors, or, maybe we do something fun with like a zipper, which is also, zippers could also be a crafting supply. So I'm gonna take the silver from this big pencil that I did, and I'm gonna try to make a new design feature with these zipper teeth. And maybe here we have a big old zipper that hangs out in front. Now we're kind of playing around um with some different, we're getting sewing and crafting. We have like some more like textural situation here. We're playing with fabric. You know what I mean? And now we have something that could also be a design element like a necklace. And I think it's fun. We can bring it down here too if we wanted as like a new trim. Maybe they have the same, maybe the back of the outfit has a little zipper, or maybe we can include this zipper on the side. Copy, paste. Let me do this. Maybe have a zipper on the hip like this. Just a little bit of fun, something a little bit interesting but we're still playing around. We have yarn, we have zippers, we have crayons, we have paint. We're really trying to sell that, like, maybe it's a classroom vibe, or, you know, maybe it's just something tactile where our hands are on these things. Cuz art is very much, you making things, whether it's with your hands or, you can use your feet. You could, I don't know. Art has a lot of playfulness and texture behind it. And I think we're just leaning really hard into that. Um Another thing is too, these little bubbles, these bubble bobbles are kind of cool. You could incorporate that up here in the cardigan if you wanted some different texture. I think what we could do here, I'll make sure that the symmetry is off. I think I might wanna keep it a little flatter and introduce those bubbles someplace else. It's a really interesting design element that I think would be fun to keep, so I wanna see where I might be able to put it someplace else. I also want to see if I can't make these little socks higher. Maybe some of the pom-pom balls made out of yarn? Yes! Okay, so let me make this here. I'm gonna also while our ads run, I'm gonna clean some of this up real quick, and I'll cut to the chase. I get so carried away with these entries, guys. I get so excited because the possibilities really are endless. But I gotta make sure that I have time for everybody. You know what I mean? And I might include some of the rainbow back into this. So if it looks a little bland, maybe I take the same rainbow from the fingertips. Maybe we do like a paint kind of thing here. How many do you get done in a stream? I try to do all of them, anywhere from 8 to 10, and we did have 10 entries. So, I'm gonna make sure that I get everything done this stream. They usually go a little bit late, so just wanna make sure that I'm there we go, something like that, and we'll do green on this side. Kind of also plays with our cardigan that we have up here. Hi, Bug, how are you? Welcome in. Thank you. I freaking love this stuff, guys. I don't know. I love character designs. I love when people show me what they're working on, you know what I mean? There we go. We have some sort of paint here. We're also playing with the pink and green. So here's what we have so far. The before, which I really love this character. I think the especially the headpiece, that's the strongest part. And then what we have so far, we have before, after. Already, you know, the pose is a little bit more playful, the hair is a little bit more playful. I think there's a lot to love about the original. Crayon pattern at the top, yes, it's so cute. Yes! Wait, hold on. You're right. No, you're right. No, you're right. Headpiece was my favorite part, the adjustments you made make it shine. Thank you! I was gonna say hell yeah, and instead I just said hell. Hell! Thank you. Oh, I love when people do that with the little hell. Don't mind me, don't mind me. Yes, okay, hold on, Neo, your brain is fucking huge. Stop, stop! How am I supposed to compete with that? Symmetry off. What am I gonna do with that? There we go. Okay, we have this, and then maybe we have this is the crayon kind of like reminiscent of that same pattern on the top. Wow, wow. Oh my god. Hold on. Oh, down, up.
Oh, these aren't homemade. They
They're
were
made in a
made in a factory.
factory.
A
A
bomb
bomb
factory.
factory.
They're
They're
bombs.
bombs. Something like this? No. Hmm. No, because it shows the negative space. Oh, you know what? Here. Have a thick and then that goes wavy. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. And the same thing here. Wow, wow, wow. Yeah. No, I love that. I love that. Yeah, wow, wow. Maybe just make it one color in between. That's cool. Yeah. Okay, we'll do the green and the pink. But again, we gotta, what we gotta do. The sound effects really make it. Thank you. No, your brain is huge. Brain is gigantic. Okay, so we have this here. We have this here. There we go. Yes. Yes. Yeah. See, honestly, too, if you're struggling with something, show it to your friends. You know what I mean? Show it to your friends. Say, hey, you know what? There's this thing I've been working on, and now you know what? It seems like the pink and green might be too much. So let me take some other colors. We have yellow. Let me find that blue. Now we have some other colors that we're introducing. Maybe we slap it over ah! Maybe we slap it over here as well. We have the same yellow. So we're calling back to it. Oh, there we go. All right. I like that. I think that's very fun. Can't make OCs, but can make stuff into clowns. There you go. Yeah, no, I recommend sharing things with your friends because your friends are gonna have ideas that you didn't think of, um, and it's just gonna be really fun to bounce ideas off of them, and people will I don't know, people just genuinely love to contribute, especially when it's something like a persona or a character. I think people just have so many wonderful ideas, and if you never show it to people, if you never share it, you're never gonna know. Okay, so we have this white down here. It might be a little too bare. I'm gonna while our ads are running, which oh, our ads are almost gone. If no friends submit to Mandy. Yeah, if no friends, that's so sad. If no friend, give to Mandy. No, you guys all have friends. You guys are stellar. There we go. Let me put this here. Let me make sure. So now that our a couple things. One thing that I mentioned earlier is I don't want to get rid of the integrity of the character and I don't want to get rid of the really cool item like ideas that the original artist Crayon put forth. So those polka dots, I think we can incorporate and make it look like a paint palette down here. And also it'll help the white not be so bare and it also call into these gloves and to this headpiece here. But see here now that the top is very interesting and our bottom isn't taking away from it, but our bottom does not look um like it's less important. So I'm gonna go in and do some paint splatters. I always share my stuff for insight, but I don't get much ideas of criticism that I want. That's fair. Splatters, finger paints, yes. Yeah. See, you guys are your brains are gigantus. Y'all got them brains. I don't know what y'all do with those. Okay, got some splatter. Put some of the same colors around here. Pop, pop. Grab the orange. I'm just grabbing the finger paint colors that we already established. One of the things that we wanted to make sure of is that we were using the same palette of colors. We're only using the same oops, we're only using the colors that we pulled from our crayon headdress. Put a little bit of yellow there, a little bit of yellow there. Green. Maybe this one's a little bit of like, you know what I mean? Green, green. It's okay to use rainbow. Rainbow's fun. We fucking love rainbow. But if you're making sure that you have some balance to it, it'll just make it'll just make your stuff stand out. Maybe there's this purple continues from one leg to the next. Look at that! Slay, slay, slay. Um, And the final thing would be some shoes. I think if we mimic some of this bubbly, big roundness that's happening up here in our shoes, we could definitely give a little bit more of a solid bottom to this pretty top heavy character. And as a reminder, here is the before and here is the after. So we're trying to maintain a lot of the intentional choices that Crayon made before after. Before, after. Some of the things that I'm missing here are these really cool buttons, which are also very tactile. We have some things that look like stickers. So I think I'm going to bring the buttons back. Got to show this to art content creation friends. People who understand branding can help. Absolutely. Yeah. I think there's just a bunch of really awesome ideas. And focusing those awesome ideas is just going to make them stronger. I'm not trying to replace and I'm not trying to change. Does Crayon have a Twitch? Not that I know of. However, Crayon does have a Blue Sky. Let me grab it seems like they work in animation or they are an animator. So let me get their Blue Sky for you. They did not leave a Twitch. I don't know if they stream, but here's that Blue Sky. Dude, sorry, Clocktown's popping off over here. Sorry, I got distracted. So, we might be able to call in the same pink and green or the same blue and yellow. Let me do the classic, like, red kinda shoe, see what that gets us. Of course, of course. Y'all, we need to play, Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time by extension. Okay, so these big, bold clown shoes might be the way to anchor us down here. Big, chunky. I like them big, quote. I like them chunky, quote. 5 points if you can tell me where that's from. 5 points to whatever you want your points to be for. 5 points, you can tell me what I like them big. I like them chunky. Madagascar? Which one? Which one? It's just me holding a water gun. Number 2? Are you sure? Just kidding, yeah. I think Moto likes you. No, you're right, you're right. No, you're right. And I'm gonna bring back our blue. Maybe instead of big chunky clown shoes, they're big chunky sneakers that are reminiscent of clown shoes. Name so nice, gotta say it twice. Alright, alright, all of y'all got 5 points. For what? That's for you to decide. For me to hold over you. Alright, let's just do some big old chunky maybe these are a little bit more like a sneaker kind of vibe, which kind of plays in really nicely with our fun, spunky character here. We're just doing a big old womp, 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 womp. I like having the tongue of the shoe be a design element. We have like some big junkiness here. Yeah, womp womp. And then I'm gonna add maybe we go back in with some white, just so it's not so crazy. Make them look a little bit like Converse. You know what? Every art student owned Converse, either Converse or Vans. I don't know what to say. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's just a fact. I think that's just a fact. The B4 remix on Mandy sound effects. I'm for everyone becoming a clown on Twitch. No, you're right. I'm so blessed, y'all. I'm so blessed that the clowns have adopted me on Twitch. Twitch.tv/Mandy is a clown now. I'm blessed. Y'all, bless this mess. You know what I mean? All right, so we got some fun white laces, but we have a pop of color. Obviously too, the toe hashtag bless up. Girl, you so spelled. I'm so spelled. Mandi. Is that what you want? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But yeah, so we could also take the opportunity to put paint on these too if we wanted to. I mean, that's just kind of crazy. It's kind of silly. That's kind of crazy. And also, I don't want to forget those pom poms. I also don't want to do too much. You know what I mean? Here's some paint. Pow, pow. I had Converse, and one of the things that I got on my shoes in art school was the acid from the printmaking bath. If anybody's ever done printmaking, there was acid that you used to etch copper plates. I got that all over my shoes, and I, like, for a hot second thought that I was gonna melt my shoes, but then the printmaking instructor, showed us the vat of this, like, dark orange acid. He's like, "Yeah, don't worry if you drop your plate in there, because you had to, like, suspend your copper plate in there." He just dunked his whole arm in this acid, and I was like, "Ah!" You know, of course, we freaked out, and he's like, and then he just, like, washed his arm off. He's like, "Yeah, no, if you just wash it off, you'll be fine." But it will eat through your skin only a little bit and make you itch and feel irritated. And I was like, oh, okay, well, it's not, that's not so bad. Neutral progression, all paths lead to clown. Natural progression. I did not go to art school, but my favorite shoe that I had all the way until high school was an aqua pair of Converse. They lasted years. I only recently threw away some of my Converse because the sole was peeling off of them. Imagine he laughed and half his arm just plopped onto the ground. No! I also had another professor, um, that drew in charcoal and then smeared his hand all over his piece. And after he'd done, like, probably like 10, 15 minutes worth of work, and we're all like looking at it, and he just smacks his hand on it and just smears that shit everywhere. And I was like, "Ah, ah," and then he just started using a kneaded eraser to like erase it and like get his drawing back. And I was like, you son of a bitch. The sole at the bottom of mine was wearing out in one spot. There's almost a hole. Beautiful. I was a docks kinda guy? I can see that. You got the clomp clomp, you just stomp around. You need to assert your dominance is what happens. Had red high tops, been through hell and back. I had orange high tops, yay. I still fit my docks this day. My bunnies used to eat the rubber. I don't do high tops, though. I got big calves. No, that's fair, that's fair. Big calf community, rise up. Stick your leggies up. Last year in summer, I saw TikToks of someone walking on pavement with the caption saying "coldest day in Arizona," and the shoes were literally turning to liquid. Arizona is actually a Feywild. People don't usually know that. That is actually the American Feywilds, if you can believe. It extends up into Nevada a little bit. I think Las Vegas is where the Fey make you exchange your name to become indentured servants. Okay, I'm gonna add some of these pom poms real quick, and I don't want to keep y'all. I keep saying I'm gonna stop because I this is literally only the second one. This is literally only the second one. Okay, we'll do some pom poms. Oh no, I said I was gonna do buttons. Shit. Button. Um, a button. Y'all, I'm cooked. I'm cooked. Button. And then y'all. Hold on. Do 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 do. And we're just gonna do a little bit of y'all. I'm cooked. I said I was gonna stop. I said I was gonna stop, and I did. There we got some buttons. They add some new color. Fuck pom poms, man. Buttons. I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We also have this giant pencil that I don't think is even slightly important anymore, but I do really like. I'll just keep that here. The last thing I'm gonna do both. You're right. How could I have been such a fool? Okay, pom poms, pom poms, pom, pom, pom. I'm gonna do a little bit of a pom, 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 pom. It's like cotton balls. Did you guys ever use cotton balls on your art in like kindergarten and shit? They're cotton balls. They're glued cotton balls to their sleeves. Let's fucking go. All right, all right, all right. I gotta stop, y'all. Is it clear that I like art supplies and art class? Getting crazy with it. I'm getting crazy. Go stupid. Go crazy. Okay, last thing. I think this character either needs a tail or some sort of element down here. Obviously, too, the pencil also works. Like, we could keep the pencil like this. I could just kind of put it in like here. The pencil's super slay. I like the idea of having a big thing. Looking very artsy. Absolutely. Let me really quickly just do a I don't know. It doesn't I did way too much, y'all. I've got the too much gene. Jenna Marbles gave it to me. Just kidding. She didn't. I don't know her. The pencil looks sharp enough to stab somebody. Oh, yeah, the pencil, the reason that I did it like that is cuz sometimes in art school they make you carve your pencil with like an X-Acto. And so it has this kind of exaggerated shape here because you had to like carve it and gouge it out. Multicolored pom-poms in a good crispy bag. Oh, let's go. Okay, a bag, a purse, or a backpack would be really cool. Some sort of element that comes out to the side. So yeah, let's try a bag. Let's try a purse or a bag. Never went to art school. I'm self-taught. Hell yeah. You do not. Hey, hashtag you don't have to go to art school. Just saying. I went to art school. You don't gotta. You don't gotta do that. You don't gotta do that. I went to art school, so you don't have to. Maybe we have something like a white. I haven't even touched the necklace. I'm not. I'm gonna ignore the. We're not gonna do. You know what? Hold on. Oh my god. I keep telling myself I'm gonna stop, and then what do? I I don't. Here. This. I want that. I put that back. Also, some colorful makeup might be cool, but we already have the purple on the cheeks. I'm not gonna do too much to the face. Yeah. I keep saying I'm gonna stop. So maybe we did a bag. Like, hmm, what kind of bag would it be? Went to school for IT? You have you've really you're that's awesome. I love that. I love that. Honestly, I loved going to art school. An eraser bag? Oh, hell yeah. I went to tech school and I still draw away. Honestly, so here's the thing, y'all. Art is something that unless you want to make it your full-time job, your career, you do not need a degree to make art and enjoy the art that you're making. In fact, sometimes when you do pursue a career in art, um it ends up sucking a lot of the joy out of it. And of course, that's not to say that you can't make stuff to sell, but when you do that, it really does just take away the It can siphon out all of the fun and joy that you have because you're so preoccupied with making it make money so you can live. It is our critique day, Prez. Hi, I haven't gone over yours yet. We're almost done with this one. I literally already said that 15 times, but one of those cone erasers is a bag, one of those big rectangular. Oh, hold on. I think the big rectangular one. Hold on. Let's do a big rectangular one that might do it for us. Merge this. Hold on, hold on. Okay, we have a big pencil and then we'll do the big big eraser here. Bam, bam. Hold on, hold on. We're cooking. We're cooking. Something like this, right? Oh man, I can smell this eraser. Images you can smell. This might be too large. Hold on. This might be way too fucking big. I want to do to illustrate and learn graphic design. Hated it. Yeah, graphic design is definitely an acquired taste. Absolutely an acquired taste. Yes. Wait a minute. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Hold on. Hold on, dude. Crayon's probably like not doesn't even know that we're out here. That we're out here foaming out the mouth to make really fun art of their character. Okay, a big chunky eraser. Okay, we're gonna just kind of do this, and maybe we have the eraser kind of in half here. Ah, and then maybe we have like a little zip up here to show that it opens up. Maybe have a little ah little zipper here. There, little zipper. Little zipper never hurt anybody. Perfect. And then we have some sort of strap. I'm gonna skew, distort. There we go. There we go. I want that bag. Yeah, straps go with rope or something because that's cute. Mmm. Maybe oh, my wife's bringing in her computer chair. Maybe we do something like we can bring the yarn back. We could bring yarn or hmm. Oh, you guys. Ooh. Bottle not bottle caps. Oh my god. If Crayon's not gonna be a streamer, then they need to start because look at them. So you're right. You're right. Let me take yellow because we don't have any yellow right here. And let me see if I can't do like we'll do like this. Bow, 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 bow. Yeah. Okay, we'll do yellow for this strap. Yeah. This character's super cute. So here, let me go back to here's the before, which I really like, and here's our after. Oh, the strap is a measuring tape. It's a measuring tape. The strap's a measuring tape. I've decided. The strap's a measuring tape. Let's fucking go. I'm gonna cry. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. Guys, don't even get me fucking started on this. Don't even get me started. Oh, don't even get me started on this shit. Does that look like a measuring tape? Look me in the eye. Does that look like a measuring tape? There we go. Yes. Yes. Yeah, there we go. I need to stop. More. I know. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Crayon, if you watch the VOD, I'm so sorry. Y'all. One last thing, and I promise. I promise. Guys, I gotta stop. I do. But one last thing. One last thing that could be for all the marbles. An idea that I saw that I think would be super awesome, that I think could kinda just throw this thing over the edge. You might be saying, "Mandy, what else could you possibly do?" Stay with me. Pencil shavings. Stay with me. Pencil shavings. Stay. I'm begging and I'm pleading for you to stay with me right here, right now. Pencil shavings. Let me find where this is. Okay, it's in there. Hold on. I have these multiple groups of things. Okay, so instead of this, stay stay with me. I know. Mandy, 100 years, Mandy, I'm sorry. Okay, wait. So, here is the bag. If I have, like, here, right? Stay with me. You know how you shave your pencil and it does it does hold on, I need to double check myself. Pencil shaving. Yes. Okay, wait. Oh my god. My chat and my overlay, what happened? Wait. Chat in your overlay stopped or am I tweaking? No, it's still going. It's still going. It just might be a little bit slow. No, you're fair. You're fair. No, you're good. You're fair. You're good. All right, I'm gonna take the same color from our pencil and I'm gonna just pop it on the end here. Look. Look. Yes. Pencil shaving skirt. Let's go. Okay. Look. Is this is Waka Waka by Shakira, but it's lo-fi. What the fuck is that? I just heard it in my periphery. Okay. So here and you know what? Guys, I'm so sorry here. Hold on. You could go in with, like, a little bit extra to, like, give it, like, a layered effect here and do it again, like, a little bit to make it look even more like it's right? Guys, I said I would stop. I could stop whenever I want. I I can stop whenever I want. There. There. Done. Pencil shaving skirt. Pencil shaving skirt. Now it has to be in the headband. Neo, please. Please, Neo, please, I can't. My body. My body. Cause look at I know. Cause look at it. Oh, my Shayla. My Shayla. It is very cute. The pencil shape. Wait, now it does. It does. Oh, shut up, a bitch. Let me get him a symmetry again. Hold on. Okay. We're gonna do up here. Oh, you're right. No, you're right. Okay, you're right. Okay, something like this. Something like this. Waka waka. It's time for everything. Y'all, I don't know the words of this song, except for the I know the vibe. Okay, so then we this, right? Hold on. Shaving. Cool. Okay. Ah, I know. I'm sorry. Look at that. Oh my god. I'm on mobile. I saw the thumbnail briefly, and I thought the sleeves were big old bonkers. Off to the side. Just absolutely gigantic honkers off to the side. That's hilarious. I'm about to out myself. You know what? We see what we wanna see, alright? We see what we wanna see, okay? It's the ear incident all over again. Can I show that? Crow sent me this image, this beautiful image, and said, "Hey, you know what? I saw this, and I thought you should see it too." And I said, "Now what do you mean?" And then they sent the image, and I said, "Oh, well, isn't that just?" I'm trying to find the conversation too. Where is it? Oh, do I still have it? Marshall. Is this it? No. I didn't get rid of it, did I? I have so many messages. So many messages all the time. Do you mind resending it? Oh, do you mind sending it to me in Discord? Anyway, guys, I did way too fucking much to this. I did way too much for way too long. Let me put this in, let me get this group together and show you where we started, where we began. I think I spent literally a whole hour and a half doing this. Hi, how are you, Bino? How are you? I think I spent a whole hour and a half. Okay, so here is our before, which again, I love the vibe. I love the vibe. And here's our after. Let me put them side by side. Let me put them side by side too. I love this character design so much, and I think it just goes to show how awesome the character design was because all of us saw the potential of this character beforehand. You know what I mean? All of us saw the potential of the character and just had so many ideas and so much inspiration from what Crayon made before. Um, so I honestly, I mean, I oops, 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 whoops. Let me I wanna, cut some of this off. There we go. There we go. I just wanna Wow! Thanks for being a super shopper. Okay. What? Sometimes the super shopper doesn't do what I want it to. Let me get you all embiggened. Oh, why did the text not play? Hello? Let me make you bigger. Something the text might be in a delay. There might be a little bit of a delay. Hold on, I'm missing chats. Really was a whole lot. Yeah, I spent way too much time. Good, hope the stream's going good. It's going great. I spent way too much time on this one character design. Scale 2. There you go. Did that not do it? Hello? Hello? Why did you not do what I wanted you to? Is that, is there a problem, stream avatars? Hello? Hold on. Scale mall dummy 2. Huh. Interesting. In your DMs? Thank you. Okay, hold on. Let me get back in here. So here's our before and our after. Sorry, there is so much negative space on the sides. So here's our before and our after. And as you can see, I really wanted to keep the integrity of what Crayon made. I didn't want to get rid of Am I doing it wrong? Scale 2? Jump. Hold on. Okay, so the commands for stream avatars aren't working. Interesting. Why I wonder why. Help, let me restart stream avatars. Because if the commands aren't working, that's a problem. But yeah, so this just goes to show that you as an artist and you as a creator have awesome ideas. This is just full, chock a block full of really fun and creative ideas. And because of this one thing, this headdress that they made, and these awesome vibes that they brought to the table, we made this from this. So I highly recommend that you yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I honestly, the critique streams, I go way too hard. Alright, so let me try again with this. Let me try jump. There we go. Okay, alright, that should be fixed. I also did not see, if it's been happening the whole time. I feel like it happened earlier. There you go. There you go. Sorry about that. So yeah, so these were so much this is so much fun to work on. I kinda wanna make an art supply clown. So, if you guys like this kind of thing, right, where we make a character together, that of course is not just like taking someone else's character. Um, I can do a stream. I actually wanted to do a character design slash character turnaround tutorial slash demo stream. So, if you're interested in something like that, we could do this, but with us creating our own character, and I think that would be super fucking cool. Um, the whole point is to show that you have good ideas. You have good ideas and you are a capable creator, whether or not you have the skill level yet to make it happen. Talk to your friends, participate in art critiques, send your design, like your character design, to those design critiques. That'd be fun using polls to decide on features. Yeah, let's fucking go. Here, let me write that down so I don't forget. Also, Crow has sent me the ear meme. Please Twitch, please Twitch, please Twitch, please Twitch. I beg you. This is not it's ears. Twitch. It's a tutorial on how to draw ears. This round ear, pointy ear. Enough said. Enough said. If you didn't see it, you didn't see it. If you didn't see it, you didn't fucking see it, okay? I have so many ideas, it's just bad at executing. Absolutely. Um, if you didn't see it, you didn't see it. Thank you, Crayon, for your submission. Thank you so much, y'all. I'm gonna do my best to not spend 50 years on everything, but clearly we can all together make some really fun stuff. So let me write that down before I forget. To quote Slipknot before I forget. Any y'all like Slipknot? Y'all, sorry, I forgot how to say words for a second. Let me go to my note area, my stream. I have a stream ideas thread. Uh, character design with chat. So what we'll do is I'll probably make a poll in the Discord and on Blue Sky for some basic starting prompts. So like for example, a an art supply clown, or maybe I have like, some combination of words and the things that get the highest votes. Or we could do stuff like that, but and it doesn't have to be the only stream that we do a character design on, because I think there is so much potential. So I think it'd be really fun to play around. But yeah, so here is our fun design. Thank you again to Crayon for submitting. Let me get to our next design because it's already been 2.75 hours, and I need to start. I need to stop. Funny enough, we got another character design. Actually, you know what? Hold on. We have, let's see, one character design, two character design. We have a um let's do some photography. So this is photography sent in by Aria. And let me put in change this in. Change this up, by the way. Aria. Aria Fox. Okay. There we Aria. There we go. There we go. So this is some photography submitted by Aria. Um, I love this. Looks like it's like a hand sanitizer dispenser or like a baby teething toy. I thought that was a Shrek slipper, a Shrock. And we can see here that it's a tree with that protective grating around the outside. So if this is like a baby teething toy, it's kind of sad that it got left behind. Yeah, we have some really interesting stuff happening here like compositionally. So first off, obviously we have a pretty simple focal point, right? This is the most in focus, pretty much aside from our grate up in the front, and we have an item here that's in frame, and we have, believe it or not, a triangular composition here. The grate is creating these diagonal lines that are directly pointing us towards what we want to look at. So here, and if we just kind of we have this directionality here, just feeding into what we want to look at, and it's just pointing us in that direction. If you've ever wanted to study some simple compositions, I highly recommend looking at Renaissance paintings. Um, and so compositions like, like this, where there's like a triangle of focus, or maybe it's like off to the side a little bit. You might have a character here and other characters that are feeding into that. And there's almost about the same amount of negative space as there is active space. And so we have a really fascinating perspective here that is just absolutely pointing us at the object that we're focusing on. Also, we can kind of tell that this is at night. The lighting, is it's not quite bright enough. We can also kind of see where our light is coming from. There is the lamp post right there. Um, so it kind of, and it's quiet. There aren't any people around. All we see is this reminder that somebody was here. So it can be, depending on who's viewing this, it could be a little bit emotional. Like maybe they have children and maybe they recognize that this is like a teething toy or like a part of a baby's toy. Or maybe, it's a phone case or a hand sanitizer case or something. It's just a remnant that someone's there and no one's there now. So I think that's really exciting. But I think as for like a composition, I think this is really interesting. We have a very strong, and also too, the environment itself is pointing us to what we're looking at. So I think that's really clever. It's really fun, and we have just enough negative space to kind of like set it off. So I think the only thing that I might try is seeing if we can't crop out a little bit of our negative space, stuff that doesn't um give us what it doesn't necessarily help us. So we have a little bit of negative space over here where there aren't any of those lines in the grate. And now we've centered our object. So we still have that really awesome directionality. We've just gotten rid of a little bit of excess space on the side. So that's the only thing so far. And now, because Photoshop is a photo editing tool, so how can we make the color in this stand out? You can desaturate or saturate or hypersaturate things. And we have a pretty limited color palette. We have a lot of these cool browns. They're actually more close to like a purple or an orange. So here we have like this. Here we have a little bit of like this, little bit of like a burgundy kind of vibe over here. You can see here we have all these colors here, these reds, these orange browns, and green. And red and green are already complementary to one another. So we might be able to pull more red out of our surroundings and make this green more vibrant just to further hammer home what we're supposed to focus on. We don't want it to look garish, right? This photo seems to be a bit more about subtlety. So we don't want to overdo it. I think that's one of the things, like if you've ever used filters on your phone, it's really easy to even if you don't know necessarily like the fundamentals behind stuff like that, super easy to tell when something's a little blown out and overdone. The first thing I'm going to add is a um an adjustment layer called levels. Levels will allow you, and let me bring that over here so you can see it. There. Hold on. Hello? Where is this? Where is my. I don't. There we go. Why is that like that? Okay, hold on. I just want to. Hello? Okay. There. Okay, I just wanted to show you what levels does. So here is our levels layer. Let me put this back over here. Sorry, I was like, and if I push this up, you can see that our darks have become way darker because we're taking the dark here. Is my hold on, my pen is like off. Let me change that real quick. It's kind of hard to tell what's going on here. Hold on, I want to make sure that you guys aren't. It might need to be just a little bit bigger. That's better. Fixed it. Fixed it. Lock. V hand is a little hard to like get it to line up. Okay. If we take here the middle, we're changing where our midtones fall. So if we move it here, it's a little bit too bright. And then this is how light something is. So here, we're kind of dragging this in and we're like overexposing. That's not quite what we want. The levels layer really just gives you a bit more control over the exposure. So what I'm going to do is I might brighten it up a little bit. I'm going to adjust where some of our darks are coming from. I'm going to push our midtones in. And by using an adjustments layer like this, we can make sure that we can turn it off and turn it back on again. So here's before, after. It's very subtle. So let me zoom in a little bit. Before, after. We've just focused our contrast in just a little bit. Before, after, before, after. Everything just looks a little bit sharper, and all we did was play with our contrast. Now I'm going to go in and I want to pump up the color. So I'm going to make another adjustments layer, and it's going to be called hue and saturation. There's also vibrance. I like hue saturation because I can play with it a little bit more. Here are the sliders. This is Photoshop. So if we just want to saturate it more, I can move the saturation slider up, and here it is before, after. We're getting a little bit of in this shadow, some of this like dirty, rusty orange color before, after. It's really just pumping the colors up just a tad. Obviously, too, photo manipulation is its own skill, one that I don't have as much practice with. So I'm just focusing on getting a little bit more vibrancy, getting a little bit more contrast, things that I know could be improved, but not necessarily more nuanced like somebody that has experience with photo manipulation might have. And with my hue saturation and my levels layer, here is our before and our after. Before, after. It looks a little bit clearer. Our focal point is still focaling. And what I might do now is start playing with some temperature. I don't want to change the temperature so much that it looks out of place and odd. It's very warm, this photo. I can also make an adjustment layer. Let's see. Hi, Harry Fox. How are you? Welcome in. Let's see. I can do channel mixer, which brings up the red, the green, and if I push this down, you can see that it goes a little bit more towards being like this weird like blue color. If I push it forward, it turns into being more red. And what this red reminds me of is the orange, like orange lights on a street, like street lights. There we go. So if I turn this off, before, after, before, after, we've pulled in more of that red. And what I might do now is with a soft brush, I might start to erase out the mask on this. So here I'm pushing back into some of this by just erasing in the mask. Hello. What can I say is I won't get me banned here? What can I say that won't get me banned here? Well, that is a very loaded question and an odd one to ask. I recommend you look at the rules in my panels, which would be sick and would be awesome. Uh, but yeah, no, there's a lot of things you can say that would get you banned. But there are also many things that you could say that won't get you banned. So tread lightly, I suppose. So here we are before, after. I've left this kind of some of the original color, and I've left the edges to kind of make it feel like the lighting is playing off of that. Before, after. And here's all of our adjustments. Before, after. Now I'm just going to go back over and see if I can't pull some of this cooler green. And I'm going to use the blending mode color and a soft brush, and I might just kind of pull a little bit more of that cool green in here just to harmonize some of it a little bit more. Get rid of some of the muddiness that I have without completely getting rid of um the subtle changes in color. I think when it gets a little bit too same colory, it ends up making it look a little bit more like it's been manipulated. Seems to be acceptable. It's not super bad. It's just a D&D fact by Ed Greenwood. Yeah, I like D&D. Which, to be fair, sounds awful, actually. Well, as long as it follows the chat rules. Um, but if it is something that you feel is bannable, like if it just inherently feels like a bannable thing to say, probably not a good idea to say it anyway. You know what I mean? Here we go. So I'm bringing in some more of that green. And now you can see here that there's a little bit of a coolness that I've added. Here's the before, here's the after. Drow milk tastes like mushrooms. Well, it could be that the milk was made from mushrooms, or if you're meaning like milk from drows, I guess that makes sense. I mean, they eat a lot of mushroom in the Underdark. The Underdark has a that's an odd fact to bring up, but thank you, thanks. Anyway, odd way to start it off, but welcome in. Okay, so before, after. My green might be a little too intense, so I might knock that down. 1, 2, 3 to like 70%. There we go. So yeah, all I've done is I've added I see. Why so question, why is that a fact for here and now? I'm currently talking about a photograph, because we're doing an art critique stream today. Um, but it is an interesting fact. Probably not for here and probably not for now, but an interesting fact nonetheless. Anyway, so this is I think that's about all I wanna do to this photo. I don't wanna get rid of the interesting stuff that we have here. So again, here's the before. Why brown mushrooms and not milk cap mushrooms? That's also an excellent question. That's also an excellent question. Thank you for the fun fact. So yeah, before, after. I've intensified some of that red to contrast our green. I added a little bit more green to get rid of some of our muddy orange that we were making here in the shadows. And I cropped off a little bit of the edge on the side just to keep our focal point in the center and to get rid of some negative space that we didn't need. And I mean, it really just didn't the composition is so strong, and when you take photos, if your composition is strong, there's there shouldn't really be too much, else that you have to do. So, I really enjoyed this piece, and Aria, thank you so much for sharing. We're gonna move on to the next. Well, we're gonna move on to the next one. I hope you guys enjoyed this. I like seeing photography because it's, not something that I get to do very often. We had some photography in our last critique stream, that was absolutely beautiful, and I ended up spending time looking at, like, all of the photographs that were submitted, even though I usually just do, like, the one, if there is more than one. But, yeah, no, I thank you so much for submitting. Now, we have a let's see, we have an illustration, a mascot design. Ooh, you know what? Let's look at a mascot design. This is by Space Bits. Let me get their mascot, and the character's name is Nimbus, the Sunset Cloud Bat. So, look at this little guy. Look at this little baby. Alright, hold on, let me do the properties. So this is a character, this is a mascot designed by, Space Bits. What a little bean, absolutely. I'm gonna take a sip of my, I'm gonna take a sip of my boba. Y'all, if you aren't if you're co-working and you haven't stretched or you haven't gotten up from your seat and you haven't had a drink of your water, take care of yourself, okay? Make sure you guys are going to the restroom and doing what you gotta do. I'm just absolutely yapping. Lurkers, thank you so much for lurking. Mm, grocery delivery, let's go. For once, I actually have boba and my cup is a little boba cup. Ain't that just the way? Okay, okay. Let me get my, my arms back. There we go. Okay, so this is a character design, by Space Bits of a mascot, and I really love some of the things that I'm seeing here. Actually, I love all the things I'm seeing here, but I really love some of these ideas that Space Bits has incorporated. There's an element of celestial, so we have like the starry sky, sun, but as an extension of having like clouds, stars, sun, you know, sky, they've also incorporated weather. So, you know, the idea of crying or tears is very, very easy to, you know, associate with storms and rain. And they've shown us here that there's lightning in the clouds. The clouds have, or, you know, they're kind of like chunky and blobby. I already get, in my imagination, I already can see that the clouds would be continuously like moving and morphing, you know, morphing. Also, I love this little quivery lip that the chin that gets all scrunched. Look at that. Oh, a sad little baby with a little squiggly little squiggly little lip. I also love that they've shown us the profile view of this character. Um, to be completely honest, there isn't much about the character design that I would change. You can see here that the time of day has changed on these clouds. Maybe instead of having it look like the light is outside the clouds, maybe you could make it look like the light is on the inside of the clouds, you know, which would just be a change of like where we're positioning some of these colors. So somewhere like here instead. Let me take some of these same colors. We have that sunset color here. Um, Maybe we just keep the purple to the outside instead. Make it have the appearance that it's glowing from inside this character, inside the cloud. Let me make sure that I'm there we go. Something like that. That we keep that orange nice and bright in the middle. You know, maybe something like that instead. Uh and I think that will also make sure that the purple is creating a contrast between the orange of the body um and where the cloud starts. So it just kind of makes you know, makes it a little easier to tell where our clouds are stopped and where they've started. Let me do that here on these little blobs. Same here. And also makes it look like the light is emanating outward. I love this character. No notes. Nimbus can do no wrong. No, you're right. You're right. Nimbus is just a little fella. I think too, this also can contribute to the idea that lightning is coming from inside of these clouds. If you've ever seen clouds at night, um, where you know the lightning's coming from inside, I think you know, you'll see it like lit up in there and it's so cool. So let me do the same thing here. I'm actually going to make these clouds blue to further hammer home that it's a different state of mind. I'm going to take some of this blue from the background actually. Hi, Lady Ace. How are you? Hi there. Ay, ay, ay. I'm the little butterfly. How you doing? Welcome in. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Welcome in. We're currently doing a character design critique for this little mascot character by Space Bits. Their name is Nimbus. Okay. There we go. And I'm going to take a little bit of this yellow from the lightning, maybe make it a little bit more pale. Good, I'm drawing. What are you working on? What are you drawing? And we can kind of just pop that right in the center here. That's pretty cool. Yeah, Nimbus is super cute. Let me grab I'm going to grab this. I'm gonna just change this brush a little bit. This is just another brush. This is the same brush I used last night. It's called Soft Round Pressure Size, which is a default brush in Photoshop. And I'm just gonna go over some of this lightning, just kind of give it a little bit more of that vibe. Maybe we have a little bit more here. There, just something like that. Nothing too crazy, nothing too wild. Um, I also like the idea of, you know, having introducing a little bit more contrast. So maybe the ears also, so we can see here that the underside has this very pretty blue to purple gradient, which has repeated on the inner wing and on the inner ear. So maybe that can darken. I like how this fades at the top, but how it's fading here. I feel like we can reverse it so it matches this a little bit better. So let me grab this and let me just reestablish. Oops, wrong brush. Let me reestablish that bright. And maybe instead of a fade, you know, we just have it taper more, so it starts smaller like this. And that way we don't lose the lightning bolt look. Groceries get yippee! I'm doing an art challenge where I draw my Oshis and strawberry shortcake outfits. That's so cute. A low taper fade. You're right. You're right. So since there's not too much about this design that I would change, so here's our before and our after. Before, after. 99% cringe. Whoa, what the heck? Why is all my text stuff not? Hold on. The sound effect didn't play. Let me restart BikuBot too. Y'all, I don't know what happened. I don't know what the audacity of our commands to not work. Thanks for finding the verb. Okay, hold on. Let me try this again. There we go. There you go. Perfect. Okay. 7%. That's rough, buddy. That's rough. 56? Let me see what my cringe is. I want to know. I want to know. Can you show me? I got that 85% mall dummy. Yeah. Anyway, so our before, our after. What happened with your power last stream, by the way? Oh, it flickered only the two. So the two times that I tried to come back, it flickered for like a couple seconds the first time, and then like 10 seconds straight up the first or the second time, and then it didn't happen again. But my internet was out for a while, so I don't know. I have no idea why there wasn't any outage listed on my map at all. So I don't know. I don't know what happened, but I'm happy that it's not a problem anymore. So here I'm going to do that same, you know, here we're just going to grab this purple, show it on the show it over here. Yeah, very strange. I don't know what happened. It could have been that there was like some wind. I didn't see any. Or that was like there was like a tree branch or something. There we go. Okay, so I don't think I think the character's shape, the silhouette is really fun, the shape is really fun, and Space Bits has given us an awesome view into the potential of other expressions. We don't need every possible expression. Maybe this character only has a happy and a sad, but we don't need to see that. We just know that this is an example of what may happen when this character changes their mood. Here's our before, here's our after. Before, after. I think this is a fun way to incorporate some different color change, having this little neck fluff. I think this is just a really, really fun design. Um, Mine's much better than yesterday's. Let's go, let's go. Speaking of Oshis, hey Mandy, do you want me to draw you too? Got a strawberry shortcake character in mind. I would love that. I think yeah, I would love that surprise. Thank you so much. If anybody needs it, this is a link to my card, and I have if you go to my card and you go to the contact and about me, and you scroll down, I have some reference photos or reference images. So if you're interested, that's where you can find some references pretty easily, and they're also in my Discord. Bruh. Sorry about that. You're not cringe enough. So what I'd like to do, because we really didn't spend too much time. Neon Teddy, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome in. Since we didn't do very much to this character, I think it'd be really fun to show you a very quick character turnaround. We already have 2 of the angles for this character, so let me give you a very quick demonstration on how I would make a turnaround for this character. Um, just for further reference. So, what I'm gonna do is I am going to group these together, and I'm gonna make a base here. I'm actually gonna make it not obnoxious to look at. I'm gonna copy what we have here, I'm gonna merge it together, and I'm just gonna grab little baby here. Ba-ba-ba-ba-da. Can I do object select? I would love that. Can I do object select? Let's see if Photoshop gives it to me. Come on, Photoshop, Oh, okay. Yep. It's missing a little bit, and it's also grabbed some of this cloud, but, I mean, we're kinda there. We'll do the magic wand. Let me do tolerance, like, what, 50? Nah, okay, hold on. I'm just gonna do it manually. I'm just gonna do it manually. We're just gonna grab this character. I just need their silhouette. I don't need anything. It doesn't need to be crazy. I'm actually gonna get rid of that little blob there because it's not as connected to everything else. So I'm just gonna perfect. Actually, let me copy this. Let me undo, paste in place, and I'm gonna take this profile view that they've already provided to us, and I will use that. And so yeah, I'm gonna show you really quickly because I think I mean, one of the things too is that even though I could go and give a ton of suggestions and all these changes, but if a character design is simple and it works, it's not necessary to continue, doing anything wild with it, you know what I mean? So now, I'm just gonna focus on how I would make a character turnaround. So first off, let me make sure that these are to scale from each other, which they look like they are. I'm gonna turn on my rulers. And also, for those of you that are gonna be stuck in ads, I will not say anything crazy. I'm gonna get this set up while the ads are playing. And I'm using guides to just line up some of these facial features. You just wanna have one view. So we have a full view here of the front. We just wanna make sure that we have one complete view, and then you can build the rest of your turnaround off of it. I'm gonna go to the teeth here, the top of the snout, the top of the eyes, top of the ears, top of the head, and the bottom of the teeth. And I'm gonna use that to scale this accordingly over here. There we go. There we go. So there's some things that aren't aligned as well as they could be. We'll fix that in a little bit, in a little tidbit. There we go. There we go. You can see here I made guides. There are usually guidelines that you can set in a lot of art programs. So let me scale these down so we can fit a little bit more on our turnaround here. I'm gonna also extend my canvas. Extend here. Actually, before I do that, let me save this and export this so that I have it um for space bits to send to them. I like to send all this stuff to people um when I finished, just to make sure that you know, they have it as a reference. There we go. Oh, hold on. I need to save it as a different name. 2. There we go. Wonderful. All right. Now that I've done that, technically cute, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Okay. Let me get rid of that. And let me make I'm going to make my canvas longer and shorter just to make sure that we can just really zero in on our character turn. We want for a full character turn, we're going to need at least 3 angles. It's better if you have 4. So we'll have the front, the profile, a 3/4, and the back. And if you have those, if you're, usually for a character, unless there's going to be some heavy art made of them, maybe they're for animation, maybe it's for something else, like 3D modeling. You really wouldn't need you really wouldn't need a character turn. But sometimes it's a nice challenge. If you want to work in character design professionally, you will need to know how to make character turns. And I'll say all of this again when people come back from the ads. In fact, since the ads are happening, since I have my base here, get yourself something good to drink, get yourself something good to eat, and I'm just gonna chat with the I'm gonna drink my boba and vibe while we wait for the ads to be over. And I'm also gonna be nosy and look at people's Twitch. I like to be nosy. What are my friends doing? There's a lot of people going on. Whoa! Jump Jummy's popping off. Damn, Jummy's popping off. Let's go. All right, I'm gonna get out of there. Get out of there. I love that the announcement has just now played um for the ads. Yeah, it seems like everything, all of the alerts and things are a little delayed. Not the alerts, but the text, the in chat stuff. Last night, guys, if you missed it, last night I worked on some pixel art for the first time. It was so much fun. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah. Oh, if you guys didn't see, I used a sprite for the first time last night and was playing around with some playing around with pixel art. Look at the look at these silly little billies. These silly little bitches. Ah, there. I had such a fun time. I clearly got tired too. I got so tired towards the end that I couldn't I and also Victini was so hard to draw. In a square format with Victini, if I had done Victini, like, proportionate and correct, the V on their goddamn dome would have just been so big. But, yeah, I really enjoyed using this program. I can't wait to do more pixel art. I really can't. Got back from the ads that Victini sure is something. Don't be mean to him, everybody's so fucking mean to him. He's just a little guy. He's just a baby. Y'all treat him with respect. Put some respect on his name. But I did get tired. I didn't know what to do, and I also got very tired. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. Okay, so I have it set up. I have this. There we go. I have this set up here. Here to vibe while web fishing. Welcome in. How are you? So here you can see that I have one full view of the character, which is awesome. SpaceBits has provided us with the front, and they have given us a look at the profile of our character. Um, some of the reasons why you would want a full character turn would be if you're working in character design. Also, if you're going to be making a 3D model, having at least a front, a profile, and a 3/4 will make it much easier for you or your character modeler to make a character or to sculpt the character. So I highly recommend that if you are interested in making character designs, whether it's for yourself or for a project, that you get very comfortable with making character turnarounds. I will be doing a more proper demo um for that in the future, but since we didn't have too much to note about this character, I thought it would be a good opportunity to show you how I would go about doing a character design. So here you can see that I have a wide canvas, and I've used Photoshop's guides to basically pull out the defining features. So here we have the tip of the ear, which let me fix that a little bit more. I have the tip of the ears. I have the top of the head. I have the top of the eyes, the top of the snout, the bottom of the teeth. And as you start working on different features and getting them lined up, you can make more guides or less. But right now, I'm really just focused on getting the basics put together. I have the bottom of the body, the bottom of the feet, and I have the bottom of the tail, the tip of the tail. Let me get this bigger. There we go. And also too now I could use those guides to help me line up and scale oops, and scale this profile. Um so here some of our proportions are a little off. So I'm going to adjust them just a little bit just to make sure that everything's lining up as it should. I'm also missing this cute little button nose. I like the shape that they have on this head, very round and very cute. And I'm missing that nose. So I'm really quickly just going to make an indication that that nose is here by just going in. And again, I will do a more thorough demo of this. These are just very basic. So there we go. We have this nose. And when you're doing a character turnaround, it's best to iron out the character turnaround with just like sketch and line art first and then go into like the details and the color. If you try to do it all at once, you're going to get overwhelmed really quickly. Also, if you have one angle established already, it's going to be much easier for you to make the other angles off of it. So if you're trying to do all these angles at one time, I would not recommend that rather. Um so here I'm gonna make a layer on top. I'm gonna use a sketchy brush. I'm not trying for anything crazy, but you can see here that we have some really interesting shape languages happening here. Very round, very cute. So I'm gonna continue with that roundness. And we have the bottom of the belly here. And so I recommend looking at things like animals, references of people, because this is a little bit of a it's kind of anthropomorphized with these little nubby legs down here. I am and also look at other character designs. So I'm gonna put the biggest part of the belly right about here, making sure that it comes under here. The weight is gonna be more at the bottom. I highly recommend you look into like a water balloon. Think of a water balloon. Um, think of like the body, how weight hangs on a body. Again, look at different character designs as well. The way that you use shapes is super important, but also keeping in mind like anatomy. And the back is going to be a bit straighter. And we also have a little tail here to consider. So how far does that tail stick out? How long is that tail? Maybe it's something like this. Trying to make sure that I'm keeping with a very thick and wide character, very round and very chunky. And that's a pretty interesting silhouette we've got here. We're keeping with those nice round shapes. In fact, I might make it wider, but I don't want them to get so wide and strange, so that it's out of proportion. But now we also have this very nice shape to the back. This kind of shape here, very nice. And we're following too this round. We have the round on one side, we have the straighter on the other side. We're getting a lot of really good information here. The legs are pretty tiny, so where are they going to fit? I think they could sit a little bit further back, like here, so that belly really pushes out. Also, to keep an eye out on how like people hold themselves, where the weight is happening. Let me see. Human reference profile angle images. Let's see. Human body profile. There we go. Excellent. Some really good reference here. Okay, here's a good reference. Copy image. Just look at photos and references. Okay, so here you can see, and this is a little bit of an odd angle, but see where this person is holding their weight. I'm going to use a contrasting color. This is about where the ear would be. and see where you can grab a nice straight line all the way down the center. You have the center of the foot, you have the center of the leg. See how this thigh comes out a little bit more forward and the calf comes out a little bit in the back? Pay attention to how weight is distributed here. The shoulders are a little bit farther back, but we're still the torso is still maintained to the center of the head, center of the neck, center of the torso, and that weight is distributed slightly differently. So, how that translates to this character, let's say, let me grab that center of gravity, the center of the head. See that line from the ear in the center of the head? The center of the foot will fall right about there. So, and of course, you can play with proportion. It is a little cartoon bat. So you can definitely play with proportion, but having a center of gravity and distributing that weight is very important. Also, too, knowing that on the side of the body, the hip is going to come up a little bit more. So maybe we show uh, a little bit of that leg overlapping instead of being completely eclipsed by this big belly. Also, the leg is a little wider from the side. It's slimmer from the front, wider from the side. There we go. And I'm going to put a hint of that other leg back here. And I'm like, oh, you know what? Might want to take this, skew it a little bit. There we go. So already you can see here, big boy. Yeah, big boy. So already you can see here that we're establishing, we're keeping these guides, we're playing around, but we're just trying to make sure that we're keeping the vibe of this character. If this belly looks a little bit too um like heavy or low, maybe this character is a little bit softer, squishier. We could always build it up. We could push it out almost like a little Care Bear. And I feel like too we might be able to bring the cloud out more as well. You can see here too the bottom of our clouds are significantly lower than they are in our profile, but to get the head lined up, I was really just focused on those facial features. So now I'm going to take the opportunity to get our cloud looking how it was. So if it looked like there was too much torso, it's cause there was. There's too much cloud up here. There we go. And it looks like it comes about here. So let's just say that we're gonna build our cloud out here. We have our wing here. There we go. I want a plush of this character and I want to sleep on its tummy. Oh, yeah, yeah. Very round, very cute. Ah, nope. There we go. So here you can already see that we're making some corrections just to some of the proportion. And we've left an area for that shoulder to be, the shoulder of the wing. A lot of times you'll see that in order to make sure that the silhouette reads well, there will be like a connection that's marked like that. That's totally okay to do. But it is a good skill to develop how making these complex shapes over top. I would just use a different layer to do that. Wonder if it honks if you squish it. Yes. Yes. Okay. So now you can see here that we've already got a lot happening for us. Let me, yeah. And we're also missing some of that chin here. I'm just going to fill that in. Fill it in a little bit. There we go. Get a little bit of that back to where it needs to be. Character design is something that I've had to do a lot of it. Turnarounds, especially. I've done a lot in my career. I worked in television animation for 4 years. And I currently work in games, so character turns are definitely very common. What I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna clear my guides because I'm happy with what we have for the base of the body. So now I'm gonna do some things, make some adjustments to the proportion up here, but I'm gonna clear my guides so I don't get confused going forward. You can always remake your guides. This isn't going anywhere. So let me go to, let's see. View, guides, clear. Wonderful. So now we're a little bit less distracted. I'm also going to get rid of some of this reference under here. We don't need it. There we go. One of the things I can see here now we have a little bit more chin. I feel like our head could be wider, right? I love how fluffy these clouds are, but I think we're losing a little bit of depth. Our head is so round here. So I'm wondering if we can't take this here and just push it out a little bit more so it doesn't look so tiny. And already that's done wonders for us. Our it feels a little bit more proportionate. And we're getting some really interesting directionality here. We have this, you know, obviously it's still nice and round. And then another thing here, the base of the ears comes down really far on the head here. I love this shape that they've created. This is a nice round shape. Try to make characters feel like they're made out of simple shapes. So what we're going to do is we're just going to make sure that the base of our head or the base of our ear comes to about the same place on the head. Something like this. I'm going to take this blue color, bring it back down here. And I'm going to take this orange and I'm going to cut in just a little bit more. There we go. There. So now our ear comes back down farther to match our front view. Makes it feel a little bit more cohesive as well with the other view that we've seen. And now I'm going to recreate these wings. I'm going to put them on another layer so I have the power to turn them on and off if I need to. And I'm actually going to trace over this wing that we have here. And I'm going to use it to make our profile view wing. So here's this. Knowing also too what a wing structure is, use references. Use reference, use reference, use reference. No one will yell at you for using reference. In fact, it is highly encouraged. So now we can see here that this looks like it's sticking out of the back. We want it to make it look like it's sticking out of the side. So one of the things I'm going to do is I'm going to select this inner web only, and I'm going to squish it in. We're going to see less of it. I'm going to take the skew function and I'm going to actually warp a little bit, kind of pull this in, make the curve look a little bit more exaggerated, and understand that this front of the wing is going to be hiding this a little bit more. I'm also now going to take this front of the wing. I'm going to make a new guide for the wing tip. And I'm going to edit this. I'm going to use the distort. I'm going to pull it in just a little and I'm going to warp. So we're seeing more of the back of this wing. I want to maintain some of the awesome shapes that SpaceBits has created, but I want to make it look like we're seeing more of the back of the wing now. And also keep in mind where this membrane is sitting, because that's what defines what this curve is here. If we imagine here, this is the tip of where this is. There's the tip of that membrane. So if it comes right back around here, maybe it goes like this, something like that on the inside. So we're just kind of rounding it off a little bit here. There we go. So now we're seeing a little bit of the back of this wing, a little bit more of the side, maybe a little bit sharper of an angle there. There we go. I'm going to hide my guides and I'm going to put this right here. So now you can see here that we have overlap like this. Again, this is why people will put it off to the side and they might make but we want to make sure that we have this on top of the body so we can make sure that it's reading how it needs to read. So we're going to have a connection point about this large. There we go. Perfect. So I think it looks proportionate. It looks like it's following the same shape language. It looks like it's turned in space the appropriate amount. I will keep it back here instead, and I'll go back to my body. And I will just kind of make an indication of where it's supposed to sit. Lovely. We'll put it back just to double check that that looks correct. Lovely. That's about where we want it. I'll move it back. Wonderful. So now you can already see that we have a lot to work with here. The 3/4 is a little bit more difficult. The back is super easy to do. So one of the things that I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to start kind of penciling in some of our detail here. Nothing too wild. I'm gonna clear my guides again. View, guides, clear. And I'm gonna go here to the detail. We're working from the broad to the fine, okay? Broad first, then we're getting a little bit more fine. I'm gonna now move my we have a star here. Again, you can probably just copy the star from your front and smush it so that it curves around the side. If you happen to have a 3D object that works for you, you know, maybe you're working off of like a figurine or something, I recommend turning it around and seeing if you can't use that as a reference. I'm gonna bend this star a little bit. Lovely. Wonderful. We have our little detail here. We're maintaining our proportion. Lovely. Lovely. This will allow us to see too if there is any other artwork or symbols on the back or sides that we need to know about. And then I think one of the other things here that I want to see is if I can't maybe round this out a little bit. Let me bring the my guide for the tooth. Okay. Just trying to bring this chin out just a little bit more. And we have the nose here. The corner of the mouth is way up here. So we can kind of, there we go. And then the eyes, the top of the eyes is here. So maybe I'm just going to, you know. And I think it could be nice if we experiment with having the eyes dome out a little bit more on the side. If you've ever looked at like a stuffed animal and saw that or even like a cat or something, the eyes are more domed in the front and a little bit more flat towards the inside. Just gives us a little bit more to work with. Here's our before and our after. Let me see. Let me do some really quick color here to hide some of that change I've made. Oops. Zenith causes heart. Oh my god. Zenith, welcome in. I tried to read the whole thing and I made a mistake. I tried to read the whole thing, ended up screwing me in the end. I'm sorry. But welcome in, Zenith. Okay, so we have all yellow down here. And I'm gonna bring the cheek out a little bit. There we go. Gonna maintain actually here. It has like there's a little widow's peak to this character. Hi, welcome in. Sorry, I flubbed your name. We're currently doing an art critique stream right now. This is not my character. This is a character that has been submitted by Space Bits. And we are currently just getting a character turnaround put together. Because the design, I didn't have very much to say about the designs. I'm just doing a very quick demo on a character turn. So yeah, there's a lot of chin here, which so it's good to try. Might have been too much chin. So maybe in order to give me some of that that I've been wanting, maybe I introduce a little bit of a lip or the bottom of the snout and then like a little bit of like the neck. A little bit of a little double chin. It is adorable. I think Space Bits did a wonderful job. So here we could see the before and after. We're just trying to make sure that we're maintaining the proportions of this character. Here's the top of the nose, which looks like it should be a little bit higher, and the cheek. Again, I'm getting way too many guides, so I'm just going to clear my guides. Top of the nose, top of the cheek, and looks like that needs to be adjusted. So let me adjust that a little bit. The top of the nose actually should come up to here, and the cheek could remain down here. And I'm actually going to put the cheek a little bit more forward. Lovely. And I'm gonna just erase, erase, erase. So yeah, if you have a character that looks a little out of proportion, um, make sure that you're lining it up. I think also too, as much as I love this curve, the front view, which we love and which is our grounding angle, our front view doesn't support this sharp in turn. So maybe it's a little bit more gradual. Let me make sure that I have the top of the head correct. So maybe it's a little bit more gradual so it doesn't look so sharp. It's very cute. See already every small tweak that we make makes this character in profile look more like the character um facing front. Oops. That one little change made it look so much more like this front view. Before, after, before, after. Just makes it look a little bit more like what we're going for. And I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make sure that I have a little bit more cloud. I think we're getting a little less neck. Wanna squish its cheeks, yeah. Let me make sure that I have enough of the oops, enough of this little cloud here so we don't have so much neck, and that'll also help us. There. So now we have the makings of a really strong profile view. Um, I won't bother showing you the back. All I recommend is that you take your front, reflect it if you have an asymmetrical design. Just turn it, flip it the opposite way, and then erase the details on the inside, and you will immediately see that it looks like you're looking at it from behind. What's really tricky is making a 3/4 view from this. So let me clear my guides. Making a 3/4 view out of this is more tricky. Oh yeah, here's my reference. So, I highly recommend not just providing a profile and a front, because if you're getting this 3D modeled or if there are details that you wanna see on either side, the 3D modeler or even yourself, it might just be easier to see a 3/4 version. So that's something between these 2. So let me merge this together. Let me push this to the side. So you might be saying, how am I supposed to make something from the middle? That's a good question. I highly recommend that once you have a character design kind of like put together, that you immediately go into a 3/4 view. So now that I know that these are pretty proportionate, I'm going to start doing my the tips of my ears, the top of my head, the bottom of like my chin, the bottom of the body, the tip of the tail, the bottom of the feet. I'm going to do the tips of the wings. And I'm just focused right now on body, making sure that all of that lines up, um, which for the most part it does. So now I'm going to try to establish this here. And if you have something like this, photo bash it. Grab it. I'm going to make a copy, copy, paste. I'm going to make a copy of them. I know I'm not really going to need this right here, so I'm not going to distract myself with it. I'm going to start squishing. I'm going to also take this off. There we go. So now I'm going to start trying to make a combination between these two, a perfect middle. So one of the things I want to do is I'm going to start by transforming. I'm going to use the warp tool to push the center of the nose over a little bit, maybe the center of the I'm going to hide my guides as well. Let me hide my guides so I don't pull them. So I'm going to do warp. I'm going to grab the center of the nose. You can also make the warp have more. I'm going to do a 5 by 5 so I get a little bit more control. Maybe that's too much control. I think that's too much control. JK. Let me do a 3 by 3. There we go. I'm going to oh, whoa. No. Y'all, I'm just going to keep it how it was. All right, I'm going to just take the middle of the face, a little bit of the belly. I'm just trying to make a little bit of perspective happen here. I'm not focused on making it perfect. I'm just trying to get me a little bit closer to where I'm going to end up. With the ears, this ear, we're going to be seeing less of it. Mesh transformed by beloved. Yes. We're going to be seeing a little bit less of this. So I'm going to take skew. I'm going to push it back. In fact, let me just copy and let me cut it. Wow. Get rid of it. Paste it. Put it behind. Move it back. Bump, 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 bump. And I'm going to use skew. I'm going to push it forward. And I'm going to use mesh again. Sometimes it's not worth it to like fiddle around with it too much. Um So I'm just gonna make sure that the ear tips are facing more forward, and I'm gonna just draw other things to just kind of get me in the right direction. There we go. We're just using what we've already made to inform what we're working on. So I'm going to take this other ear, take this, paste. Actually, copy, delete, copy, delete. And we're going to paste. Hello? Oh my gosh. Copy, delete, paste. There we go. There we go. Mandy, I love them so much. They are very cute. There is a very cute character. All right. Oops, hold on. Let me skew, make it a little thinner, move the tip of the ear a little bit more forward. When they leave the screen, I'll cry. I'm so sorry to hear that. Okay, let's push that in front. We'll have the base of the ear around here, making sure that I'm maintaining enough space. So now you can kind of see that our head is kind of turned somewhere between here. We're trying to make it about 50% between either of these things, if not a little bit more. One of the things to keep in mind as well is the maintaining a center of the body. What is this? Is there anything on this? No, it's empty. Perfect. So I'm going to show you guys a good guide. We're imagining this in 3D. So from the center of the head, we're maybe going to want to do something a lot like this. We're going to maybe push our snout out here. We're going to have a little bit of a cheek here, maybe. Maybe our cloud kind of still stays bulgy over here. This is where the face is. We're just making sure that we're maintaining a three-dimensional kind of feel here. And again, I'll do an um actual demo for this, this kind of stuff at another time. I'm trying to keep it quick and dirty. Here's their nose. Or grab this mouth here and let me like skew it over, you know, something like this. So now we have a better, imagination here. We're trying to keep the center guideline here. Maybe something like this. And by trying to picture it as an object in your mind, it'll end up helping you, turn it in space. Obviously, that is a skill, right? It takes a lot of practice. But if you want to design characters, if you're interested in designing characters, um, it's something that you're gonna have to learn. It's a very important skill to learn. I want them to be my friend. Yes. Drawing looks so British. Well, I don't have any idea if Space Bits is British or not. But thank you. All right, so now let me warp. I want to make sure that this looks a little round down here.
Wow. Wouldn't it just be so cool if you saved your work right
It
now?
would be very cool if I save. Let me save. Perfect. All right, so you can kind of see here, I'm trying to maintain a center. I might need to move this leg more forward actually to make it look like it's turning. So let's move my leg a little bit so that it looks like that center line is going where it needs to go. And let me merge this together. Let me make this a little bit lighter. See what we're doing here? Already it's looking a little bit more, a little bit closer. I wonder what they eat. I'd say fruit. That'd be fun. Good stuff. I just lost an hour to work because I don't save. Oh, please, please save your work. If you guys haven't saved, please save. So I'm gonna go here and I'm going to skew and I'm gonna push forward a little bit and I'm gonna warp. Just get a little bit more of that belly here. Round it out. Maybe give it a little bit more of a weightiness there. You can also, if you're having trouble with establishing a center line, here's a trick. Grab your profile view, trace it, and this will become your center line. Okay, grab this, move it here, make sure it's kind of centered. Let me turn off this other one. And I'm gonna take this and I'm just gonna bring it in. Bam. There's your center line. Let's see how close. Very close to what I had before. In fact, let me see that. So if you have trouble with establishing a center line, that is a good way to kind of get yourself a pretty easy base to work off of. That's proportionate to what you've already established here. I have to prep my kiddo for the night. If you're offline before I return, thank you so much for streaming. Thank you, and thanks for the follow. Welcome in. I'm gonna take a sippy of my drink. Okay. One thing real quick. I need to get the mouth on the center line. I'm gonna widen it out a little bit over here. And I'm gonna move the eye over to kind of sit. You can see here that the corner of the mouth is lining up almost center with that eye. So I'm gonna make sure that it's doing the same thing here. Take this cheek. I'm gonna move it. Ah, no! I just want the cheek. Oh my goodness! Give me the cheek. Give it to me. There. No, I don't want to copy. No, I don't want to copy. There we go. Oh, my cat Marspan's crying. She says, "Mommy, I'm sad," because her both mommies are in here right now. Both mommies are like, "I'm streaming. My lovely wife is playing Baldur's Gate." Okay. So now I'm gonna make sure that I'm maintaining the shape of the snout. And I'm gonna just do a little bit of this. Great. So this is a really good base. I'm gonna probably like bring this here. This is just an example of how, we can get a little bit closer to a 3/4. Oh my gosh, she is yowling. I don't know if y'all can hear her. She's like, "Oh, ow." And I'm also gonna take again, I'm gonna take the back of my character, take this fluff. Oh my goodness. Marspan's like, "Meow, meow, meow." Oh my goodness. And I'm going to skew. I am going to warp again, bring it out in the middle. There we go. Our tail might be a little bit less. Let me see. Yeah, there we go. There. So now we have a little bit of a better idea. They're gonna be, again, we're trying to get something that's between these two. Let me turn this. Oh, hold on. Let me merge these first. Let me erase myself. Hello? Is this not? Oh my gosh. Sorry. I'm discombobulated. Merge. There we go. I'm going to turn this to be black. It's a little scary now that it's like that, but let me erase my center line, get the tooth. Obviously, this is messy, but there we go. Highlight back in. We're going to grab this, erase the belly, and just make sure that we are kind of maintaining some of our. And also here, I'm going to reference the where my shoulder needs to sit, which is about there. There we go. Almost looks like a fennec fox now that I have the little fat face kind of put together. And real quick, let me get those ears kind of outlined. Maybe it's something a little bit more like this. I'm going to bring my guides back, which in Photoshop is Control H to hide and to return. Hide and unhide. There we go. We have this ear here. A little bit smoother there. And we're going to bring the shell of the ear down here. Yeah, I think that because the eyes are so, like, solid black, that's what's making me think of a fennec fox. There we go. Something a little bit like this. I'm gonna turn off the image underneath just to see how close. And it's a little off, she's a little funky, but you can see here that we are in the beginning stages uh of a really solid turnaround. I'm gonna make this eye a little bit higher. Uh, there we go. So already we have some interesting stuff happening here. I might even push this eye because the eyes are pretty wide, pretty far apart. Um, you just want the distance between the eyes to be a little bit shorter than this. But if the proportions look off, try moving stuff around, and you'll be surprised at how much of a difference it makes. There we go. Just a little something like that. Just a little something like that. And of course, we're going to do the same thing that we did to the wing prior. We're just going to get this silhouette that we have from our establishing angle. And we're going to do the same thing that we did before. We're just going to do less of it. So it's going to, again, be somewhere between this and somewhere between this. So I'm going to select that webbing, that membrane, push it in a little bit. Gonna just do that and pull this out a smudge. Maybe a little bit more, a little bit straighter. And we'll move it right here. That lines up with the shoulder here. So there, we'll move it like about here. Perfect. And for this one, we can have it included uh in our mesh here, or not our mesh, but you know what I mean, in our art that we have here. Just because we're not obscuring like the side of the body like we would be here. And I'm really quickly gonna take that wing and I'm gonna flip it. Boop. And it's gonna be behind the body a little bit more than it would be over on this side. And we're gonna be seeing less of this. So we're actually gonna do a little bit of the opposite, where we're actually gonna show less of that back. So maybe something a little bit closer to this. And we're gonna show more of this webbing. Something like this. And I might move it up just a tad, just to kind of make it look like it's turned in space a little. I'm going to skew it like this, keep this part pointed out a little bit more. And there, a quick and dirty way to kind of get it looking like it's an in between. Let me hide my guides. So, yeah, so I hope that was helpful. This isn't as in depth as I would like. In fact, I feel like things like let me merge this together. Things like the tail would probably not line up in every oh my goodness, in every angle. It probably would actually be a little shorter on this side just because it's kind of actually it would probably be longer. Uh if it's like sticking out farther. But for all intents and purposes, I'm just going to keep it the same in this turnaround. We kind of want to make it look like it's turning away from the body. So it would be shortest here, and then like a middle ground here, and then longest here. And that would kind of make it look like it turns back in space. So if I wanted to make that look happen, I would take this tail actually, because I think the tail here is about as long as I would want it to be. So I would actually make this like this, take this tail somewhere in between, and have it be the longest here in profile. And if you want to test what this looks like, I'm gonna show you how to test it. And then we'll move on to the next one. We'll move on to the next. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna separate all three of these angles. I'm gonna take this here. I'm gonna put it where it needs to go. And I will erase what's underneath just for our demonstration purposes and ease of viewing. I'm gonna hide my guides, and I'm now gonna separate all three of these. That's its own. This is its own. And I'm going to take these and I'm going to center them to each other. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to make a GIF to make sure that it kind of looks how I want it to look. I'm going to center it. And using, let's get a center point established right here. And like I said, we want that center of gravity to be maintained. So if that's our center point, might want to move this back a little bit. If it also helps, if you have a character that has a neck, making sure that the neck is what's centered might help. So if I turn this off, turn this back on, I'm going to try to get that neck aligned. And then same thing with this one. Might help if our neck is aligned here. Wonderful. So we have a center, we have the neck lined up. Now I'm going to go to Window Timeline. It's going to make a timeline down here. This is an animation timeline. I'm going to go with Frame Animation, Create Frame. So this is our first frame. Going to add a frame. Going to turn this off. Going to turn this on. Turn that off. Turn this on. You can see here very barely that I have 3 frames. A front, a 3/4, and a profile. And I'm going to go to my first one and I'm going to duplicate these other 2 and I'm going to reflect them, transform, flip horizontally. I'm going to use this as my alignment guide again. Make sure they don't go too crazy. Perfect. Make sure they're turned off in everyone and in every frame. I'm going to go to this frame. I'm going to go here to my opposite side. So now we can see 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. And if we wanted to make it look, there we go. Hold on. We're going to put the profile. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Following, following. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'm going to duplicate these. And I'm just going to make sure that it bounces back and forth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oop. Here, we want this one here. Do, 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 boop, boop. And I'm going to make it turn again. Bop, bop. And I want this one. Bop. Hold on. Wait, hold on. My brain got bonked. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do, do, do. Okay, yeah, I did too many. I did too much. All right, all right. Are you ready? Too big, too much, too fast. Hold on. Let me make it slower. See that? The color jumping makes it look a little off. So let me make it a little easier to stomach. Let me take this copy and let me go to color or there we go. Okay. So this would make it a little bit easier. Okay. So this is an easy way for you to test your turnaround. Is, see if the features look like they're translating in space. See if things look like they're turning around the body. If the features look like they're jumping around, something might be too high, something might be too low. But this is just a really easy way to test the features that you're putting in your turnaround. Yeah, so I'm definitely going to do something like this more thoroughly, have a stream that's dedicated just to this. But you could see a lot of what we did here, you know. Yeah. So there's a lot of things that are going on. There's a lot to look at and a lot to think about. So I will make a dedicated stream just for something like this. Let me save this. But thank you so much, Space Bits, for your submission. We're gonna move on to the next one. I have such a hard time keeping myself from going crazy doing all of these so thoroughly. So let me make sure that I have moved this into the done. And the next one is by Flaming Raccoon. Actually, you know what, Prez, since you're here, I'll do Prez's submission. There we go. Let me get rid of my timeline. There we go. Let me grab your handle. Boop. Wonderful. Yeah, baby. Let's go. I'm also going to take a big old drink of water. A big old drink of my water. Oh, my big water. So this is a design presented by Bonnie or of Bonnie by Get Down Prez. Hell yeah. A rainbow panda. I love that. I love that. A rainbow red panda. So fucking cute. Hell yeah. And you can see here that we have the profile kind of view and we have like a pose of our character. I think that's really fun. Let me drink my water. Good drink my water. Mhm. I can see here too that you've also have reference of a Vroid model, which is really fun. I updated the hair and face since I submitted. I haven't updated the ref sheet. That's fair. That's fair. Um, but yeah, I like the way that this model looks. I like this hairstyle, and I think the eyes look really nice and soft. I also like that you've provided the eye textures here. Um, so yeah, this is a really good example of having a pose that really shows you the vibe, the energy of our character. They have a fun silhouette, a little bit of asymmetry. Back from our when we went over crayons design, you can see here that that Prez has shifted the weight of this character, making sure to maintain a center of gravity. Let me from like the center of the neck down, our weight is being distributed. Oh my gosh, hold on. Sometimes when I use my commands, it like makes the settings on brushes and stuff kind of. So we have the center of the torso, the center of the neck, and then our hip is kind of jutting out here. We have this. We have a foot that's firmly planted, and then this other one here, this other hip, this knee can kind of stick out and come back in, and it still looks like this character is firmly planted. So you did a great job of making sure that this character didn't look like they were floating, and also didn't look like they were too imbalanced. As for the character design, I think you have a really nice balance of color. We have this fun rainbow gradient that ties in with the gradient in the bangs. And also too, you've left the base of the hair a slightly different color. So the rainbow is really focused right here around the face. I think that's a really fun way to incorporate those really awesome colors without having to, overwhelm us with having it everywhere. And also, it makes these little bun ties stand out even more with this blue on pink. One of the things here, I can see that you have these little like jellyfish tendrils to the hairstyle that are super, super cute. One of the things that I can see here is that they get kind of lost in this profile. So let me make a new layer. Let me make it a little bit easier to see what I'm doing. There we go. Let me lock this. Let me lock this. So one of the things is try to see if in the design, um, if you can make some of these shapes a little bit easier to see. There's also I don't know too if your Vroid model is the exact hairstyle that you're looking for, or if this is closer to the hairstyle you're looking for. Um, but here in our profile view, we can see here that the little tendril here and the tendril here uh, come to different areas on the face. So we want to make sure that they're meeting about the same place on the face here, meaning that tendrils here might come a little bit lower. And then here they might not be so long. So you've got your hair here, the pink in the hair, and I also think it could be really interesting to play with how high the hair goes up in the back. You could make a really interesting silhouette that way with the back of the head. Maybe something like this. And obviously, too, you said that the hair has been, updated since here. So all this take it with a grain of salt. But maybe we can play a little bit with, how the hair is coming out this way. Might even take this and I'm gonna just push this back, push this forward. really put the bulk of the hair right at the bottom. There's a lot of hair coming out there. The top of our head is pretty solid here. So we have the head here, we have our bangs. Maybe our bangs, if they're a little bit smoother, we have it here, maybe just like that. And then you have this design here where there's a gap in where the bangs are falling. They'd still actually curl this way instead, but your gap would appear there instead. And it's kind of tough because there is a little bit of a curl, but if we interpret that curl as in the hair coming forward rather than swooping to the side, um, we can kind of make it a little bit clearer here just by having it follow the forehead. Um, and obviously too, you have a little bit of a curl here, so it does sway to the side. So it really is just whatever you think looks nice, and is clear to tell people, what the hairstyle is, what kind of shapes you're interested in. Because here, we're just playing with shape. We're kind of see how we're gonna, I don't know, it's shape and proportion, and we're just doing our best to show people about what those shapes and proportions are at different angles. Um, that's pretty much what a reference sheet is. So something like this, actually, let me see if I can't make it a little bit taller. So here you can see oh my god, here you can see here. So here's the before and the after. We've added a really interesting shape, and if we want it a little further away from the face, let me use distort to push it back so maybe the hair doesn't come up so much over your face. Da, 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 da. Maybe we can kind of push this, push this. This is the distort tool. Mm, mm. So yeah, so we've got this really interesting diagonal here. Let me get rid of that. So we have this really interesting diagonal. We also have the crown of the head here, and the hair is flowing out, and it's most thick right here, still maintaining that really nice wave that you have in it. Um, and we've also made this really pleasant shape on the forehead. So obviously, this isn't very different from what you have. This is just another way to make it a little clearer about the shapes that you're using. I think you did a great job of having the ear positioned. This ear looks like it's positioned correctly, and we see, the side of the ear and the fluffiness here. So I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I'll just put this here. Bow, 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 bow. Yeah, this is really cute. I like where this ear is positioned. You could push it back more, but I think having the bun here is also nice. Um, and it looks like you have a tie element here. So is it like a headband? Um, and it looks like it goes behind the ears. So maybe it comes like here, but there's really just like a little bit of like a ribbon element here. So maybe because it might be a little confusing as to where it's coming from, maybe we make sure that it's coming from the bun or it's like a headband. So let me see what I would do if I was interpreting that. We'll have the bun. They're little hair strands. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Okay, okay. So then yeah, then we'll just have more more of these hair strands here just showing where they're coming. Maybe they overlap a little bit more like you already have. There we go. I don't wanna lose that detail that you have. They'll, like, come out of the pink hair. There we go. And then the bottom tufts here look like they're coming out of, like, the bangs, or are they a continuation of this? If we're gonna say that they're coming out of the bangs, um, let me see if I can't kinda add a little bit of wispiness and then have them kind of, let's see. They could either flow forward like this. So maybe something like this, where they're coming forward, just to kind of get an idea of them like in space. So maybe while they're facing front, they curl in, but we show that On the side, they're curling forward, which could be a fun way to kind of, or maybe they're doing a little bit of both. So it's this, and it's following the curve of the chest here. And now we have a really nice directionality, this big swoop right here. Very pleasant to look at. And it looks like the outfit continues from the neck to the shoulders. That's really fun. And the head is looking down, which, let me see. I don't know if that's an intentional choice, but let me just tilt the head up a little bit. I'm going to go in here and I'm going to make sure that I'm maintaining Prez's intentions here. I'm just doing one for one right here. The jaw, the eyes. Okay. There we go. I want to get the bun in here while the ads are playing. There we go. Big bun. Maybe an indication that there's like a pucker here because they're like tied right here. Oops. There we go. And let me erase that and tilt the head back. And move it a little bit forward. There we go. Keep that chin up. There we go. Something a little bit like that. We'll do our little eyelash here. And there's an eyebrow. We'll put the eyebrow here. Nice, nice, nice. Might actually move it up a little. Try to imagine, I'm going to put this on another layer. The neck will probably come out here. Back of the head here. Neck like this. Let me make this a little bit lighter. I'm just trying to make sure that because we have so many details, that I don't lose the anatomy underneath. I don't want to lose all that good anatomy that we've already established. So here we have the chest, and our shoulders actually probably going to fall somewhere closer to here. Let's move all this back. Doop, doop, doop. There we go. Our back. And again, I don't want to lose the proportion and the shape that Prez has created. There we go. In fact, I might add a little bit more proportion or a little bit more weight in certain areas where it's flowing from one part of the body to the next, but without completely changing Prez's intentions. There we go. Welcome back. Welcome back from ad jail. Currently going in here and I'm adjusting where the neck sits on the body. I've lowered the shoulder. One of the things that's super easy to get carried away with is when we have hair and we have clothes. Sometimes the anatomy underneath, we have such a clear idea of this character's like outfit and their vibe that we end up losing some of the anatomy underneath. So all I've done is I'm making sure that I'm maintaining the proportions that your character has, making sure that I'm not getting rid of them, and I'm making sure that we're maintaining some anatomy, but I don't want to get rid of your style either. So here's our neck, our chin here, and then I'm going to put the head back, and I'm going to get rid of, I'm going to erase my placeholder stuff right here. There we go. My placeholder, there we go. So also too, if the character is looking down, that's also a-okay. That's a stylistic oppose kind of decision. But here I want to make sure that we're establishing for a reference that we have as default of a pose as possible. So it's as easy as possible for others to reference, how big or how small certain stuff is. Obviously, too, the character does have glasses, so I won't get rid of the glasses here. Really appreciate you taking the time to critique my work. It's been super helpful. I'm so happy to hear that. Yeah. I'm super happy to hear that. I think the design is really cute. There's not really anything I would change about the outfit. I think the colors are really well balanced. So these are really just notes on anatomy. Which on depending on your art style, you can push and pull, realism. Realism isn't necessary for all art styles. In fact, if we get so bogged down by trying for realism in certain spots, it ends up taking some of the personality out of certain things. I'm gonna add a little bit. Sorry, I'm adding a little bit more dump to your trunk. Sorry about that. Again, I'm not trying to completely change. I'm not trying to morph and remove the intentional choices that you've been making. I'm just reaffirming them. So here is a good example of the dump adage. Yeah, let's go. So here I mentioned that you have a really strong center of gravity here. I can tell that you referenced an actual pose. This feels very balanced. This one actually feels like the character is leaning back, but the torso is correct. And it's because our legs are actually a little too far forward. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just take these legs that are already really good and I'm just going to cover over them. We have a thigh here. We have the back of the leg here. This all looks correct. The proportions are all really good. Your proportions are good. I'm just changing how far forward they are. One of the things here is that the heel of the shoe is lower than the toe. So that is part of what's making this look unbalanced. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take the shoe and I'm going to push that toe down. Put that back where it is. And I might even push the toe a little more forward, just kind of adjusting where that's sitting. Maybe even widen it a little. Actually, I'll just push it back. There we go. So now our heel is not higher or not lower than the tip of our shoe. So now this looks a little bit more balanced. And what I'm going to do is something super easy. I'm going to take this leg like so. And I do one thing. I'm going to push it back, and then I'm going to skew it. Skew it. Skew. Do, 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 do. So what that's done, and even here, I might take this shin and I might push that forward a little bit more. And now we can see here that our weight, so here's the before, the after. Not only have I picked up the head, but let me get that center of balance again. Let me show you that what I've done here. Similar to what we did for the little guy, we have right about where your ear is, down through the center of the neck, and here we have about the center of the foot, the heel, the center of the foot. Now our character looks balanced, but you can see it's not perfectly centered everywhere. We have the torso that comes out, we have the torso in the back that go this direction. We have the bum that's going a little bit this direction. We have the front of the thigh here, the back of the calf here, with these maintaining some straightness. And then we have a foot here that's anchoring us in place. So all of these, I mean, the anatomy in the legs especially, I really didn't change too much. I really just lowered your shoulder. It's the neck and shoulder area that was changed. And then the legs really just shifting the whole leg back towards the center, and then proportioning it a little, skewing a little bit just to get that center of gravity like this. So, yeah, no, everything here that you have is a really strong base, a really strong foundation. We're literally just making such small tweaks to re reestablish and reaffirm all of the strong design decisions that you've already been making. Here, it'll be very easy for you to go in with some of your details. Here you have a strap. We're going to imagine that the strap is coming over here over the shoulder, a nice round strap. We have this low cut tank top. Nice smooth shape. And now that we have this, we can do details like maybe there's a little bit more plump of a shape here where the weight is settled against that this tank top or this sports top. We're still making sure that we're not getting too far away from our anatomy. But a little bit of the weight I would recommend looking at like corsets, corset tops. And also too, the little bit of squish is very fun to draw. And now it really looks like this top is interacting with the body. I can even more like push in these bits to make it look like it's a little bit more squished. It's not super exaggerated. I mean, this is what a body does. So I definitely would take a look at reference photos again. Reference photos of but same thing here with the thighs. We have these fun garter little socks and I would actually bend it downward instead of upward. And I'm going to do the same thing. That weight is going to accumulate right at the cusp of where the skin and the fabric are meeting. And it'll bump out a little bit here as well. The area of tension is at that elastic, right around where it's coming to the skin. That will be the tightest area, and then everything else is much looser. There we go. Something like the little knee right there. So now we have a little bit more interaction with the body. You can do the same thing here if you wanted with the top. Nuka Bubs, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. I like this shape here. I'm gonna follow the shape of the hip that you have here. Wrap it up like this. Welcome in. We're currently doing a character design critique for Get Down Prez. And I'm gonna just squish in the body. This is if you guys don't have experience drawing plus size folks, it can be super intimidating to do so. Um but I recommend trying it. It's gonna just make your work stronger. I don't know what this is. Hello? Do I have a what is that? What did I do? Did I draw like a shape or something? I don't know what happened there. I don't know what happened there. Um, so yeah, I highly recommend looking at references and trying because there it really is the interaction of body and clothing. You can learn a lot. Not only too on larger bodies, but on smaller bodies, how clothing hangs on a slimmer body or baggier clothing. No matter how slim the body is, if clothing's baggy, it'll drape in certain ways. For example, if you're wearing a shirt with somebody who has a wider or a larger bust, you might have folds in the clothing uh, coming off of the bust instead, because that's where the clothing is being supported from. Same thing here on the back, something like this. So if our character were wearing clothes like this, you can see that the fabric would, obviously be falling from that point, but this character is wearing tighter clothing. Um, oh, that got rid of got rid of whatever it was. Um, so yeah, another quick because we're wrapping clothes around the body. So if you've ever seen pants on the body, they'll come up first off the hip and they'll kind of dip down, maybe even a little bit more like this. Just further emphasizing the curve of the body here. Very nice, pleasant shapes. Of course, if you're wearing something high waisted, the high waisted might come up closer to here. It really just does depend on the clothing that you're wearing. And pushing the boundary of your clothes past the silhouette just makes it look a little bit more like they are pieces of the clothing. Obviously, too, if you want your waistband to be thinner, I love these like crossed loops here, belt loops. I thought that's a fun way to get a little bit extra personality in your clothing. I mean, something as simple as crossing the belt loops is just super fun. You can also get one back here, this belt loop. Pockets will also usually start at the belt loop. So the beginning of the pocket will usually come to the belt loop and they will end at the seam that's exactly halfway down the side of the pants. So if we want to continue that here, the pocket would actually come about here. You could also make it a little bit, doesn't have to be exactly to that belt loop if the shape just doesn't look right, if you don't like the shape that's happening. And of course, then we're going to follow this same shape here with the pocket in the back. Maybe a little bit less of that pocket visible. Again, we're going to bump out a little bit. There we go. We're just following the shapes and see how nicely that fits on this body. Super fun. Super fun. We're going to do the same thing here with the I'm actually going to do something a little bit straighter, almost like a combination of our top and our bottom bits, just kind of there we go. Really small changes. I'm really not doing too much. I'm just using what you've already established and adjusting it, making small adjustments. I like this rainbow seam, this little rainbow bit in the seam of the pants, so I'm going to make sure that I maintain that. I don't want to get rid of that. So it's got like a split seam, and I'm going to make sure that I have some folds in the pants here just to show where that leg is coming from. Something like here. Of course, this might be a little bit too much, so let me just kind of keep that there. So yeah, so already we're using these really strong choices and strong foundation that you've made already, and we're just strengthening it. There we go. Maybe we have a little bit of the hip here, or maybe we have a little bit more of a hip shape here. Of course, too, every body will be different. People tend to carry weight in similar places, but you'd be surprised. People that weigh the same will hold that weight in different areas. So I cannot emphasize enough references, references, references. Um, and here too, I can see here that this area is giving me a little bit of guff. So I'm just going to take this and I'm going to use my warp tool and I'm just going to push a little bit forward, not trying to add a bunch of size. I'm just pushing it forward where it's falling on the body. Of course, if you're wearing more constricting clothing, that'll also change how it's sitting and how flat, the bust is. But I'm just making small deliberate choices. And of course, the last thing I'll change, if the tail is coming out of the back of the pants, it would probably be somewhere here. But if the tail is actually coming from the back, we want to show that it's coming out of the back. So maybe it's up here. Maybe it comes back and it gets really thick, almost like a jaguar tail, which is really fun. I'll actually just complete the shape here. So we have maybe a little bit of fluff right here. And that way you don't have to ruin your pretty pants. There we go. Okay, so here is our before, which again, clearly there's a lot of understanding and of anatomy here and a lot of references. I can tell that you use references, which is awesome. And then here's our after. Before, after. Everything the hips, you can actually kind of see if you look at the hip area specifically. The hips, because we changed the hem of those pants, it looks like your hips are actually tilted back a little bit too. So just the posture, the entire posture's been adjusted. Um, but yeah, no, I think this is an excellent example of a really fun design. Again, I like how restricted, even though you're using a lot of colors, you've chosen to keep some of the garments simple and solid so that other garments like these gradient socks and the gradient in your hair, and these really cute arm wraps are allowed to stand out compared to, the pieces of clothing that are a little bit more simple. Um, so yeah, this is a really fun design, and I really appreciate you let me draw on it. Gonna go take a nap. Oh my gosh, sorry about your head hurting. My yapping probably didn't help. I hope you have a wonderful rest. Thanks so much for popping in. All right. Thank you so, so much for sharing this. I really like this design a lot. And again, to anybody that has had their work reviewed today, I will send what I did to you, so that you can, use it however you please, however you like. Thank you so much for your feedback. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I'm gonna take another sip of my drink. We've been going for about 4.5 hours. If you guys need slash want a little break, um, I'll take a little break, especially too. I'll run the ads so we have a whole hour without, don't worry about that. I love hearing you yap, but I love yapping with you. Oh, I hope your headache calms down. I hope you feel better. Thank you so much for popping in. We'll do a quick break. And then when we're back from the break, let me actually see how many we have left. Because I have been gabbing. We have half of them left. One, two, three, four, five. We have half left. One is another mascot character. Another one is a character design. And two of them are illustrations. So I think we'll be able to get through the rest. We're halfway through, but it will not be another 4.5 hours. I'm gonna try to. What time is it? Okay, it's 7:30. I'm gonna try to get this done in about 2 hours. How's that? How's was that though? Yeah, was that? Yeah, never mind. I don't know how to say. Anyway, we're gonna take a quick break so y'all can get something good to eat, something good to drink, stretch, do what you gotta do. If you're drawing, if you're co-working, if you're lurking, make sure you're stretching your wrist. If you need to go take your meds right about now, please do that. All right, and we'll be right back. I'll run those ads so they don't bug us uh in a half hour. All right, be right back, y'all. Hello, everybody. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Back. I'm back. I'm back. Check it out. All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Lurkers. Hope you're doing well. We decided what we were going to do for dinner, sort of. Decided what we wanted for dinner, sort of. And we had a little breakaroni and cheese. Welcome in, everybody. Our next piece is an illustration by Will. Sorry, I'm trying to take a sip of my boba and it's not coming through the straw. There we go. Let me get my leg pulled up in my chair. I do like the half crisscross applesauce thing. There we go. All right. So this is an illustration based around Five Nights at Freddy's. I really like this composition too. They shared this in the Discord, and I love the framing device of having these characters inside of a claw machine. There's just a really interesting depth here. Like, obviously, it's like a set piece. So instead of having, this big elaborate background, we have a background element that our characters are inside of. So that's a really fun way um to play with our composition and to not just have characters in a space, but to incorporate them. It's a foreground, adds a little bit more context. And you can see here we have the very iconic Five Nights at Freddy's black and white checkerboard tile. Also, too, some really fun integration of scratches. So, their username, their handle is here in the scratches. There's also some scratches. There's also some breakage on the glass. You can also see here how the lighting is playing off of these cracks in the glass. So it's you can see that there was reference used here, um, especially in terms of the lighting. And also too, we have a reflection, which is also really interesting. So there's a lot of really interesting, sorry, I keep saying interesting. There's a lot of really fun and unique composition elements here. If we draw a line almost to center, we can see here that this is like, a reflected image. We get that kind of with this here. This light that's right here is reflected here. And so we're getting a reflection that is a different character or a different iteration of this character. And then we're getting the other side here. And so there's a lot of interesting choices that we have. And we also have this forced perspective where there's a little bit more of a dramatic, uh, angle than there would have been. Um, and so, yeah, there's a lot of really fun things happening here. And I think the only things I would change are probably stuff that will help us identify things a little bit easier. Some changes to some contrast, but I mean, we're really just trying to establish a focal point, and we can do so really easily. So we have a lot of really interesting stuff here in the front, we have interesting stuff in the back, and we're just being overwhelmed with interest. So what we're gonna do, you already have a really cool lighting scheme as well. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna go on top. I'm gonna lock your original. I'm not gonna do anything other than add to this. I'm not gonna draw over. I'm just adding to this for lighting and emphasis purposes. So first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna choose a deep color, something around this like dark plum, darken it a little bit, and I'm going to set my blending mode to multiply, and I'm going to try 60%. And with a big soft brush, I'm just going to go right like this. Right here. And immediately, if I zoom out, here's the before, after. I've now brought your eyes here. I've lifted your gaze up. I haven't gotten rid of the interesting details that I have. Again, I don't have a better word for interesting. I haven't gotten rid of our detail down at the bottom. I've just made this more important just by making a little bit of a vignette. And I'm going to do the same over here. I'm really going to force your eye over. Let me get rid of my smoothing. I want you to look over here. And it's something kind of like a trick that they used to do in old Hollywood. where you would see a character that had like moody lighting and then maybe just across their eyes was lit up. Very iconically, Morticia Adams from the Addams Family. And I believe they did that a little bit in the Munsters as well. But by putting this vignette here before, we're looking at a lot of stuff, and there's a lot of really fun and complex detail that we have here. And I just want you to focus on what's most important. So I've dropped everything else out of it. But of course, now that I have, our lighting looks a little odd. So I'm going to go back in with an eraser and a soft brush, and I'm going to pull out my lighting because the light would shine through this moodiness, this darkness here. And I can also erase a little bit extra around it so that the light is directly impacting what's what object, what part of the object is directly around it. And I can also now start getting some of the edges. So if our lighting is coming from here, let me do a little bit of an example. If our lighting oop, is coming from like right here, oops, bigger brush. Our light is coming here, focusing on our character. We're going to want to make sure that this vignette plays a little bit more to the rules that we've established with our light source. So I'm going to go back in and I'm going to continue to erase. Here's the top of this cabinet lid, or the lip of this cabinet rather. Gonna get that. Maybe a little bit more of this, just a smudge. The top of this character's head maybe has a little bit more illumination. Maybe some areas of this character could be lightened up a little bit, catching the edge of that light. Just catching little bits of this light, you know, just trying to reestablish some depth here without overdoing it. I don't want to completely get rid of this depth that I've created, but I do want to make sure that I'm not ignoring the physicality, like the actual shapes and such. Another thing here too is if this character is lit, we're going to want to, make sure that that lighting kind of reads in this reflection character as well, where they're lighter on one side. You can see here the light is sitting on this side, so the light's going to want to hit on that side. But we're not doing so much that, um, you know, that this reflection stands out too much. We still want this character to be, what we're focusing on. So here it is with the before and the after. Before, after. Um, Again, just really simple way to immediately make this composition look that much stronger. I'm going to go in here. This is a neon light back here. I'm going to take that same pink. And again, I'm probably going to make sure that that isn't obscured by my vignette, because the light and the reflection would still be lit. And I'm actually going to come in here with a soft brush again, and I am going to now I'm going to now make sure that I have like a rim light that shows that this purple is interacting with this character. Also gives me a little bit of a way to push certain areas and make things a little bit easier to see what's going on. So I'm just gonna do some lighting over here. Let me see if I can't set this to. Yeah, here is. Let's see. This is color dodge, lighten overlay. Oh yeah, vivid light. I like vivid light. Well, we'll do linear dodge. So if there are some details here that can be pulled out by this neon light, I'm gonna do that. Maybe there's just a little bit of definition that I can re-achieve by just basically catching the edge of that character, kind of backlighting them. Same here. If that same pink, it's kind of hard to tell where that light is. I'm assuming it's on the wall over here. So I'm going to grab that same pinky purple color, and I'm going to imply that this light is hitting this character from the side here. That light is coming in through the glass and hitting the side of this character. And this could just be another way for us to pull some of this detail out without, you know, without having to compromise, we're just kind of use the lighting to our advantage, getting some of this a little bit more easy to read, especially because we have a lot of darkness and moodiness, and we don't want to get rid of that. So let me just see. We have the edge of these fingers here. There we go. We have a little bit of the shoulder that we might be able to add a little bit of definition to, something like this. Maybe soften that at the bottom. And there we go. There we go. Really, this piece is just lighting. This is just a lighting tutorial pretty much. And of course, we can continue what we did before with pushing certain areas back. So if I wanted to push, some of this back, make it a little bit easier to tell where things stop and start, I can make intentional choices to push a little bit of this further back and just make it easier, again, easier for us to tell what's going on. With Five Nights at Freddy's characters, you are given the robot conundrum, where it is just there's so much detail, there's so much to look at, and if we don't use the lighting to our advantage, then it's going to be really difficult to kind of see where parts of the body start and stop. So here we are with before, after, before, after. I might soften some of that glow. Doesn't need to be so intense. But yeah, I'm really just trying to make sure that the boundary between the character and the environment is a little bit more obvious. We have before, after, before, after. And now these cracks are still present, but they're not distracting. In fact, I might go in and I might pull just a little bit of these cracks, just a little bit of them, but only where the light is brightest, and everything else is left a little bit more subdued. So the cracks are they add a texture, but they're not taking away from everything that's behind it. Again, here's our before and our after. We're really just making you look right here. Obviously, too, there's more stuff that can be done, but this is really just an example of lighting. Lighting, lighting, lighting. And it's all stuff, too, that you can do after you've finished. And if we have more of that, let's say that neon light is like right here, right outside, we can put a little bit more of that color here. But again, this is just me inferring. Oops, hello? There we go. So yeah, if our neon light is right up here, let's say it's like right here off the side of the canvas, we're just kind of making sure that we're incorporating it not only on the glass, but on the character inside the glass. There we go. Before, after. So yeah, we've definitely brought your attention here. And we aren't getting rid of these fine details, we're just subduing them so we can really just focus in on what we're supposed to be looking at. Um, a very busy piece, but there's a lot of really intentional, um, you know, detail. There's a lot of lore, a lot of personality that's been put in. Another thing that I think would also help us is establishing some hard edges. There's obviously too, this is a very brushy style. It's very painterly. But Springtrap themselves is very organic and soft and plush. So if we really hammer home that this claw machine is a solid, we're just going in with a hard edge here and we're making sure that these are straight hard edges. If you put stream in 160p, it looks like Fluttershy art. You're going nutty, I think. You might be going a little nutty. I'm inclined to believe you. I don't think you would lie to me. So here I am really quickly. I'm just going in and I'm really sharpening the wait, no, I totally see it. I'm squinting my eyes. Oh, cuz the yellow and then the pink right here. You're on thin ice. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. So I'm coming in here and I'm just making sure that these edges are crisp and straight. And the only reason I'm doing that really is because we've got so much detail. We have so many things happening here. My biggest concern is just making sure that our the geometry of this cabinet is straight and crisp so that we can contrast it with our very organic shapes inside. So I'm just kind of blocking in, making sure that I'm again making this look um straight, crisp. We'll do a little bit of this color here, a little bit more of this pink to show that it's the light is hitting this. I'm going to do a nice hard edge. All art is a series of contrasting things. So contrasting colors, contrasting values, contrasting sharp and soft, smooth versus hard. And by doing that, by getting those contrasts put together, it makes it easier to see things. So we have a nice crisp edge there. It's very straight. Everything else is super organic. And because when you put those things together, those contrasts come together. And when they do, it makes something else stand out in comparison. We want these things to look disheveled and grimy in comparison to the other parts of our composition. So I'm just coming in here. Gonna take some of this dark color. Again, we're really just trying to make sure that what we want the viewer to focus on is the focal point. That's our biggest goal. So here's that inner. Maybe I'll invert my selection. I might take a little bit of a shadow to imply that the things are behind and see just how much more it stands out. Here it is without that, here it is with. Before, after. These sharp edges have just even further cemented the stuff that's behind them. I'm going to do a little bit of a shadow here. I'm going to get rid of it, obviously, where these lights are. There. Before, after. Before, after. This is now framing our character. A lot of organic shapes, one right next to the other, and we are just doing our part to um to make them stand out. And these are also going to be the only straight edges we have in this piece at all. The only straight edges we have at all. Because we are using them.
Attention shoppers.
Hi,
It is
dear.
now appreciate Mandy hours.
What?
Please inform our favorite mannequin how awesome she is in the chat.
No. No, hi, dear. How are you? How are you? I hope you're doing well. Aw, thank you. That's kind of you. That's mighty kind. All right. Need this, need this, this. Bam. There we go. All right. Hi, Mandy. I've been lurking. I hope you had a wonderful lurk. There we go. Same thing with this down here. I'm going to use a crisp brush, and I'm going to make sure that the cabinet, everything on the cabinet is going to look very hard edge. Like we're really just trying to make it stand out, paying extra attention to how sharp the edges of this machinery is. So I've been eating Borgar and trying to make a schedule image thing. Oh, let's go. Here, let me see if I can't control. Is it control or is it? There we go. Oh, yeah. Okay. So I've paint bucketed the background. Here is the before our sharp edges and after. Can you see it? Let me zoom out too. Before and after. We've added some structure and we've just added an additional level of contrast to make sure that all of the organic stuff inside is standing out. Here is before our edits, after. And for y'all, I will do a side by side as well. Let me copy paste. And this is just lighting changes. None of this do a clipping mask. None of this was additional art. This is all just lighting. Because there's so much to enjoy about what was put here in the first place. So I'm not trying to change too much of it here. Let me do something like this. I'll just cut between the two of them with a white line or a purple line. Okay. So pretty subtle, but I think in this one here, we are looking more right here in our composition. Um, this is our focal point. Whereas here, there's still a really big emphasis on the eyes here, but we're also looking at this. We're looking at this. I'm looking here because of this bright yellow. I'm even looking here. So now we're really, really emphasizing that this is what we want you to look at. We also have a little bit of this like diagonal vibe here. We're kind of looking here at Springtrap and maybe, oh, maybe our eye kind of wanders over here, but what are all these things? But we're just making sure that this is the attention that we want to pull. In fact, let me go over one more thing. I'm going to now, let me do a clipping mask. I'm going to do an overlay at maybe 50%. Now I'm going to grab a soft brush and white, maybe even like a really, really, really light yellow. And I'm just going to pull that character out just slightly, just a little bit more. There we go. We can also like erase some of the insets of those eyes so we don't lose that entirely. But before, after, before makes it look like a little bit of a bloom, and softens a little bit of it. So there's the before, after. What I'm gonna do is I will send a GIF of this over to Will to even further emphasize what changes were made. Let me hold on. I'm gonna keep that. I'm gonna copy this. Copy this. There we go. Let me undo, 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 undo. Where my canvas. Bonk. There we go. There we go. Save. Perfect. So yeah, this is a really fun piece. There's a lot going on, but with some really simple lighting and very intentional direction of our eye, we don't have to compromise having that detail. We just have to emphasize what we want people to look at. I'm going to go make a GIF real quick. I'm going to go to Window, Timeline. I'm going to have the original here as frame 1. And then I'm going to make frame 2 this. Ooh, do. Yeah. That really just draws your eye right to where it needs to go. Perfect. Let me save and I'll export this. Thank you so much for your submission. We'll move on to the next one. We'll move right on to the next one. Let's go. I'm going to save this at 50% because it's kind of chunky. Wonderful. Wonderful. This was fun. This was a fun piece to... No, I don't want to save it as a PNG. I want to save it as a GIF. Oh, my guy. Save. There we go. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Let me make sure that the dithering doesn't look all nasty or that the restrictive, I don't want restrictive. I want adaptive. There we go. There we go. Diffusion. And you don't want noise. You want diffusion. There we go. Save. Perfect. Replace. Wonderful. All right. On to our next piece. We have, is this the GIF? That's a PNG. That's a GIF. Okay. Move that out of the way. We have another mascot design. We have a character design, and maybe I have two, and something that's more of like a ref sheet. So let me do the mascot design. I'll save this. So this is my flaming raccoon. Let me go to my little Arctic thing. There we go. I believe Astro. Yeah, let's go. Astro Raccoon now. Astro Raccoon. Hell yeah. To the hell yeah. So we have here a character slash mascot design. Very cute little raccoon with these fun, like starry eyes. The highlights almost make me think of like arcade carpet. Get a fun little retro kind of vibe here. Raccoon, what's this character for? If you don't mind sharing. I'm taking a little sippy of my drink to yeah. Yum yum. Mhm. My little PNG guy. That's so cute. Sorry, I got boba in my mouth. And is the hat a top hat? What's the hat? It's super cute. It's a scratch now, but I'm using the eyes for reference. Ooh, okay. Mhm. It is a little top hat. Let's go. Let's go. Wonderful. Okay. Okay, cool. I took enough drinks of my little drinky drink. Um, I love the contrast of the bright colors in the eyes and the dollar raccoon, like very, very raccoon colors on the outside. It makes it feel as if there's a little bit of a mystery behind this character. There is something happening underneath the facade of a raccoon. And I think that's really fun. First thing I'm going to do though, I'm going to give us a little bit extra room to work with. Take this. Wonderful. We have a little bit more breathing room here. So yeah, remember when I said that this art is about a series of contrasts, and by being very intentional with where those contrasts are, you can create a clearer picture, whether it's the picture a metaphorical picture or an actual picture. So here, by having these bright, colorful eyes, but having a dull facade, there's something really interesting happening here, and I'm very curious about it. One of the things that we could do is we could push that boundary even further. So we could have maybe there's almost no color on the exterior, if that is your goal, right? This is just my assumption from looking at the character. So maybe the exterior of the character has almost no color whatsoever, and it's only the eyes, and some small choice design elements that have color, so that we are even more intrigued and drawn into. Actually, it would just be easier for me to do this. Hold on. This raccoon looks like it'd talk like a Muppet. I love that. Okay, so here it is with grayscale. I'm gonna just lighten that grayscale ever so slightly so that we still have a differentiation of warmth. So this could be brown. And I'm just going to erase where that is over the eyes. Hold on. My smoothing's crazy. There. So now there's absolutely no question that the only color that we're supposed to really be seeing is coming from this interior, these eyes. Um, Of course, that might not be the intention of this character, but here's the before, here's the after. Another thing that I mentioned, obviously, art is a series of contrasts, and the contrasts send a message. But another thing that I mentioned is that if you have something that could be seen as a mistake, push it further if it's intentional. You want it to be obvious that it's intentional, not obvious that it's a mistake. And so if the colors are super muted out here, but they're really bright in the eyes and on the accessory, somebody that's looking at this might say, "Oh, you know what? The colors just could be better. Maybe the colors just weren't fully realized." Or if we do this, it's more obvious that everything is supposed to be more muted and the eyes are supposed to be super colorful. In fact, let me come in here with overlay. I'm gonna use like a pink or something, and I'm just gonna actually overlay ain't it. Let me do this. Oh, it's because I was using the eraser. So I'm gonna use overlay. I'm gonna put pink over this. I might change. Hi, Madman. How are you? Let me change the blending mode to maybe saturation. So here we have saturation. So before, after, before, after. It is impossible for you not to know that it's intentional that these eyes are meant to be super colorful and everything else is supposed to be very muted. So if that is the intention, um, we've now, established that it's inescapable. The viewer has to understand that it was an intentional choice, not a mistake. Um, I'm not gonna lie. Please don't lie. I'd rather you not. You don't gotta lie. Oh, I'm fixing myself in my chair. Another thing is, Raccoon, did you want this character to have limbs, or are they meant to be more of a shape, almost like a soft mascot, like a chibi mascot version of a raccoon? Or is this just the bust that we're seeing? Let me know. Or if you don't have any preference, that's also okay. Um, but it could be really fun. The idea meant to be a sock looking, oh, like a Muppet. Excellent. Okay. Wonderful. So if we go with, let's take that further. So we want to make sure that, again, if it's something that could be interpreted as a mistake, which I don't really think there are techniques that can be flawed, but not really art that can be flawed. So if you know that you're like, all right, my idea is that this is a sock kind of character, I'm going to push the details of what is it to be a sock? What is it to be a puppet, a sock? I really want to hammer home there's no mistaking that this character is meant to be a plush or a sock or something. So I'm going to go in and I'm going to take some of this line art color here. I'm going to use a soft brush here. And I'm going to start doing things to this that further hammer home that this character is not meant to look like a real raccoon. They are meant to look like a plush. One of the things you can do, add seams. Seams are some of the easiest ways for you to make something look like it's a stuffy or a sock. It is so easy. Just boom, boom. And by adding this seam right here, I've done before, after. That one seam has completely changed my interpretation of this character. You've added these really fun, like this texture, which to me also reads very sock or maybe like towel. Um, but it is also a very easy way to stylize fur. So just by taking in and adding some of these seams, we have made it impossible for someone to interpret this as like a real raccoon. Look, very simple detail. All it is like a couple lines. And now we can push it even further. So I'm going to add some to this tail. Add a couple of these to the tail. Still following some of that style that you put in there, those little bits. And now this infinitely it looks so much like a sock. And because we've kind of gone with this idea of the outside being very muted but the inside being very bright, now we might be able to push maybe something is wearing this like a costume. So I am going to just kind of even more so define the boundary between the eye and the rest of the sock to make it feel like there's something definitely inside versus outside. Might do a little bit of like a little rim like this to make it feel even more like there's something over top. And I'm going to make a little bit of a shadow under here. Hi, Muddy, how are you? Welcome in. I'm your little butterfly. Hi. Yeah. Welcome in. I haven't done your submission yet, Muddy. Just woke up. Well, welcome in. I hope you slept well. Okay, so just by adding very subtle stuff, here is our before, oops, our before and our after. Before, after. We're creating a little bit more story through our use of color. And another thing to hammer home that this is a sock or some sort of puppet. I'm gonna do one more thing that'll really, really make it stand out that this is a artificial raccoon. I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna make the nose a button. I'm gonna kind of pull out a little bit of this gray, and I'm gonna just start. I'm gonna highlight an edge, maybe a little bit lighter here. Gonna highlight an edge. Gonna really grab these edges here. And then I'm gonna make sure that it looks like it's a button. There we go. Something like that. We've got a little bit of a, and then I'm gonna take like some of this color and just stitch it on. There we go. There we go. So now let me group these. Here's our before. Here's our after. We have created a little bit more story by having this really bright, colorful eyes and a little bit of a muted exterior. We're kind of curious about what that means. We added some very little detail to really hammer home that this is meant to be a stuffed animal or a sock or a puppet, or maybe all of them before, after. And we've added some personality. So we have a little button for a nose. Now I'm wondering who made this raccoon? I'm going to make the top hat have a little bit more contrast, just as, as dark as some of the other features, just so it doesn't get lost. And I think too, the big gold medallion, unless it has significance to the character, I would remove it so that it doesn't look like it's maybe like a headlight of some sort, like a flashlight of some sort. We're really just trying to make sure uh, that it's very obvious what these pieces are, what this design is. There we go. And if we wanted to do a little bit more, to just push and pull some of this stuff, I'm going to just add a little bit of a shadow between the neck and the body with a soft brush, some gray, just a little bit. Push it back a little bit further. I'm going to do the same thing with the tail. Oops, hold on. There we go. Let me select the tail. Just really subtle. We don't have to go too crazy. We're not trying to make this look. Hi, how are you, Arcadio? We don't have to make this look super realistic. But we're just adding a little bit of depth, pushing some stuff in front of or behind before, after. Okay, before, after. Of course, if you don't like the desaturated over look, then we can intensify. So let's see, where is that? This layer. We can always super saturate stuff, so bring more color into this character. Something like that. Warm it up a lot. Um, introduce more browns. Obviously, some of this looks a little crazy, so ignore that. Um, but yeah, bring more color into the character rather than less. Um, but yeah, I like the idea of having these eyes be the focal point. Um, they really do kind of push us out of the idea that this is just a normal raccoon. And I think one final touch that could be fun, if you wanted to do something like the inside pouring out, perhaps there is a little bit of a glow that's happening from these eyes. We might be able to soften that up so it doesn't look so. There you go. More like the glow is coming from inside of maybe a puppet or a costume. Another way, again, to bring focus to those eyes before, after. Maybe I could do a little bit more of a like this. That high contrast will also draw our attention. So yeah, a very interesting character. I think it's really cute design. And we didn't have to do very much to bring in some more texture and to really iron out what this is as soon as we look at it. There's no mistake. So this we can see, oh, this is a raccoon. You know, they have some fun eye sparkles. They've got like a little hat. But here it's like, okay, this is a puppet raccoon. This is a top hat, and there's something really special happening with those eyes. Um, and then, we can expand on that. Maybe they have jewelry or a bauble or something that also kind of mimics that color. So anywhere that we're seeing these bright colors and these shapes is something that has to do with this character's story. Just makes it a little bit more fun and gives us more opportunities to make our story choices really obvious. Um, but thank you so much for your submission. I really love this little guy. There's a lot. I chose this one because of how much charm. I just really loved this little raccoon. I love this raccoon so much. So thank you so much for your submission. We're gonna move on to the next one. Let's see here. We have a let's see, Muddy just got here, so we'll do Muddy's. Make sure that I'm grabbing this name. Of course, you're so welcome. All right. Let me change my little thing. I'll make sure to add that to my next one. Of course, and this is all just ideas. You can ignore every single bit of this and I would not blame you. I wouldn't take it personally. These are all things that are just for fun, ideas that I get from people sharing their creations. They are by no way the only way that things are done. There's so many ways for you uh to make and create things. I have you do another critique. I really love watching your process. Thank you so much, Alice. I do these every month. If you'd like to participate at all, we have a form that you can submit. I believe it's up to 5 images. I'll usually only go over one of them. Um, but that's just so, I can cut down on time. I went kind of crazy on some time earlier, so I'm making sure that I don't drag things out too much. Looks like this is a D&D character reference. I see tiefling, so of course, you know, I gotta represent the the D&D crowd. Also, what's a mimic backpack? Which I love the idea of somebody carrying a mimic backpack. Can't wait for the next one. Let's go. Let's go. It's a lot of yapping. These things usually last for about 8 hours, and I'm yapping nonstop the whole time. So I'm making sure to drink a lot of water. Hmm. Patches is so cute. The best yapper. Let's go. Thank you. I love so far, I really love the personality that I'm
You
seeing.
should hydrate.
Thank you, thank you. I'm take care of myself. They my baby, we fucking love Patches. So already I really enjoy what I'm seeing here. The dark background is making it harder to see. So one of the things I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to replace this background color real quick so we can see more of Patches.
Slouching all by yourself, handsome.
Yes. Yes, I am. So I'm going to choose a mid-tone gray, and immediately we can see, actually, hold on, let me copy this and let me go back so I don't get rid of the original. So here we have the before and the after. The contrast is really, this navy color is really, really pretty against the red. You have these, I love also too that you've included a color palette. Um, and guys, if you have trouble with color palettes, looking up color palettes online is not a taboo. These are color palettes that look nice and using them is very smart. This is just another tool in your arsenal. Looks like you found an image and either you made these colors yourself or you found this color scheme. But this is something called an analogous color scheme. meaning that these colors are next to each other on the color wheel. The only one that's not, actually, these are. They're just in the opposite direction. They're heading up towards violet. Instead of here we have a red to yellow. So they're going to the right on the color wheel. And here is like this mauve color heading towards purple, but it's still very warm. So if I were to put this on a color wheel, actually helps so much. I had so much trouble finding a color that would make the fur look black. Yes, absolutely. I like to avoid using black if I can because it just desaturates the heck out of things. Unless oh, Will Will I finished yours not too long ago. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's late for you, isn't it? You should go to bed. You should sleep. Here, I'll show you really quickly what I did to yours before I, get back into it. Ba-ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Okay, okay, so here was what you had sent, and all I did was lighting. Before, after. Lighting, and I sharpened the edges and straightened out the machinery here, so that the hard edges contrasted all of the organic stuff that's inside. Before, after. And again, it's just establishing contrasts. A sharp, hard edge against soft, organic stuff will make the organic stuff stand out in comparison. And doing something as simple as here it is with just before, after. This is just a multiply layer at 60%, and then I erased where our lighting was coming from. Before, after. And that immediately made Springtrap here stand out so much more. And this is all just extra. Um, it just goes to show that very small tweaks can just make what you've already done stand out so much more. And I'll be sending this to everybody. There's the VOD, and I'll be sending these things to folks afterwards so you have a reference. So the first thing here, I love this color palette. This is an analogous color scheme. I always go down the rabbit hole of the color wheel. But if I were to make a color wheel here, we'd have red at the top, we'd have yellow here, we'd have blue here. Then we'd make our in-between colors, which I want to do a little bit. There's an orange. We'd have a violet and a green. Here, because these colors are analogous, it means that they're next to each other on the color wheel. So we have here a red-orange that's been made. We have a pastel yellow. So that's, that's kind of our yellow here. And then we're moving here into the red-violet territory. So we have this mauve color here, this bit of a burgundy kind of vibe. They're darker, yes, but they also are pulling more towards purple. If we made like a warmer purple color here, you can see here that this is sitting right in between, and we're just kind of making it. It's right in between here. I did wonder why it still felt off, even though I loved what I did. Really appreciate what you did. Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. Um, I didn't. My goal. So whenever people submit stuff, my goal is to find something new. So let's say multiple people sent character designs. There's always something new you can learn from each one. So I try to pick something to focus on so the people that are lurking and watching have different points that they can take um, from different art. Because sometimes there's better examples than others. So yeah, so now you can see here that analogous really just means that we have taken only this side of the color wheel. And, obviously you can see here, the red is our main color, so we're going to the left of red, or the right of red, and to the left of red, just a smidge. But all of our colors are kind of living in the same family, which means they're analogous. So here's what we had before, and this purpley blue color is really nice. I think if this were an accent color, so kind of pulling in these oranges, blue is a complementary of orange. Let me get my color wheel back. Here's the orange red, and if you did like the opposite of the color wheel, so here's our orange red, if you did something here in a blue green range, make it a little bit more green, that would be the complementary color. So having colors in this blue and blue green range is very smart. So you could, you could kind of bring that in here. Oh, sorry, that looks like crazy. Hi, Golden, how are you? Here, let me show you here. It's probably a better idea. So see now, this blue-green, I haven't used gray. Golden, thanks for shitting yourself. So here is a neutral gray, but also here's this turquoise color, and you can immediately see Golden, what the fuck? Golden, get out of here. Or not really, welcome in. So you can see here that this color is letting this orange stand out. Okay. Okay. All right. All right, okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. You guys are crazy. Jesus Christ. Scuba, why are you gonna do it? Why are you doing this to me? I'm trying. Listen, I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. All right? How could you do this to me? I can't believe you've done this. I can't believe you've done this. Hold on, I don't want to miss. There's also red tinted black for some of the fabric. Yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, holy crap, Lois. No, you guys. Did you get it out of your system? Your system? Did you get it out of there? You guys are crazy. Yeah, so I can see here that you're instead of using black, you're using this deep, deep red, and that's a very wise choice. It stands out. It's got enough contrast, but it still feels like the right temperature for all this other stuff here. So here you can see here that by changing my background color to this contrasting color, my orange really stands out, but even if I just make it a neutral gray, if you take a look at references for animation turnarounds, so turnarounds for character designs, hitting us with the red fart, blue fart, green fart, wet fart. Ugh! You guys are disgusting. I'm gonna use Castlevania as a reference because I happen to know that they have character sheets available online. So let's get Trevor Belmont. Trevor Belmont. So the studio that did Castlevania is called Powerhouse. So here, this might be a crunchy ass image, but if you can observe here, this mid-tone gray is standard for industry character design. And the reason is that this mid-tone lets your dark colors look dark and your light colors look light. And it's a neutral middle so that your color can stand out. It's not competing with anything else. Obviously, Trevor has some of these more neutral colors on the top here, but there's still enough contrast to keep him up off the background. This also means that when your character is over top of a more neutral background, they still have enough contrast to stand out against it, whether it be darker contrast or lighter contrast. And if we take a little pecoroni and cheese, here's their mid-tone gray, and there's my mid-tone gray. Just a little bit different. But any gray that's around 50% gray is gonna give you a good foundation to work off of. So we can immediately see, hi Prickles! We can immediately see, here's the before and here's the after. We can see your character so much stronger now. And I just wanted to make sure that we don't miss any of Patch's design just because we have a little bit of a different color. Another thing as well is having a horizontal. No, I totally didn't even see it. I totally didn't even see it. One of the things I'm trying, guys, is having the Discord be available on critique days. Because and since we do it once a month, a lot of people are interested in the critiques and have a lot that they want to share. So by having the Discord open on this day, I'm hoping that that could also kind of drive traffic in a more specific direction, if that makes sense. I'm just trying a bunch of things. I just want to make sure that we have a fun and safe community. I always draw in mid-tone gray, so much easier on the eyes. Yeah, if you draw on white, it can just be really hard. You can strain your eyes really easily. So one of the things that I really enjoy is having a more horizontal format. That way, if you want to show a turnaround or if you want to elaborate, you can do so on the sides so people don't have to scroll. The ratio of our screen is a 9:16 ratio, aka 1920 by 1080. So if you keep a similar ratio of 1920 by 1080, somebody can put it up on a monitor and the ratio will match. So if you've ever been curious about why that is, there's multiple reasons, and that's not the only reason. So I don't want to lose any of your text. I'm going to cut some of this out. I want to make sure that I'm keeping all of your text. I want to make sure that all of the information we have about your character is retained. I'm going to separate it from the art. Ah, look, get this. There we go. There we go. Let me grab this. I see some of the text was also cut off at the bottom, so I'm just going to make sure that I'm retaining, that I'm keeping. Hi, Uzuru, how are you? La na 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 na. Yeah. How are you? Welcome in. I am going to copy the original, put it on top, and I'm going to make it a little bit shorter, a little bit about here, so I don't miss it. Now I'm going to take this art and I'm going to just make sure that we're making it into a horizontal, and I'm going to try to scale these items to be about the same scale as our character. It's nice to have the detailed views of them. Helps us see things that might be a little bit small, but we're now adding a concept of scale. We can also see you added the bag to this character, which means we're already getting some scale. Now we can see a little bit better, what size they are. And if you have something that needs a little bit of a detail focus, let me get that Castlevania reference back. Let me get that Castlevania reference back. Come here. Give me this. No, I don't want that one. Give me this one. Copy. Okay, perfect. Let me grab Castlevania reference. Bonk. Donk. I definitely reference. Yeah. Also, too, another thing I'll say a caveat. Not everything has to. These colors are production colors. These are animation references. Powerhouse is super thorough with their colors. In fairness, the show that I worked on also had these intimate colors. These are colors that are meant to be picked and used directly. You don't have to do this much. There is so much happening here. You don't got to be doing all that. But take a look at this. These props are larger, right? They're showing you what they are. They're giving you enough scale so you can really see the details, so there's no confusing like what's supposed to be happening here. But they've also shown you what they look like on the character. So you have a sense of scale, but you also have detail here. So you've done that. You put the item on your character and you had a sense of detail, but since the bag wasn't on the character, I'm just going to keep those that way. And if we wanted to pull out, here's the eyes, for instance, if you wanted to pull out a detail from the eye and the mouth, you do that as well. Also, take a look here. They have highlighted different areas of his design with a very vibrant color, and they have separated out those swatches so that the animators and VisFX artists know what colors go on really specific areas. See here, they have an emblem that's been pulled out. They have the colors for the emblem, and they have where those things are on his body by just making a dark gray base and drawing on top of it. So super handy to reference character sheets. I recommend referencing Powerhouse. They have a lot of reference to see. Also, some of the outlines might have been lost in removing some of the background, so I'm sorry if that happened. So what I'm going to do here is I'm now going to make my canvas more of a 9:16 ratio, just to make sure that if it's viewed on a monitor, we don't have to scroll to get any of the detail you're giving us. Wonderful. We have a really nice color palette here, so let me grab this. And I'm going to make this smaller over here in the corner. Make sure that we still have access to it, but I'm going to put it down there for now. I'm going to name this swatches. I'm also going to make sure that I didn't lose any of your text. Hold on. Let me undo. I don't want to crop any of the text. See if I can't copy that. Okay. Yeah. Let me copy this all and redo what I just did. I forgot. One thing I don't like is that if you crop, it cuts off the art that got cropped, which I guess makes sense. It just stinks. There we go. All right, let me put the text back. Let me get it a little smaller. Put this in the corner. And incorporating text can be really nice. We just don't want the text to overwhelm the imagery because the image is what you're trying to show people, not the text. The text is good context for what we're seeing, but we don't want it to overwhelm the imagery. All right, swatches. There we go. So now I'm going to go about getting these things positioned. So we have a close up of the face, we have the smile, we have the eyes. I really love, and again, sorry, it looks a little scrungly. I really love that you've shown us the underside of the foot. You've also shown us a profile view of this character. So I'm going to take the opportunity to like select some of these things and separate them so I can arrange them in a way that makes it a little bit easier to tell what's going on and to make sure that the work that you've put into your character doesn't get overshadowed by the stuff that's around it. One of the texts in the corners just to say that what the accessories are. Yeah, absolutely. I'll move that back over when I get this all positioned. In the original here too, you had a lot of negative space, so we're going to be using our space a little bit more intentionally. One of the things I'm going to do is I'm going to scale this up to kind of match the scale of this other art that you have here. So we have the profile, and we have the front, and then we have this really nice pose. One thing that I really love, obviously, too, if you're not trying to do like a super exact character sheet, this is something that we saw with Prez, Get Down Prez. And Prez also had a really fun pose. Let me open their art. So here, they had this really nice pose that gives us a lot of personality. This is 100% encouraged. Getting the arms out away from the body. We can see what everything is. There's a fun little hand gesture here. The expression's really cute. Looks like they're biting their lip and they're giving you a little bit of a little bit of a lovey smile. And then here we've made this more anatomical because our goal is to show the proportion here, but here, our goal is to show personality. And you can mix them. You can definitely mix them. So here, your goal was showing personality, which is coming through not only in the expression, your character's smiling, Patches is smiling, and they're giving us a little bit of a vibe, but also these arms are out to the sides, these legs are crossing over, and there's just a lot. You can see the tail has a lot of personality. We're getting a lot of really loving and interesting vibes from this pose, which I think is super, super cool. We're just now moving things around so that the info wow, we're moving things around so that the information that you have given us is easier to understand. I do notice that some of my llama got lost. You changed the color of the background, but I did say that could happen. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So it looks a little bit scrungly, so that's not your fault. That was just a victim of me removing the background. So that's not a fault of your own. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to do make sure some of these things are reading where they should. I'm positioning things, giving it a little bit more room. Maybe I could give a little bit more room here. Just make our character a little bit smaller, just so that there's some room up top and some room up bottom. So if we wanted to put some text around, we have a little bit more to work from. We have some close-ups of the head and the expression here. And we also have our props. So let's make sure that we move these here. We have them to scale. In fact, I'll make them a little bit larger since you do have some scale reference on your character. And maybe this is a good opportunity for you to separate out some of those details. So let's say the buckle. There's a lot of attention and care put to this buckle. So maybe you have, a version where the buckle is separate. Maybe you want to show us a little bit of how this buckle works or how the bag opens. So let's take this and I'm going to copy. Hi, Prickles. Where can I share a piece that I would really like critique on? Oh, well, I'm so glad you asked. Here is the form. I do these once a month. And so any submissions from today will be done next month. Um, but if you have stuff that you would like to be seen in the Discord, then there is the art share chat. And if you want feedback, or there's the art forum, you can always ask people to give you feedback there. And the way that the art share is, it's in a like a gallery format, almost like a forum. So each post has its own separate thread that it creates, so people can discuss your work inside of it. So if you would like to, get advice or talk to somebody about that, you can do it like that. So here I'm taking this buckle and I'm just feigning like giving it some depth. Let me, go here. The skull and crossbones is less of a buckle and more of a holder for the dagger behind it. Oh, interesting. Okay, see? That's something I missed. So here, I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna create a false sense of depth to this, make it a little bit thicker. There we go. And I'm gonna display, so we see here that there's a dagger being held by the skull and crossbones. So now here I want to show how that dagger is interacting with it. Also, something that we haven't seen, we want to see the design of the dagger. We can't see the dagger behind here. So maybe instead of calling out this, I'm calling out the dagger. So let me grab this. I see there's the edge of it. We have a little bit of the handle, and here's the base. So let me copy that, paste. So if we wanted to get, let's try to put together a basic idea of what this might look like. We don't want to leave any of that awesome detail out of it. Just like we saw on Trevor Belmont, we saw that he had all of his weapons were like separated out. So maybe there's some really interesting design here on the handle. Maybe it like flares downward and flares upward. And then let's see. I want to make sure that I'm using some line art here. Oh, using some line art. It's gonna look kind of scrungly. Sorry about that. But this way, there's no mistaking. Oops, there's no mistaking what this looks like. Maybe we have a really interesting shape to this handle here. Maybe there's a design. I'll do a little bit of this red color here. A little bit more red. Yeah, maybe there's like a wrap around this handle. There we go. Something like that. So now we have a close up of that dagger. Maybe we can, we can we can show that these are meant to be metallic. We can call out the colors for these things. There we go. Let me move this. And we'll want to also include the entirety of the strap. Maybe I can fit this better down here. Maybe we have some colors called out. You can also, use a color that's very much not, part of any of the art, and you can call out that this is where that goes. So there's a dagger, or if it's easier to tell that it's meant to be right side up, very easy to show that this is, we can take a page from their book, Powerhouse's book, and make like a little blow up, and we can just go here. So now it's really obvious that this dagger belongs here. And now, because I missed that it was a dagger, and now I won't miss it. No way I could miss it. Oops. Okay, I need these two. There we go. And one thing I'd love to see the rest of the strap for this bag, just so if there's any interesting details like a buckle, or maybe your character has broken the strap often, maybe Patches has broken this strap and tied it back together. We can get a better idea of some really fun personal details, or maybe there's a really fun pattern that happens here on the strap, and we don't want to miss it. We don't want to miss that. Let's say that it's been tied, and now we have just 1 little ounce more of some personality here in your piece. Let me do like a little tie here. Maybe the bag was cut off of them at one point or pulled off of them, you know? Maybe they got into a scuffle. Um, who knows? But it's just another opportunity to add stuff. And also shows us exactly what that bag strap looks like. Now, there's no question if this is a reference, we want to make sure that any questions that somebody could ask about our character or something that they're holding are answered in our sheet. Of course, if you have a lot of detail, let's say your character has a lot of props, and one of the biggest things about your character is that they're holding a lot of items, or you really want to make sure that people have all of the information, you can also do an extended sheet. You can make an additional sheet showing just the props and items that they hold. Because it might be too much to share it all on on one sheet. That's totally okay too. So, another thing is if we wanted to call out more information about this backpack, maybe we do the same thing that we did with the dagger over here. Maybe we have a close up of like the eye or the inside of the mouth. I use these boxes just to make it a little bit easier. They do have a lot of items, but the bag is a bag of holding. Yeah, absolutely. Uh, I love bags of holding. I love also that it looks a lot like a mimic. So maybe when we want to call out one of these eyes, so let me grab this one. I'm going to grab this, and I'm just going to make it larger, just like with the Trevor Belmont. Oh, the one with the skull is a bag of holding. I see, I see. So now we have this close up of the eye. I'm going to merge those together. And now we have a nice close view of one of those eyes. You could do the same thing with the mouth of the bag. We can see, the good news is that we can see the interior of the mouth, but maybe we see a little bit more of the throat. Or if you want to do like a top down view of the bag, and of course you don't have to do these little boxes. Sometimes they make it easier to tell what design or what's going where. But if we have like maybe we have a top down view of this bag right here. We have our strap, our other strap, and inside the bag, let's say, you know, you want to show us some stitching or some items or something like that. You can give us a little bit more view of what it looks like when it's opened up. Obviously there's this flap here, so maybe you show us the flap doing its thing. But this is just another opportunity to give us an additional angle and give us more information because you have space to work with. And when you have space to work with, you have space to put some extra info. Um, so yeah, so now you can see here we're calling out all these details. We're really giving an example of what these items are and how they interact with our character. We have a really fun pose for our character, and we have some expressions. I think since we have some more space here, we might be able to add an additional head angle. Because we have, a little bit of a 3/4 here. We have a front, we have a profile. And what I'm going to do with this one is I am going to make it the back view of our character. Oops. Just going to take the hair. I can see here that their hair is in a ponytail. It's been tied up with something, a little red ribbon of some sort. So what I want to do now is I want to make sure that people have a reference for the ribbon that's in their hair and for the shape of that ponytail in the back. Half up, half down. Absolutely. There we go. Yeah, so we can see here in the profile view that it's pulled up there. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make sure that we can see that the hair is half up, half down, and about how big that hair should be. There we go. So now we have a back, we have a front, we have a profile, and we have around a 3/4 here. And we're also taking up more space. We are getting some more bang for our buck in terms of filling up this character sheet. Let me just trim them at the bottom as well so they just look a little bit cleaner, get them a little bit more consistent. I also recommend having the horns be complete up here. So maybe, we just make sure that these come out how they're supposed to. If they at the front, if they look a little bit more like this, we want to make sure that we know for the animators that are going to be drawing this, so to speak, or the people that are going to be, working off of your reference sheet, that they know what you want your horns to look like at every angle. Something a little bit like this. Maybe they curve in, maybe they curve out. But now you're not only doing an expression and a head turn, but you're also now making sure that your horns have a turn, which is really, really nice to provide. I forgot to mention claw machine idea I did for my drawing was inspired by Alpine Ping on X/Twitter. They drew Vanny. Oh, I see, I see, I see. I see. That's neat. That's neato. So yeah, so now we have a reference for those horns or antlers, whatever you prefer. We have a little bit more detail about our props. We've made sure that our dagger didn't get lost. We're showing the eye. Maybe we can show what the eye looks like when it blinks, if these eyes are going to be blinking and moving around. Maybe we have an example of what it looks like when the eye blinks. And we're also utilizing all this space down here. The only thing I'll change about the pose is I want to make sure that we have a really clean silhouette. So I'm going to grab the tail and I'm going to make sure that it doesn't conflict with our arm at all. Take that. And I love the big curly that it's in. So I'm just going to divert it upward and avoid tangents. And we're still making sure that the character looks like how you want them to look, that they have that personality. They're a very playful character, it seems. But now we have our hand, our other hand, and this whole big tail. We've now made sure that nothing is really overlapping and it's not a confusing silhouette. Let me merge this back together. Maybe two, if we have one hoof called out, maybe we do the same, have the other hoof. And maybe one of their feet has slightly different bandaging than the other. Or maybe, one of the feet has like a marking on it, like a brand. That's kind of cool. Make a make a random symbol. Maybe there's something interesting about one of these hooves. And again, sorry about the loss of your line art. Did not mean for that. So yeah, just another opportunity. One, we're using space, which is really cool. But two, we're adding another opportunity to show some really cool detail. My circus performer, let's go! Yeah, I love that vibe. Yeah. So now you can see here we have very little negative space without it looking super overwhelmed. And again, we can also adjust if you keep stuff on separate areas. You can move it around and see if it looks clear or not. Um, and then once you have all this information, you can start adding the labels to make it a little bit easier to translate like what people are looking at. So if you have something that you prefer, uh, for this character, maybe they have a name for their bag, since it seems like the bag also has a lot of personality. This backpack that's like a mimic. Maybe the bag has a name. You can incorporate that. Um, and we can do a lot with that. Another thing that I've seen people do, which I don't usually do, but since your character has a lot of dark colors, if you want to, oh, we're stretching. All right, let me get this. There we go. All right, everybody, stretch. Make sure you're stretching your wrists. Yeah, baby. Thank you. Let me take a sip of my drink. Okay. Something else that could help is I'm gonna take this mid-tone gray here and I'm gonna select the shape of things that are behind our character, something that's a little bit off to the side. And this is something that I've seen people do in illustrations. It's very much a stylistic choice, so take this with a grain of salt. But I'm going to use a big soft brush. Oops, that's not a big soft brush. And I'm just going to push back some of these details where they connect to my character. Just so, because all these colors are so dark, I'm just going to push things forward or backward to make sure that this silhouette is reading. Of course, you don't have to do this. This is just another way, or you could, make them darker. So here's a little bit more shadow to push this leg forward if you want a little bit more of a realistic approach. But here, I'm going to use, linear dodge. So here, wow, hi there, welcome in. Thanks for being a super shopper. You're huge. So now here we have a little bit more of the, hold on, make this not so big. We have a little bit more of a silhouette to this arm. We have a little bit more of a silhouette to the hip and leg right here, and to the side of the chest here. So you can call out shapes a little bit easier by pushing some of these things back. I don't know what that does. This big guy down here is you. That's you. Of course, if you don't like that kind of thing, that's also okay. You can either make it darker or lighter, but it's really just a way for you to help call out some of these shapes and details with very little effort. Very little effort. Um, and one last thing I think could be really awesome is using this really stunning hair to frame some of these pieces of your character. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pose the hair. I'm not aiming to change the design of the hair. I'm going to pose the hair so this dark character has all of the chance to stand out. Let me grab the side of the, so now the side of our face is all framed by this hair. We have a huge mane of hair, which is really fun to look at, uh, even more fun to draw. And we're using this high contrast hair to help. Hello? Hello? Also, you can see some of my my light colored clip in here. Let me just. So now we're further extending the posing of our character with this fun hair. Um, Really just using it to our advantage. So maybe we have the edge of the hair here. There we go. Again, we're just using what you've already established and really just now this whole side of the character is ironed out by this beautiful hairstyle. And of course, if we have the ponytail here, the half up, half down, maybe we take oops, maybe we take that here and we make sure that it's evident that this is a separate part of the hair. It flies out a little to the side. I'm going to erase this here. So we can tell here that this hair is swooping this way. Maybe we get a separate, separate it a little bit over here. This hair is flowing this way, the ponytail's this way, and we can kind of get a little bit more. And this arm is really clear. These are all just a bunch of different tools in your arsenal to make something look really special. One last thing, Muddy, is this character right-handed or left-handed? Do you happen to have that information? Of course, it's okay if you don't. It's not a huge thing. I just like to know. I'm curious. Mhm. Because if this character is right-handed, we can actually change the way that this messenger bag is on the character. That's easier for somebody that's right-handed to reach into the bag. So let me ambidextrous with a preference for left. Okay. Well, it's nice that they have a messenger bag for the purpose of demonstration. Again, you don't have to. You do not have to take any of this. There's a lot of detail converging right here. So what I'm going to do, oops, hello? There we go. What I'm going to do It's just for demonstration purposes. You don't have to any and all times. Any criticism here from these, you don't have to use, you don't have to reference. It's just an ideas. Just ideas. So now we have a very clear view of this hip here, these straps, and I'm going to take our bag and I'm going to fling it out to the side. Like so. Hold on. And again, this is just demonstration purposes, so you can ignore all this. I'm going to fling it out to the side. And again, too, if this ponytail is in the way, we can always just change how it's positioned. We have this fun bag that's really fitting this energy. This character looks like they're dancing. And we're going to just put this back here because the goal for putting the bag on our character is to establish scale, how they're wearing it. Again, we're answering a lot of questions. Why would this person wear this bag? How are they wearing it? You know, how high or low does it sit? You know, stuff like that. I'm just gonna put some of our detail on it. It's also now cutting across rather than conflicting with where your arm meets your body. It's completely separated from the body, so you don't have to worry about information being hard to read. And I'm just gonna really quickly just put back some of this detail that you have. Put this strap back on. Now we can see, okay, oh, we have a tie in this. So where does the tie fall? Well, maybe the tie falls like right in the middle of the chest. You know, maybe it kind of sits here. Another way to like change up the silhouette a little bit, add some interest. There. So now we have this fun little twisty pose here. We have called out these details. And the last thing is the text. So let me group this together. So now we have all this really big, beautiful information. And if we want to fit it, I can take this and I can just shrink it in a little bit. And we can put it in and around our character in choice spots. Maybe our character, we want our character to be a little bit more separated so that we have a little bit of space. So we have their name and their species. Instead of having like a title, because we just want to make sure that the information we're providing is absolutely necessary, we can just include things like, you know, name, species, age, class, stuff like that. People also will use like symbols for gender, so that's another way to avoid using a lot of text. Um, but things like accessories and other, which is a title, we could also get rid of that. And we'll be able to tell because the accessories are in one spot. So if we have information down here, it can just sit near the accessories. People can tell that they're accessories, so you don't need to call them out. And things like favorite songs, that's a really fun extra bit of information for this character. And it might be something you can't find the care package redeem. I don't have a care package redeem. I just have the stretch, hydrate, save, and posture. They're all separate. So let me turn that off and let's focus on stuff like this. Let me get rid of. Also, something that helps with information is if you have the text should all have like a similar size. So maybe we have me. I like this font that you chose. Let me see if I can't find something similar. I know that I have a font like this. That's not quite the same. Oh, yeah. Something similar. Not the same, but similar. Thank you. All right, everybody, stretch, stretch. All right, I'm fixing myself. I'm fixing myself. Oops, I cut off your tail. I'm so sorry. Let me fix that. La 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 la. Yeah. I cut off the tail. So now let me connect the tail over here.
Check your posture.
I'm checking my posture. I'm checking my
Time to
posture.
take a sip.
Time to take a sip. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. So with the text, we're gonna keep the text consistent. If you have a title or a larger, the title can be larger, but all the information otherwise should remain as the same size. So maybe name is small, but patches is larger. Something like that. And then we can just duplicate that for other things. It just makes it way easier to see. I made them different sizes, the font to kind of show how Patches would write stuff down. I like that. I like that extra bit of personality added in. One of the things is that if the information is for others to reference, it might be harder for them to read it. However, if you wanted to show how they write, you could incorporate a sheet of paper. So if penmanship is really important, let's say Patches really likes to journal or keep notes or write down lyrics to songs because they're a bard, having a piece of paper and showing that maybe they have a little bit more of a scattered approach to how they write songs, and that's just another way to add personality while also making sure that your information is super easy to read. Species, tiefling. I believe it's is it yes, it's TIE. Okay. Boop. We'll move that over. And then we have, let's see. Let me do class. Or I guess we want to do species stuff first. So you have their age and their height, stuff like that. Age, they're 12. They have a very playful energy, so I love it. Definitely comes across. And then we have their height, just extra stuff like that. So they're 5'7". Oops, that's not right. 5'7". So all this important information is large, and the subtitles are a little bit smaller. So now things are given a little bit more consistency. Very tall for a 12-year-old. Yeah, tieflings can get pretty tall. And then we have their gender, and I'll do gender pronouns in the same section just so that we can consolidate them. Uh not like they're intrinsically linked. Do agender, and then we can put any, all. Oops. That way. Oops. And again, it's kind of bleeding into the side here. So let me grab these things. Oh, hold on, hold on, hold on. Group. There we go. Now, so we're just adding a little bit of consistency to the information that's being provided, um, without compromising, what we're giving. Um, just makes it a little bit easier to read. We can see Patches, Tiefling, 12, 5'7", agender, any, all. Um, Again, also using a symbol could also help keep it from being too wordy. Agender symbol. So we have a pretty simple symbol here. Let me just copy this. So that just helps us get away from it being super, super wordy. Because we want people to look at the art. We don't want them to necessarily see a bunch of text. Unless the text is part of the art. There we go. I'm gonna put this as text. There we go. Now we can really just focus on what's necessary. I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it. We're going to do pro for profile. The text up here, maybe. Center it, maybe. Profile. Now I'm not going to say anything that the ads are going to prevent us from. We're going to do front, back. I don't want them to miss anything about their entry. There we go. There. So now we're telling people these are our angles that we've established. Maybe we want to further separate things visually so we can, put them in boxes, kind of get them if you have a lot going on, there's a lot of ways that you can separate things, this pink color might not be it per se. Let me while we're in ad land, gives me a break from talking too. Oops. I'm gonna make this not look like a garish pink. The bright colors can help, like we saw on Trevor, the different pieces of the outfit, but they don't all have to be bright. Hi, Sia, how are you? Welcome in. Let's just make this, and lighten it up. Perfect. So I'm gonna take the same color here, and I'm gonna just draw around the head angles just to give us a little bit more separation. You don't have to do this. Sometimes that it doesn't help. Sometimes it makes it a little bit more complex for no reason. But for us, we're just using it to help establish a bit of a boundary. I saw you went live, but the Wi-Fi at my grandma's house sucks. How are you? I'm doing well. How are you? Welcome in. Okay. Just a little bit of separation for this character's head. We're gonna take these things here. Welcome back. I haven't really done too much, don't worry. I didn't want to say too much or do too much that you would, lose information. So all that I've really done here is I have consolidated our information to be over here. And again, if their penmanship and their writing style is important, then I would show that in another way. Ew, Artbird, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Um so here we have the information, we have these little subtitles a little bit smaller, and I've turned the gender, agender into their symbol, just so that there's less words. It's a little less wordy. Also, the agender symbol is really fucking cool. And here I've called out the angles. We have profile, front, back. So now we have a little bit more official look here. I've put this box around again, not necessary, just a way to help, you know, organize a lot of information. You have some really cool info here about their favorite songs. There's a tooth gap you can see in the art. Hell yeah. Right here. Yeah, I love that. I love that that's been called out. And if that's a really important detail, that's another thing that you can separate. Maybe we put that up, obviously, again, you don't need the boxes. Sometimes they're helpful, sometimes they just overcomplicate it. But if you wanted to, you could make sure that this detail is called out. So let me grab this, grab just the teeth. I'm going to draw it in like a square. Copy, paste. Put this up here and I'll make it bigger. And I'm just going to make sure I only show what I want to show. And I'm going to call attention. Oops. Whoops. I want to call attention to the gap in the teeth. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to make sure that it's very obvious. The teeth might be a little bit more rendered than they would be in this smaller image. We're showing that there's a gap here. We want it to be really obvious that this is an intentional element of the character. Like I mentioned earlier with some of our other character designs, if it's something that could be misinterpreted as a mistake, we want to make sure that it's really obvious that it's not. And by calling it out here, you are drawing attention right here. You're like, this is an intentional design choice. Please don't miss it. And now you're making sure that they're not missing it. And there's a very fine line between providing too much information and not enough. And we're using this space much nicer. I love that you incorporated the songs that they like, but on a character design sheet, you might not need those. So, if that's additional information, maybe you have a written profile about the character. So maybe there's a little story blurb that you have and you incorporate the songs, but on a character sheet, you might not need that. We really just want to know their name, their bio information. So if they have preferences of their pronouns, that's really good to put on there because this is how you are representing your character to other people. Um, and not only is it a visual reference, but now we are answering any questions they might have about the design. And the biggest goal of a character sheet is that people won't misinterpret your character. They know what these details are, they know where they go. And if they have additional questions, something that might not be able to fit on this sheet, you can make additional sheets that specifically call out everything about their props. Maybe they have a different outfit, maybe they have different hairstyles, which are something that you could put here if you weren't calling out the horns. Each thing on your character sheet is there for a purpose. you know there are different purposes for each section, so these props are very important to this character. They're what they have on their body all the time. That's why these props are here. They're using this dagger to protect themselves. That's why this prop is here. The hooves are called out not because they're cloven hooves, but because maybe there's a symbol on the bottom of one of their feet. Otherwise, you might not need to include the hooves, but it's nice if you want to make sure that people know that there's this smaller nail here on the hoof, and that they're cloven, meaning they have the two sections. Um, you know, h- Everything here is accounted for and it all has a purpose. This head turnaround might not be expressly just to show what the head looks like in different angles, but we're showing this ponytail. And most importantly, we're showing these horns. The horns are being shown. And that's our, so if that's something that, maybe everything else is grayed out except for the horns, right? You're pulling the attention to those. Or, there's multiple reasons why you would want those head turnarounds to be there. Everything here has a purpose. We're showing personality, we're showing function, we're showing form, and we're showing color. Everything's present, and now it's super organized, and it's hard for somebody to misinterpret what this character is about, and everything's very easy to see. So if we show the before, I like this color that you chose. All of this, I haven't changed any of your art aside from making some things a little bit easier to see. I didn't add anything to the art, or I didn't want to remove anything from this art. But now everything is laid out, very organized. It's on a neutral background, super easy to see. Um, and it just makes whoever's referencing your character makes it that much easier for them to tell what your intentions are and what you're doing with this. So hard to decide what part of Patches I love the most, but the ears gotta be one of my favorite head details. That's awesome. I love that. Maybe you have another call out for the ears. Maybe if you want to show, if that's those details are super useful. Super, super useful, especially too because there is so much hair. So if you have a very specific vision for the ears, maybe you call that out. For the Castlevania reference sheet, there was the eyes and the mouth that were called out for the animators. So maybe, you do the same thing here where you call out the teeth, the tooth gap, and the ears. So let's just take this ear, and we don't want any of the hair to cover it up. Take this and make sure that the details that you love so much are maintained and people can see them. Oop, people can see everything about them. Make sure that we have like this nice shape, nice round shape for the ear. Any detail, maybe your character has piercings. Just make sure that we kind of like, there's the ear. We don't want to lose any of that stuff, especially when stuff's really special. There we go. Now we can see the ear clearly. We can see the mouth. And if it's not clear that that's the ear, you can always put like ear, mouth. Um, but yeah, I hope that was helpful. I really love this character. Again, anybody that submitted today, I will be sending these to you in the contact method that you put on the form. Um, and I'll probably get around to that sometime tomorrow night rather than tonight since it's a little bit late. But thank you so much for submitting. I love this character. I love the colors. There's a lot to love about this character. So thank you so much for sharing. We're gonna get into the next one. Let me see. Let me see who we got. All right. We have two more. We have a character design and we have an illustration. So I'm gonna do the illustration just because we just finished a character design. And this is by Mega Alexiel. Let me choose a default gray. It's more of a character pose, like a sticker. All right, and let me put their handle up. Y'all, I'm feeling it, Mr. Krabs. There we go. Art critique days are always super tough. They're super tough. Art critique days are tiring. This is a like a sticker style art piece by Mega Alexiel. And I chose this one. They put a couple things in, but I chose this one because I wanted to talk about pose. Because posing is super important for when you're making and drawing your characters. First off, I'm gonna make this a little bit smaller so we don't cut off the tip of those horn. And let me take a sip of my drink. Sorry, I almost choked on my drink. Damn, I almost choked. I'm gonna work really hard not to do that. Okay. Um, I know Alexiel personally, really awesome pal of mine. And Alexiel is like a computer glitch. So having these details, hi Ready Cheese, how are you? Welcome in. Having these details like these electricity shaped horns and having this one kind of have like a glitchy break in it, but it's kind of floaty. We also have this right here. Thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Let me just make sure. There we go. So you can see here there's a lot of the like a lightning bolt, very electricity, very invocative electricity. The band-aid on their cheek also. This tail is giving energy, is giving, electricity again, everything about and also too green is kind of this fun electric vibe. Really just, fun sharp corners and edges that really hammer home. Oh yeah, another lightning bolt. Sometimes things feel obvious, but when you're making a character or a VTuber, it doesn't have to be a VTuber, but if you're making a character and they are the embodiment of something like a glitch or electricity, or maybe they are a mouse, maybe they're a dragon, putting all of this really in your face symbolism and iconography just makes it super easy for people to tell and get the vibe. So, like, for example, a lot of you guys, when you submit your character designs, I'll start talking about how the ideas that I'm getting from it. And not all of these things might be super conscious, right? You might not really know. Like, I just really like this color combo. I just really like the shape of this clothing item. A lot of these choices that you make may be just because you enjoy them, which is completely valid. Um, but we're making those choices and we like those choices because we're reminded of certain things. So some of it can really be subconscious. We're really just putting these things in there because they remind us of things. Hi, Sasquatch, how are you? Welcome in. Hi, hi, hi. Welcome in. I'm drinking my water. My Shayla. I got scared because that's my ringtone. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ironic. Oh my goodness. That's funny. That's a fun it's coincidence. Thanks for being a super shopper. You're freaking huge. So if something feels like it's yeah, more like iconic, let's fucking go. So if something feels obvious, we're really just playing off of the viewer's expectation, right? A viewer can tell that there's something kind of electronic happening, and then we're further hammering it in. Electricity, 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 all of these sharp, pointy electric lightning bolt shapes, electricity. There's no mistaking that this is like a digital or electric character, and the green is kind of a fun subversion. Maybe, the green and black also is super common with like technology, like Alienware, super popular in the mid 2000s, like 2008. Green and black was a super popular color scheme, especially like lime green for like a lot of accessories from Hot Topic. And this is clearly like a punk or alt fashion character. So we're being given a lot of really interesting clues to who this character is because they made obvious choices. Sleepy Lizard, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome in. Uh, so yeah, so again, if it feels obvious, that's okay. You are trying to convey a message to people when they've never seen your character and they have never heard you speak. They don't know your story. Um, and so people just there's things that you play off of that are recognizable to people, and that's part of successful character design. Um, for example, I'm gonna find a character from like Pixar and I'll play off of your expectations of what that character is, even if you don't know anything about them. And I'm sure, I'm sure you'll recognize this character. Let me find a good one. Let me find a good one. I'm trying to find it. They have so many character sheets online. Also, also a bunch of AI garbage. A bunch of fucking AI garbage. Absolutely AI garbage. Hate that shit. Why'd they do that? Why can't we have anything nice? Okay, let me choose this. This is more of an expression sheet than anything else. I wanna know what the choice was to make the blue go into the red on the chest. Oh, yeah. That's a fun choice for the blue. We see here that there's a little bit of blue. There's, like, accents of blue, but the colors are mostly red and green. Red and green are complementary on the color wheel, so they're opposites to one another. But red, green, and blue, RGB, guess what? This character is electric. They're a glitch. They're part of the computer. RGB are the main colors that make the light in your screen. So the blue is just playing off of that accent color. It's not very common. The blue is used very sparingly. So one of the things that I would like, for this design is maybe incorporating that blue into a couple more spots so it doesn't seem like it's out of place, like maybe right here. But yeah, and also too, these hair clips make me think of wires. So maybe RGB wires could be incorporated other places so that it's even more hammering in RGB wires, electricity, computers, stuff like that. Here is the character. This is more of an expression sheet of an exploration. Too bad this is the most awful quality of image. This is anger from Inside Out and we are playing on a lot of this this guy. Yeah, look at that little guy. You're right, you're right. So, anger is a concept, it's an emotion, and it's a little bit harder to capture, but it's something that we all feel. So, something that they've used is, this rigidity, right? Anger is sharp, has sharp edges, is very stubborn and stiff. This character is a fucking square. And when he's not a square, he's got sharp edges that break that square. We're also reinforcing strong character design, angle, 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 angle. Everything's very sharp. Whereas sadness, if we were to look at sadness, sadness is very round, very drippy, maybe obviously too the color plays a big part in it, but this is a very muted color palette. We just have red, white, and a brownish gray for the pants. Also, we're playing on this is something that is very recognizable for a lot of cultures, but since Pixar is a North American company, their writers are most often North American. Not always, but very often. And so they are playing on societal tropes that are very recognizable to a North American crowd. And something that anger can be associated with is masculinity, whether for for good or for bad. This sturdy, stubborn anger can be associated with things like masculinity. If you would like to participate in the critique, we do one every month. There is a form here. Any submissions will be for next month's critique. Um, anger, even though anger is in, this version of anger is being shown in a girl named Riley, a young girl who's, 10 to 12 when we see her and like a little bit older. This character is drawn to be very masculine, has a suit or a shirt and tie. Also, could kind of lead into tropes of like the father, a father figure being very sturdy, very blocky, very hard to work with. These are all just playing off of our expectations. Whereas
Oh my god! What is that?
Hi Dre, how are you? Um so yeah, we're using tropes. They feel obvious, but these are being used in a very simple way and boiling it down to the center of what this character represents. So, if you ever think that something's too simple in a character or that it might be too obvious, it's not. You're trying to convey an idea to somebody who's like passing by. So as for anything that I would do, I really like this pose. The anatomy feels really strong. We have a very clear view of all of the details of this character. The tail is out, the arms are far from the body. It's just a really good example of a pose that not only has a lot of personality, but it's very clear to see everything that's here. Here's that waist, arms, everything's very proportionate. Here's the neck. There's a fun line of action. The tail swoops out. Very clear. This is a very clear image, very fun pose. So now I like this RGB idea. Hi, Dre, how are you? Taking a break from painting, almost done with my next model. That's so exciting. Let's go. Let's freaking go. So I want to incorporate more of the RGB. So maybe here on the tail, where it's hard to tell that the tail has been wrapped, why don't we incorporate our chords? Maybe instead of the tail being entirely dark, maybe the tail, and this is something that's been seen a bunch of times before, but maybe the tail is made of chords, a bundle of chords possibly, kind of pushes into a different kind of vibe. Of course, that might not be Alexiel's choice, and that's okay. That might not be what they want. That's all right. We're just playing around. Something fun that we could do is have them kind of twirl around each other, kind of break up. If you've ever seen cable management for like big servers, that's really fun. So let's see if we can't like wrap these cords around each other, in and over one another. And again, these are all just ideas. None of this has to be, none of this advice has to be taken. But we're just trying to add a little bit more interest. Let me just, you know, define some of this. So we have this big bundle of chords. Now it's super obvious, like, oh, this character, something about them's digital. Maybe even there's like a physical, and then the electricity at the tip of the tail is coming right out of these chords. Maybe the end of the chords are frayed, right? So we can see here that this electricity is actually coming from the fact that our wires are frayed. Something chomped our wires. Look at how cool that is. And another thing too, speaking of cable management, what other stuff would you associate with cable management? Well, Velcro straps, zip ties. So I'm going to put a zip tie on this as well. Put a zip tie on this. Make it look like they're doing some cable management on their tail. Another really fun, just a way to put some personality. Just another opportunity for us to put personality into this character. And also to explain why this bundle of wires is in the pose that it's in. You know what I mean? Now that blue has been incorporated here, here, it's been incorporated here on the shirt. Um, I like this introduction of this white belt, but maybe our blue could be served here as well. Let me put our blue there. I like the white better. I like the white better. But maybe we just have more opportunities to put blue on this character. Oh, oh my god, oops. Maybe here on this little bandage. That way too, also, it makes the hair stand out off that bandage a little bit easier. Maybe this wristband here is blue. We're just incorporating that accent color of blue in more places so it doesn't look so much like an afterthought. The blue is very intentionally there. I might know, oh, well, blue is like RGB, but somebody else, you had a very valid question, why is there blue on the shirt? Oh, well, it's because, potentially RGB, but now, this is just my best guess. But if we're hammering home the symbolism of like the RGB wiring, we're really hammering home that it's an intentional choice and there's no escaping that this is wire. Like there's absolutely no escaping that that's wire. And we have an opportunity to add some shine to the tail. This tail is made out of a shiny, like cord situation, so we can add a little bit of fun detail there. Um and we just have some more texture. It's really fun. Um, it's a really cool design choice that you don't see as often. I've seen plugs and cords as tails, but seeing them as a big bundle, I haven't seen that before. That's really fun. Also, too, don't be afraid to do stuff that people have done before. It's it's like nearly impossible not to do something that somebody's done before. You know what I mean? So don't worry about it. The best you can do is put your own spin on things and have fun. I honestly didn't even see the hair clips, I was just curious. Yeah, absolutely, and it's a good question to have. I've put more blue here, and maybe we can bring more white into this design as well. Something like this, maybe this design is white on the shirt. Just push it even further. Now we've incorporated more white. I like these horns a lot. Maybe the horns match the color of the tail, so it's even more obvious that they are made of the same material. Oops. Something like this. And now we have a through line. The only place where we see this color is on these pieces of electricity. We could also see maybe it's in the mouth too. Maybe the tongue has that. So like the inside of this character is a little bit more of and let me see if I can't do like a dark or like the ah ew. Maybe like get a little bit more green in the mouth there. Something like that. So maybe the inside is that color. We have this vibrant, the horns match. I like the color that was in there before. Actually, let me just bring a little bit. Maybe the teeth, though. Though white teeth are, I like when teeth are colored in, but maybe not for this character. Maybe not for this character. But if this character, is meant to embody electricity, they're made of electricity. I mean, this is a really good time to kind of play around with your expectations of what colors go where. So yeah, now the teeth are colored in a little bit. You know what? I did forget to save an original. So let me grab a duplicate of the original. There we go. Easy peasy. Let me put them back. Get them kind of arranged. Oh, a little bit smaller. A little bit smaller. There we go. The slate blue off white's pretty. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay. Wonderful. So here's our before and our after. Before, after. Oops. Before, after, before, after. So yeah, just playing around. Uh Again, having this be matching the horns makes the horns stand out a little bit more. Also makes us, you know, definitely makes it obvious that these are made out of the same material. So maybe something I do too.
Good posture doesn't have to cost you an arm
They
and a leg.
thank you. Maybe another thing I do is I make sure that the horns are lined in white, so it's a little bit more obvious.
You got mail.
Whoa! Hi, Aria. How are you? Welcome, Raiders. Hi, everybody. Welcome in. Hold on. There we go. There we go. Welcome. Hi, how are you? Welcome, Raiders. Hi. I'm Mandy Quinn Mall Mannequin. I'm an illustrator, animator, professional goober. And today we're doing an art critique stream. Today, this submission is currently by Mega Alexiel, aka Alexiel, aka Mega. And we're almost done with this one. We're just hammering home some of the coolest parts of their design. How was your stream? What were you doing today? Welcome in. If you guys don't already know me, I draw stuff like this. Very colorful, very quirky, very LOL, if I do say so myself. And if you'd like to check me out, you can check me out on my socials. I hang out on Blue Sky, and I have a card that has a whole gallery. So be sure to check it out. Be sure to hang out. Let me take a sip of my dranky drink. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling. Gonna go work on stuff. Thanks again, Mandy. Enjoy the rest of your stream. Thank you so much. Have a great night. I was playing the Long Dark story mode. Long Darks. I haven't heard of that before. Let me look it up. Let me look it up. Only 42? Yeah, sorry by 10. The Long Dark. Let's see. Ooh. It's a survival game. Let's go. First-person survival video game developed and published by Hinterland Studios. I haven't heard about that studio before. Yeah, I like from just the little bits of art that I'm seeing, I really like the style. That's fun. I hope you had a fabulous time and welcome in. Thank you so much. Damn, so close yet so far away. Have a good night. Bye-bye. If you need a raid and run and take care of yourself, please do. Get something good to eat, something good to drink. Sorry, I'm looking over my shoulder. My wife's not here anymore. It's on sale for like $3.50. $3.50 only? Let's fucking go. That's exciting. Well, thank you. I'll have to take a look at it. I hope you had a wonderful stream. We have one more entry after this one, and I'm feeling it, Mr. Krabs. It's almost 10 p.m. my time, so I'm gonna try to get the last one. And I believe. Oh, you know what? Did I already do Pukas? Let me look at my done pile. Hold on. I feel like I already did Pukas, but let me scroll through and make sure. Okay, I did something for Puka already. I feel like I've already talked about the design for Puka. Let me double check my done folder. If not, that's okay. I'm just gonna sweep through really quickly. If not, which I don't think, yeah. No, I haven't gone over this one for Puka, so I'll really quickly talk about it. But we're almost done. Okay, let me close that. Highly recommend getting it. It's one of the top 10 games for me. Holy shit. Wow, really? What's your favorite thing about it? What do you like most about it? While we do that, I'm gonna do one more thing to this because I just think it would be fun. Again, this is me just playing around. This isn't an actual criticism. All these things are fun suggestions. They're not. I would never be like, Alexa, you have to fix these things on your design. That's not it. Not it. But one of the things I want to play with is having the hair have a little bit of a gradient. I'm just gonna do a little bit of the art style. Ooh, okay. One of the games I'm trying to remember. I think it's called Grease. GRIS. Is a very style heavy game, very conceptual game. That my wife played like a month or two ago. It was very cool. Oh, thank you for the link. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm selecting all of the hair that's under this opening. Ooh, I'll have to check it out after stream. Oh, I'm happy to hear that you had a good time. Thank you so much for the raid. Feel free to lurk if you want to or hang out. We're vibing, we're chilling. All right, so I've got the underside of their hair. It's done in the same engine as the game. Ooh, that's fun. Okay, hell yeah, hell yeah. All right. We love a good game trailer that's made in the same engine. One of the things I'm gonna try to do is brighten up this hair here with the gradient using that same color from the tail and the horns. Maybe even just a little bit more here. Or let's select these sideburn bits and put the edges there. Make these stand out. Now we're just pushing the hair forward and back, making it a little bit easier to see. Oh yeah. Hold on. We're on to something. Yeah. Oh yeah, look at that. Now it stands off really nicely off of the shirt. I think this blue is a bit too close to our electric Hatsune Miku color. So I'm going to go with a more traditional RGB color. Sorry. Really making sure that it doesn't blend with our green at all. Our blue is unmistakably blue. Ew, sorry. Our blue is very blue, almost like a primary color kind of blue. And then that way it has a little bit more of a differentiation from the the light blue or the light minty color that we have here uh on the tail and horns. We might take this white lightning bolt. Put this here as well. Something like that. I don't wanna ruin it. It's definitely super easy to go too hard on stuff like this. And I really like the original. These are literally just me playing around with stuff. There we go. We'll just kind of reestablish some of that. This is me just playing around. But I really like the original art. I actually, I don't think anything's wrong with it. These are all really just me playing around and having a lot of fun with a really cool character. Let me get this. Turn that more red. There we go. The blue and white looks really cool. Reminds me of an old TV monitor. Oh, I like that. Oh, I didn't even think about that. Let me make sure that I fix that too. So now it's a little bit more obvious that it's blue. I think the blue that we had before was just too close to the green and this mint color that we have, but I like this electric mint and this more of a like a Kelly green. I like the combination of those because this green looks more like it's light, like it's emanating some light. Another way that we could hammer that home is by putting a light effect on it. So maybe maybe it looks something like this, right? We are putting a little bit of a glow. Oh, wow. Hi, Valen. Thanks for being a super shopper. You're huge. Something like this, making it look even more like it's electric. Ugh. Welcome in. And then the middle, we can have be a little bit lighter, like it's like bright white. And of course, we don't want to forget our crack in this worm. There we go. Just, just us playing around, us vibing. So yeah, let me get this. Here is what we had before. And here's the expansion, the DLC. I hope you guys enjoyed this entry. Alexio, thank you so much. If you're watching the VOD, thank you so much. Also too, I'll have to talk to them. I really like this bundled cord tail. They might not want that, but I really like the idea. If not, I kind of want to make a character that I don't draw enough like electronic inspired characters, even though I myself am a computer program. Don't worry about it. Don't even worry about it. Oh, another thing. Actually, hold on. Real quick. One thing, I love me a pointy ear, and I can't see their beautiful ears. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to make it really obvious that their ear is over here. I want pointy ear. Pointy ear is in. Ear is in. And now we can see it behind that luscious hair. And then we have a little bit of design here, just show that it's ear. There we go. I love pointy ears. There we go. Now we know it's a pointy ear. We can see it. Hello, Doobly. How are you? Boobly, sorry. Boobly de boojos. Welcome in. You draw? There we go. All right. So huge thanks to Alexiel for their submission. And we're going to go to our last one by Puka, which is something we've seen on stream before because I have drawn this design before. I wasn't sure if I had done a art critique on it. I've just drawn it before. So this is by Puka the Clown. Let me see here. And this is actually a stream that we did with Puka. Puka was with us when we drew this. Another way to make the ear more noticeable would be elongating it in the position that it was in. I love myself some abnormally long ears. Absolutely. I love long pointy ears. All right. This one, since I've already drawn it, I think I've talked about a lot, talk about this design specifically a lot, but I want to give it its due diligence. Let me open up what I drew off of this design. Let me go to work. Done. Come gift. There we go. So here is the puka that I drew. Hold on. Let me see if I can't pop it in here. So this is the puka that I drew based off this awesome design. I loved working on this. It was so much fun. It was so much fun. Having shaved sides, these like braids up here that turn into these big worm on strings, I think are so awesome. Actually, you know what? This is really handy. Hold on. I'm going to use my drawing as a way to show what kinds of updates I would do. Because I made subtle changes based on what I would love to have seen. First off, the shoes, I really like the shoes. So one of the things that I did was that I gave them a little bit more of a like a silly expression. You can see here in the original that they have almost like a menacing look to them. They look a little scary. They're also a little cut off here at the bottom. So in my art, I made sure that they were very visible, that they weren't cut off at all, um, but I wanted to keep the integrity of what Puka had provided. Hold on, so changing my position. Again, whenever I do stuff like this, I don't want to change people's intention. I want to just make their intentions more obvious or a little bit clearer. You can see here that they have little star-shaped eyebrows. They have little piercings in their lip. So one of the things that I focused on was making it more obvious by coloring some of the line art. Um, to make the eyelashes stand out, to make the brow stand out, to make these piercings stand out. Something as simple as coloring your line art can really help make things look a little less overwhelmed. And Puka, of course, also had a lot of ideas with this art that they were exploring from when we streamed this together. So they had a lot of different ideas that we were trying with this art. One of the design elements that I really enjoyed is that they have this cutout of the pants. They're almost chaps, which is really interesting and really fun. And they have these star tattoos on the hip. So I made sure that it was super clean and super obvious that these were chaps that are sitting over the pants, but the body is still underneath. They also have these like cloud slash wing top surgery scars that are also tattoos, which I thought were really beautiful. I thought that was such a fun idea. And of course, we have these amazing worm on string pigtails. They're so cool. I love the idea of having these huge wormy pigtails. I mean, they're awesome. I love them so much. This is unapologetically clown. I also really love that we're getting like circus tent in the stripes. It's just, yeah, it's a really cool design. You can see I really didn't change much. All I did was clarify things. I added some texture to imply that the worm on string was a different texture from everything else. They're kind of soft and fluffy. So not only did I incorporate that in the line art, but I also used this half tone to make them look a little bit fluffier. I also made sure that I put some more metallic look into their belt. The more you can incorporate some subtle changes in a texture, the more it'll be easy to read. The easier it'll be for you to read what's happening. Of course, we have, the shoes are a little bit, a little bit easier to see because they're pointing outward instead of inward. But also, that's just part of Puka's style.
Remember to drink some water,
Thank
Mandy.
you. Thank you. The inward toe point is just part of Puka's style. So that's something that isn't something that they should change. If that's part of their style and they continue to do it and express, the feet and toes like that, absolutely. I just drew mine so that we had a big anchored position here and we had this really satisfying taper in these big old pants that led to these giant shoes. The pants make me think of those little tents that we would play with in gym class. I don't know if any of you had those. Let me find one. Gym tent tarp? Is that right? No. Gym class. Yeah, yeah. You would like throw, hold on. you would like toss it up in the air and everybody would go underneath and sit underneath like this. And then the air would keep it up. So everybody would have they'd grab the edges and they'd lift it up, capture all the air underneath of it, and like sit underneath it like a tent. So that's what Puka's pants are making me think of. Which I guess also likens to like circus tent, which is also very fun. So yeah, I mean, I didn't really do a lot of changes here. I love this profile view that Puka included. I love the mixture of hair type and hair texture. I think that's really fun. Um, yeah. Also, too, they had ideas about having the ends of the sleeves look like they were like balloons, like balloon art. So I kept that scallop texture, which again is giving circus tent. It's giving a little bit of like, deflated balloon situation. Um, and it's also offering a really beautiful design element. And we've repeated it here and here. So the shirt, this shirt slash frock, has this fun element. Uh, so yeah, I mean, I really didn't do very much or at all. I was trying to faithfully recreate, but while I was drawing, I was just making things clearer for myself as I was trying to draw. And I had a really good time with this character design. I really enjoyed this character design. The only thing that I would recommend for the future, see, Puka has a back, a front, and a profile, so they have included a lot of really good information. And this is obviously a work in progress, right? This is something that they're using to get their ideas across with, and this is an exploration. So the only thing would be clean it up, make sure that the from head to toe is incorporated within the boundary of your canvas. So make sure that the shoes aren't getting cut off, leave some breathing room between the angles and stuff like that. But aside from like finishing it up and cleaning it up, I wouldn't really change anything about the design. I just really like the design. Enough so that, when I drew it, I just had a really good time drawing it. I think also too, the eye colors have like stripes in them. And I think Puka mentioned that they had done that because they were trying to experiment with which color would look best. But I interpreted it as this like holographic, almost like a CD. So I kind of just did that and they were like, "Oh, that looks kind of cool." I was like, "Oh." So that's a fun interpretation. So if that's something that you're open to interpretation of the design. You can totally leave it kind of ambiguous. But one of the best things to do with character design is make sure that if anybody has a question or interpretation, that you're making it very obvious what your intention is. Because the whole point of a ref sheet is for people to not get the details wrong. Of course, sometimes people might not be able to, maybe they didn't interpret it the same way as you did, but the ref sheet's whole purpose is to be a reference for people that are going to be drawing or rigging or working off this character. And also giving us an idea of their environment, their personality, and yeah. So I think this character's got a lot of personality, and I really love the worm on string ponytails. I think that, or the pigtails. I think that's wonderful. Everything, it just screams clown. There's no confusion that this is a beautiful clown. This is a very fun clown. And I enjoyed drawing this when I did draw it. I love the little it's a little hard to tell their exact gender and pronouns. Absolutely. Yeah. This character has a lot of androgyny. There's curves, but there's also very masculine features. The shoulders, because of these sleeves, look very broad. The facial features are also very androgynous. So yeah, I think there's a lot to love about this character. I think Puka nailed it. Um, and yeah, the only thing that I would say for this is just making the art cleaner and clearer. But this is part of the exploration process. This is them having fun and exploring, and it's not meant to be clean. That's for them. There have been at least 2 circus characters today. I love that. Absolutely, yeah. I've had such a good time. Um, reviewing your art. If anybody wants to submit to the critique for next month, please, please, I would love to see your work. Of course, this form is available at all times. So if you are, if you come into a stream later and I mention it, you can always just do exclamation point critique and the form will be provided to you. It's also in the Discord and it's also in my card. So if you've ever been to my socials, if you click on that and it takes you over to my card, you can see that there's a link to the art critique and there's a link to my shop. So if you're ever confused, that's the home base. That's where everything lives. Everything lives there. So yeah, I really enjoyed drawing this puka. And let me reflect this so we can see them side by side. There we go. Yeah, I had a good time. I had a good time drawing this. Also, Puka's super sweet. If you like clown VTubers, I highly recommend Puka. We've been in several collabs together. They're just a really, really fun person, very sweet, very stellar. Let me see. I have some friends online, y'all. You want to see some more art? If you haven't been arted out already. Um, I can't wait to send you guys to one of our lovely art friends. Let me see who's doing stuff. Do you want a game or would you like some art? Hmm. Ooh. There's a couple people doing art stuff today. What the heck? Looks like somebody's starting soon. They're gonna be arting soon? Oh, perfect. You guys wanna get on a fresh stream? Let's go. I'm gonna pass our pretzels over to Jay, also known as OJ. I'm excited because I am on their wait list for a commission right now. Hee hee, hoo hoo. So if you guys don't already know him, super cool, super awesome. And for those of you that participated in the art critique this stream, thank you so much. Final call, by the way, our code for the merch shop, the 10% off, will be available for, I'd say, right about till we finish our raid. So if there's anything you'd like with to get from the shop with that 10% off code, take a look at the pinned message. Capco Fest is our promo code. So if there's anything you want to get using that promo code, take a look at that. But we're going to be passing our pretzels over to Jay. Thank you guys so much. This was a yap heavy stream. Next week, I'm going to make my schedule. That'll be out tonight. But next week, I'm also going to take Tuesday off so that I can rest a little bit and so that we can have a good time on Friday. I might do a Thursday stream actually, so we maybe do Thursday, Friday, Sunday. Um but the week after, I might have no streams because we might be getting ready for the debut the following weekend. So I'll make sure that you guys know where to go, when to be. You know what I mean. But thank you guys so much for hanging out. I hope you enjoyed this. I hope you learned something. And I hope you enjoyed my interpretation of the work that you sent. You guys are such incredible artists and really fun folks, and I'm super lucky to have you guys here. So our raid message is passing our pretzels. Make sure you guys pass those pretzels over to Jay. Jay's a really cool, awesome artist. Looks like they're just starting the stream. So I'm super excited. You should be excited. And we're gonna give them a little bit of a surprise. We're gonna give them a little bit of a surprise. Here's that raid message, everybody. Yeah, baby, let's go. Thank you again for hanging out, and I hope you have a wonderful night, everyone. Bye bye.